Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto Izuno with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Itchy, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Basically social anxiety itself personified. I love her, I really do. But she's way too nervous around people that she could barely interact with them. Just a single sentence is hard for her to say without stuttering. Either way, she's from the next class away from me, which was too bad, while I have the ability to make her change classrooms. I think it's better for her to be there without me, because personally with me cuddling her, sheltering her from the people around, she won't be able to make a growth and will remain a bocce. I convinced myself that this was for her own good, which was mostly correct because it started to take some effect. As far as I remember, we're always been classmates, ever since I lived in Japan. Now that we aren't, I was happy to see that she's making a friend, or at least what I think their relationship is. After all, it was quite doubtful to see one of the popular girls in the school make a friend that was bocce. Kamiya. Another girl who is named I. Anyway, it's not important for now. From what I know, Kamiya is the ace of the school volleyball team, a cool beauty who acts like a prince rather than a princess. She's rather popular with the girls and some of the boys who prefer tomboy. I can't blame them, to be honest. It just means that they're cultured, a traditional taste of a girl who acts like a man, but still gives off that feminine charm. A Kadir, one of the four horsemen. Anyway, that's why it's a bit strange that they're friends, considering that they literally don't have anything similar to relate with. A complete polar opposite of each other. Hitori is shy, while Kamiya is confident. Hitori has social anxiety. Kamiya has social confidence. Hitori's a loner. Kamiya is popular. The only thing that Hitori is superior is that she has a cuter face and bigger breasts. A much bigger breasts. Anyway, that's why I was skeptical of their friendship at first, but that quickly vanished as Kamiya seemed genuine. Not to mention she's quite patient with Hitori. If anything, she's amused by how she talks. Either way, it's time to go step inside the classroom. As I did, everyone's attention was into me. Which wasn't surprising to say. Despite being a new transfer student in this school, I was quick to become popular for two main reasons. One is obviously because of my foreign looks, not to mention a handsome one. It might sound narcissistic, but fact is fact. It's in my genes after all. And the second one is obviously because of that cafeteria incident. Overnight we became popular. When I meant we, it includes D, Shiro, and to a lesser extent Sora. Not to discourage my guy, but Sora is the least good looking among our group that day. While he wasn't particularly ugly, he wasn't that good looking either. He's the definition of average, but in reality it's only his looks that are average. His IQ, however, is an entirely different matter. He's smart as hell, not to mention wise. What's intelligence if you're not wise? It means bad decisions. Why do you think there's a lot of geniuses in history, but only a few who manage to get themselves to be remembered? Now, there's Shiro, who is an entirely different breed, a human being that is probably the closest thing to humanity's next step of evolution. However, unlike her brother, she isn't as wise. If I were to describe it, she's an eye that only follows the rules and logic behind its definition and never its illogical side. Anyway, their eyes were on me, but I ignored it and simply focused both of my attention toward Bocce and her friend. "Hey, I've come to pick you up for lunch." Bocce nodded at me. This wasn't the first time I've picked her up for lunch in this school, so everyone from her class expected this. However, at the same time they were curious about my relationship with her. And it leads to a bunch of theories that few of them absolutely make no sense however, but there's a single theory conspiracy that was actually the truth, and that is, I'm both dating her and D. Since everyone knew at this point that I'm dating D or Wakabaero, which caused jealousy to the male and female ratio of this school. I looked at Kamiya and decided to invite her. "What about you, Kamiya-san? Do you want to go to lunch with us? I'm sure Hitori would be happy to have you join us." Bocce became flushed at those words, and inwardly agreed with my statement. But to my disappointment and understanding, she refused politely. "I'm sorry, I'll have to pass for now. Goto-san, I'll see you later today." After that, without a word, she left the classroom. Hitori was a bit sad that her friend rejected, but I was quick to consult her, and said, "We'll get her next time, don't worry too much." It was understandable that she refused as she only knew Hitori and wasn't close to the rest of my friends. Hitori nodded and then followed me after. Lunch was mundane, which was honestly preferable to the majority of us, with the excitement of what occurred the last few days. Having a dull lunch seemed better compared to that uncomfortable event in the cafeteria. Either way, after we finished our lunch, it wasn't surprising to see the siblings play a game on their mobile phones. It was a fighting game, a bit popular in Japan right now, since it gives the player a certain degree of freedom in their movement, so unpredictability is a thing here. It's like Tekken but in mobile instead, and currently the siblings are the top players in the game right now, the number one in the global ranking system. The unbeatable legend. Honestly, I have no idea how they managed to get that name accepted. But hey, since it works, they ain't complaining. "Hey Alex, want to play?" Sora asked with a grin on his face. "And just to lose? No, thank you. Honestly, I'm not sure about losing. Sure, if it's just my gaming skills then I'd surely lose, but if I autopilot using my path to victory, I might win. Now, before you complain that I'm guaranteed to win using my skill, no, that's certainly wishful thinking. They once or will be able to beat a god, not just any god but a god of games, which is the concept of games itself, something that should be impossible to beat in a game. But they did anyway, so the chances of my skill winning is slim, but it would be a lie to say that I'm not curious about the result, maybe next time. Because right now, there's no way we'll be able to finish in a short amount of time. Lunch break is just a little over an hour. It was afternoon and everyone who isn't part of a club is on their way back home, that includes me. But surprisingly D is now part of a club, which is very unlike her, but then again, she didn't need to keep up that otaku personality in our previous school, since no one from this school knew about it anyway. I'm guessing she's trying for the popular girl role this time. Either way, it's not my business. Normally I would have left with Bocce, but it seems that somehow Kamiya roped her into trying out for the volleyball club. Plus Sora and Shiro live in a different district, so I'm alone by myself, which was fine by me. A peaceful evening rarely happens to me nowadays, so it wouldn't be bad to experience this once in a while. Or at least what I thought, before reality ripped by itself and a little girl fell from it and was now laying on the ground. Thankfully, the fall was a short one, about a few feet only, that's why she's mostly fine. I look at her and for some reason she looks really familiar. I know I saw her somewhere. I can't just point where, but it didn't last long as she opened her eyes, and saw her full appearance and my mind clicked. Those familiar golden eyes, black hair and a pink flower kimono. I'm pretty sure this is somehow Zelratch's fault. I need to call Shiro right now ASAP, because his sister from another timeline is here. That's right, this little girl lying beneath me is Amiya. Shiro Amiya's adopted sister, / also blood sister because of the wish. After opening her eyes for a moment, she closed it once more and fainted. Yeah, I can't let her lay down there. I lift her up and bring her to my house to meet her technically brother. Chapter 115, I carried her away from the dirty ground. As expected, she's light for someone her age. Either way, I should bring her home. Walking isn't a good option right now. People would find it strange for a guy like me, carrying an unconscious girl in my arms. It would definitely look suspicious from an outsider's perspective. If I walk in the streets, I might be labeled as a kidnapper, or worse, a child molester. That's why I had to use my magic to create a portal. Immediately I vanished from the face of Earth and returned back to a specific location, which was my house. As I stepped inside, I was surprised to see because I was expecting her to be at the strawberry production for her big day next week. "Welcome home, Who is the little girl you're carrying? Don't tell me. No, that's not it. Before you accuse me of kidnapping, this girl needs help and I need to call Shiru right now, because this girl is 100% related to him. I explained to her in a very simplified way. Thankfully she understood and didn't say anything and helped me prepare a suitable bed for her to lay down. As soon as she was placed in a comfortable bed, I immediately called my brother-in-law for this news. I know he might doubt me, but he knew I wasn't the type to joke about this sort of thing. While he's going to doubt me, he certainly would at least check it out. I took my touchscreen and called him. London, clock tower in a king-size bed. Shiru, who was sleeping next to Lorelei, woke up as he heard his mobile phone ringing. Normally he would have been awake at this time, however he was physically and mentally exhausted from yesterday's action. Lorelei could be freaky sometimes in bed, and yesterday was one of those days. Honestly, at this point he was surprised by the fact that she's not pregnant yet, considering they do it almost every day. Anyway, it was time to answer the mobile phone just a few meters away from the bed. He stood up, revealing a half-naked, well-defined body without countless hickeys, scratches and bite marks due to Lorelei's animal-like behavior. After dating Lorelei, only then he understood that those seemed ladylike and professional women are freaky in bed. Not really that surprising considering they buried a lot of resentment, stress and irritation all of their lives by acting prim and proper. Either way, he was counting his lucky stars that Lorelei isn't into BDSM. It would have been really freaky indeed. Despite her cold, regal and professional demeanor that literally gives everyone she meets that she's an S-type. They were wrong about that, but he can't really blame them for thinking that way. After all, he too once thought of her as a cruel, sadistic woman. Turns out she was just a dear. Taking the phone from the table, he answered it and said, "Hello? Shiru, I need you to come back to Japan ASAP, because your sibling is here." Almost dropped the phone due to shock, but managed to hold it in the end. "What?" His shout was loud that it woke up Lorelei from her slumber and she was not looking happy. "Emilia, you better have an explanation for waking me up this early." Lorelei almost growled at him, but right now he couldn't care less and he knew that she would understand his reasoning. "Your brother told me that my sibling is in Japan," he answered with doubt and disbelief. Well, Lorelei calmed down and looked surprised by the information. "Truly? But I thought your sister dead." "Yeah. Ilya is." Shiru couldn't stop himself from being emotional, and only few could elicit emotions out of him, and Ilya is one of them. Sensing her fiancé's depressed look, she decided not to pursue it any longer. "Anyway." Changing the topic, she continued. "I doubt my brother would lie to something like that. It might be wise to listen to him." Shiru nodded and then answered the phone. "Is the person you're talking about is my sibling?" "Yes, she is. I'm not talking about Ilya but another girl that I'm pretty sure you're blood related to. It's complicated to explain on the phone. Meet me here and I'll explain it all to you." With that said, he looks at Lorelei, who could only sigh. "I will prepare my private plane. Meanwhile we should take a shower first." Shiru had to agree as they both smelled musk and sweat from yesterday's exercise. "It's been a few hours since I called my brother-in-law. I'm pretty sure they're about to arrive." The girl, however, was still blissfully sleeping, but considering what she's been through, she at least deserves that much. In fact, she can sleep all she wants, different timeline or not, it doesn't matter to me. She's my sister-in-law and that all it matters. Family is family. Speaking of family, I have a feeling that I'm missing something important. Not long after, Ms. eyes slowly opened. From her perspective she was still seeing blurs at the moment, then a second after she saw me. Neither of us said anything at the moment. We were having a staring contest and after a few minutes finally she asked, "Who are you?" I smiled and replied, "Took you long enough, I'm Alexander Bartolomei. What about you?" I knew her name already, but I decided to ask for formality. "No," she muttered. "No last name?" She hesitated for a bit before nodding. Despite her obvious lie, I couldn't help but smile and thought, smart kid, withholding some information about herself. "Very well then, Mo, I'm sure you're curious as to why you're here," I said. To which she nodded. "Well, I found you unconscious on the ground, all alone, and I decided to bring you home so that I could help you." I'm aware of how wrong it sounds, so I quickly added, "And before you reach some sort of random conclusion, no, I'm not going to harm you for one second. I won't ask you anything you dislike, and lastly I just wanted to help." Mu couldn't help but look at me with a doubtful look, which isn't surprising because if she isn't doubtful then she's either a naive child who doesn't know better or simply just a fool for believing a stranger. I let out a chuckle which made her a bit confused. "Well, that's a good attitude to have. You shouldn't trust anybody before knowing them." Hesitantly she nodded at my words, and then said, "So, any question from me?" Mu looked at him with uncertainty and a bit of hope, and asked, "When you found me, did you find anyone besides me?" A male teenager with red-brown hair with the same golden eyes as me. I know who she was talking about. As much as I wanted to lie about it, I didn't because it's better to be clear. No, I saw no one aside from you in the place where I found you. And my answer made her feel despair, fear, guilt, regret and hollowness. It was such a terrible sight. A girl shouldn't have that look where she has given up on everything. Asking if she was okay is a dumb decision, so I let it be. Everything will be explained after my brother-in-law arrives. As you noticed, I deliberately didn't say the existence of the moonlit world, because I have a feeling that she would be very wary of me if I did mention it. Later on, I arrived with a porridge in hand and saw that Mi was already awake. With a smile she said, "Oh, you're finally awake." However, despite the cheerfulness of her tone, the only thing she received was a hollow look of the girl. Making I flinch at such a familiar sight, I decided to give her an idea of the situation. "It's best if you leave her for a while. As you can see, she isn't exactly up for a normal conversation right now." I hesitated while looking at Mi, then after a second she nodded. "All right, tell me if you need something." I nodded at her with a genuine smile. "I will." Then she left the room, leaving us in complete silence, and I know better that talking won't help unless he comes. And a minute later, I could hear multiple footsteps outside the room, and I'm pretty sure who they were. The door opened, revealing a familiar white hair with some strands of red hair. However, right now, my attention wasn't solely at him but toward Mi, who saw Shiru in flesh. The look of her face was priceless. Then later tears started leaking out of her golden eyes, and couldn't stop herself from dashing toward Shiru. "Anya-chan." Mi buried her head into my brother-in-law's chest, as if to release every bit of negative emotions that she felt a while ago. It was a heartwarming scene. However, Shiru was confused as to why Mi was hugging her. Despite not stopping her from hugging him, he asked a very insensitive question. "Excuse me. Who are you?" Mi looked him in the eyes and replied. Chapter 116, Engagement. I couldn't stop myself from wincing at Shiru's honest question. This was cruel to watch. Maybe I should have told him to pretend. No, that's even more cruel. At the very least she knows that this version of Shiru isn't her big brother. Mi couldn't help but look at her Anya-chan with shock. Her expression went through various states: disbelief, denial, pain, depression, grief in a single span of a second. Upon realizing that this person, who shared the exact face with her brother, except for the hair and tan skin tone, didn't recognize her, and may be dead, the dam holding back her emotions broke and she cried in despair. Awa. Her legs gave out as she slammed down on the floor and began crying in sadness, pain and despair, thinking that she would never see her brother again. Shiru got really concerned at her breakdown and looked at me for an explanation. I let out a sigh. "That was cruel, you know." "What do you mean?" he muttered awkwardly, as he stood frozen in place. His eyes reflected panic, as he stood utterly clueless of what to do. His attention was switching between me and the crying "May help me." His eyes clearly reflected that message, and I, like the great friend I am, turned my eyes away and started whistling. "Maybe I should help him out a bit." Clearing my throat, I spoke. "I will explain later, after we fix this mess, that is. It's technically also my fault for not telling you in advance, but, well, it is what it is. Either way, we should wait for her to calm down. After all, it's inappropriate to explain things when said person is in front of them literally having a breakdown. Unfortunately." Thud, she fainted on the ground. It looks like her mind couldn't bear the news. Looking at her troubled face, I let out a sigh as I picked her up and placed her back on the bed. After that, my sister, who just witnessed the girl collapsing, stared at me with a hardened look. "Explain the situation to us right now." "It wasn't like I'm not going to anyway." "Alright, let me put her to rest first." We went to the living room for better space, after which Lorelai commanded me to explain everything, not ask, commanded. "Now explain to me what happened, little brother. Do not miss any detail, no matter how insignificant they may be." I nodded as everyone took their seats. Shiru, Lorelai, I and my twins were eagerly waiting for an explanation. Then I started. "It begins with..." So I started explaining, beginning with how I encountered Mi, who just teleported right in front of me, who she is and how I knew her. I mostly lied, of course. The majority of what I spoke is pure bullshit. I mean, there's no way I'd say that I know Mi because of my previous life. That's why I used my magic as an excuse, and of course, Dee as well. She's going to be my scapegoat for this, and I would never feel guilty for using her name. After I explained about Mi's origin to Shiru and Co, he had this conflicted look on his face. He knew that parallel worlds exist. Archer was proof of that, not to mention Rin is Zelratch's disciple, who is the user of the second magic of the kaleidoscope with its well-known domain operations of parallel universes. Before this incident, he thought of the other parallel universes as a mirror to his own world, having a Shiru Amiya that experienced the same life as he did, albeit with a slight difference. However, this was entirely different from what he originally thought. A divergence that shouldn't be possible. Him having a sister. A biological one at that? Shiru doesn't know what to do anymore, he was simply frozen stiff at the revelation. And it became much worse as he realized that he unconditionally hurt his sister. Accidentally, it may be, he was still responsible, after all it was something that he couldn't take back, he couldn't turn back time and change his prior words to his sister. Looking at Shiru, I'm pretty sure that he is blaming himself for what he caused toward Mu. I frowned and was about to stop that line of thought of his, because it wasn't really his fault. Even if he knew, the truth would eventually be revealed whether he likes it or not. Maybe it's harsh but that's how it is. There's simply no if because eventually Mu would realize it herself anyway. However, my sister beat me to it. Emilia, after being with you for years I know what you are thinking about just by looking at your expression. You are a simple man, Emilia. It's not hard to understand you. Ouch. And let me tell you that this isn't your fault, none of it is, you don't know her and reacted appropriately, and if anyone were to be faulted here it would be my brother. I saw her giving me a glare as I let out an awkward smile. I didn't disagree because it's the truth, besides if I try to disagree, I would dig deeper into my grave. Worse, it would make me a self-righteous prick that won't accept that they're at fault. Most magus are like that, arrogant prick with an holier-than-thou attitude. Anyway, I'd like to believe myself better than them, poor comparison aside since magus aren't exactly the best people in the world to compare myself with. I'm not evil. If a person stranded in the desert asked me for water, I would gladly help them. But I'm no saint either. If that water bottle was the last bottle I had, I wouldn't hesitate for even a second before disregarding them and continuing on my journey while they die. I'm no saint, nor am I evil. I'm a human, a creature with flaws, a decent person who knows what's right and morally wrong. How does this make me different from a magus? Well, if they asked a magus for help, they would sign an unfair contract and then later get experimented on while they were still alive, to the point where even death would be mercy. This is why I could never become a fully fledged magus, because I have compassion. I apologize for that. This made Lorelei's face twitch, which was understandable. After all, she taught me Oi don't apologize, which was a bullshit teaching if you ask me. Despite the clear disapproval on her face, she didn't vocalize it, making me smirk in my mind. If this was years ago, I would have been scolded for apologies, but right now it's different. It was clear to see that she changed, even if only a little. While it may not be obvious to the outsider's perspective, it was different for me as her family. This was a good thing, proving that my brother-in-law is a good influence on my super strict elder sister. Shiru, despite being told that it wasn't his fault, didn't feel any less guilty at all. But I made her feel that way. Lorelei frowned and replied with a sigh. You're a very stubborn man, Emilia. Then I heard her whisper the words, and exactly one of the reasons why I love you. Isn't that sweet? Either way, this was going to take a while. It's been hours since Ma fainted from the revelation that she probably wouldn't be able to see her real brother. As for me, I'm entertaining my regular customers. Why, you ask? It's because Archer isn't here. It seemed that he listened to my advice. Good for him, however. Does he really have to leave immediately? Because he did it without notifying me at all. I'm technically his boss, and it is within my right for my employer to inform me if they want to leave. Not to mention it's quite rude, but either way I'm not really angry, more like a bit annoyed, but I understand why he was like this. After all, knowing that you could come back to your own world was probably something that the former counter-guardian never imagined was possible. He even brought his protege with him. Anyway, I'm currently talking with some recent shop regulars. Frieren and Hamil. Now hear me out, I know the flow of time is different for each world, but Frieren's world takes the cake for the fastest timeline. It hasn't even been a day since I met them, and apparently it's somehow been almost a decade for them, though honestly, the most surprising thing in this was that apparently both of them are now engaged. Weren't they like friends yesterday? Whatever, I'm not going to think deeply about it. Timelines are a confusing thing, period. Congratulations on your engagement. Thanks. Frieren replied in a stoic way, which would have made her look uncaring if it weren't for the small, almost unnoticeable smile on her face. While Himmel was bashful and also very proud of this achievement, originally he thought that this was an impossible feat, but thanks to Flam's push somehow he made her feel his love for her. Thank you. To this day it is my proudest achievement. Even defeating the Demon King didn't make me feel this way. Himmel let out a smile filled with pride. Good for you, now you just have to wait for a bit since I already called Flam here. The real reason why they're here wasn't to let me know about their engagement, they're here for Frieren's master and tell her the news about her disciple future counterpart. And they needed my help to contact her Sue. Yeah, they spilled the beans. They even paid for me to call Flam, who refuses free profit. Certainly not me. Then the door opened as we turned around to greet her, thinking that it was Flam, but it wasn't. Instead of a woman with orange hair, it was a woman with long white hair, wearing an inappropriate outfit. It certainly looks like sexy lingerie, but it didn't feel like it because of the futuristic vibes. Her appearance was beautiful, too beautiful. In fact, it's almost like her face was handmade by God himself. However, she appeared to be wary of our presence and pointed her spear at our direction with a hostile glare. Who are you people? What is this place? Well, this was certainly unexpected. Chapter 117, Androids Hope 1. Who are these people, and where the hell is this place? A2 couldn't help but scream internally. Confusion and wariness was all she could feel at this moment. A2 tried to recall what happened before she arrived at this place. She recalled going to an abandoned facility alongside 9S and 2B to exterminate the remaining machines, considering it's now their responsibility because Yorha isn't to be trusted and indisposed at the moment. Not that she cared though, after all they betrayed her first. Thinking about it made her artificial blood boil. Good riddance. After the bunker fell from space, everything was exposed, all the data containing Yorha's dirty secrets and most importantly, the bitter truth that humanity is dead. Their gods are no more. Even if the bunker survived the crash, there's no doubt that Yorha is finished, considering there's literally no point in it any longer. Yorha alongside many androids fight for humanity. It is the sole reason why they fought this seemingly unending war between androids and machines. Without humanity, their gods, their creators, the sole purpose of their existence was gone. What was the point of living? Nothing. There's no doubt in A2's mind that the androids who worked for Yorha would either commit suicide or desert the organization. Not that she was any different, but at the very least she found a reason to live, as she realized that the world was beautiful even if it's filled with hardship and cruelty. Anyway, as they entered the abandoned facility, they immediately encountered and fought a horde of machines which weren't individually powerful, but due to their sheer numbers, it was a hard-fought battle. It took a while for them to exterminate all of the machines in the area, but their exploration is not finished yet as there's still a lot to check in this abandoned facility. They haven't reached its core yet, and that's why they continue their exploration. However, as they got closer to the abandoned facility core, they realized that the amount of machines was increasing to the point that they were struggling hard. This wasn't normal. Something fishy is going on here. The machines are way too aggressive than normal. It didn't take her long to realize something is inside this very facility. As for what it is, she has no idea, but the point is that there's something important here, which is why the machines are more aggressive than usual. After a long battle with machines, they finally arrived at the very bottom of the facility, which led to its core. However, there was a slight problem. There were two routes, that's why she told them to check the other route, while she took the first route. Of course they protested, explaining that this is a bad idea. After all, who knows what dangers were waiting for them in each route, which is why they should stick around for more safety. But she disagrees. While their concern has merit, she didn't survive all by herself for so long by being stupid. In fact, something like this for her was a normal routine. The point is that she could do this alone. She wasn't weak, nor was she a greenhorn. Whatever danger was inside this facility, even if she couldn't defeat it, A2 was confident of her ability to escape. It took a while to convince them, but eventually they reluctantly agreed. They went on to separate directions, and now she was alone by herself entering the hall that led to the core. Each of her steps were filled with caution. Her body was tense as if she was ready to get ambushed by an enemy at any moment now. But so far, there was nothing. In fact, it was too damn peaceful and quiet. If you think this would make her relax, you'd be wrong, because this made her more cautious of this place. Her instinct was screaming that there was something wrong with this place, and it was right, as there was a machine waiting for her in front, guarding the door behind it. A2's eyes narrowed at the thing in front of her. The reason why she couldn't tell whenever it's a machine or not is because its body proportions were eerily similar to androids. She should be careful with this one. A2's eyes widened as the machine abomination was already in front of her, attacking her with its weapon. She immediately countered its attack as fast as she could with her sword. Clang! Sparks appeared as their weapons clashed with each other. A2 almost lost her balance due to the unexpected strength that this machine was showing. What is this thing? A2 cursed internally. However, the clash didn't end there. As the machine abomination continued its assault, A2 replied in kind as she countered and attacked the machine. But so far, she couldn't find an opening to kill this abomination once and for all. It's like she was battling her fellow androids, because machines don't move like this. A high-speed battle started in the core of the abandoned facility. A2 had to use every skill, every trick that she learned in this fight, because if she didn't she would lose badly. Gritting her teeth, she let out a battle cry as she relentlessly attacked her opponent. The more she fought this thing, the more she realized that this thing was copying her, like she's fighting a mirror of herself. If this continues, she would lose, no doubt about it, so she decided to use her trump card. There's a reason why she doesn't use this often, because this would leave her vulnerable for quite some time. But this was one of those times that she had to resort to this extreme measure. Then she activated her berserk mode. Her system was heating up. If a human were to touch her right now, they would have a third-degree burn. She has to finish this because the longer she uses this mode, the more her life is in danger. She would literally burn her wires from inside out due to the sheer heat. Without wasting a single moment, she attacked the machine abomination with her spear. This time she had superior speed and strength, and that machine couldn't counter her attack. And with that single strike, half of the machine's torso was destroyed, immobilizing many of its functions, and with her second strike she hit the machine's core, immediately killing the thing. NGH. A2 forcefully cancelled the berserk mode. The heat in her system significantly lessened, but you could still physically see the heat that she was generating. It took her a while to regain her bearings. Unfortunately, due to her using that mode, most of her functions weren't at their best. In fact, a single weak machine could easily beat her at this state, for now she should let her pod repair her. It would take a while, but it's a must because it's foolish to go any further in her weakened state. Hours later, A2 could finally move normally again. Unfortunately, it isn't her peak performance at the moment as she lacked the materials to fully heal herself. But it is enough. A2 went to the door that the machine was protecting, wondering what's inside it. For a machine of that caliber protecting whatever was behind this door, it should be important, and she was right, as it would be the greatest discovery of the android kind, but she didn't know that yet. Present, who are you people? What is this place? A2 glared at the androids in front of her. Judging from their appearance, they don't seem to be the same model type as yours, maybe except for that white-haired girl. But her model is a bit strange. Why does she have long ears? Not to mention she's short, probably the same height as Ninus. Either way, she doesn't exactly have the best impression of her fellow androids, especially yours androids. 2B and 9S were a special case, so they don't exactly count. Then the brunette-haired android shook both of his hands as if it was a sign of peace. He smiled at her and said, "Whoa, calm down miss, we mean no harm." A2 didn't believe him. Her eyes narrowed at him and replied with a razor-sharp tone. "And why would I believe you?" The man blinked and said, "That's a good point actually. But isn't it rude for you to go inside my establishment and threaten me and my customers? It makes you the bad guy, not us." A2 didn't really pay attention towards the rude or threatened part, but the establishment part. An establishment. Inside an abandoned facility. No sane android would do such a thing. Facility. No, wait, what do you mean by android? The owner of this place asked in confusion. Which not only confused her, but irritated her as well. Are you dumb? Why are you even asking such a basic question? He frowned and replied. Humor me then, because I literally have no idea what basic to you means. Despite wanting to hit this brunette android for daring to ask her such a pointless question, she decided to humor him. Fine, it's because we're androids. Isn't that obvious? The man's eyes widened, including the blue-haired android, but the Yorha android looked confused. So you're an android? Of course. What else would I be? Frustration could be heard from her voice, as this conversation was getting more irritating as the time passed. Well, that only applies to you miss, because aside from Friar here, all of us are humans. The man replied. Huh? A2 mind blanked at the answer. Chapter 118, Androids Hope 2. A2 was temporarily stunned at the unexpected reply, but after regaining her bearings, she scowled at the man claiming to be a human, who were basically gods to the android kind. The audacity of this android. You are sick to think that I'd fall for such an obvious lie? To think there would be a day when an android claims to be a human. You're a disgrace to our kind. A2 couldn't tolerate this farce any longer and wanted to get rid of this android. He is clearly insane. The man in question, however, didn't react much to her words, looking at her like she was in the wrong. No. There's no way he's a human. It's because humanity is extinct, and everyone knows that. There's no if to that statement, no matter how bitter of a truth it may be to her mouth. However, before she could take action, her pod suddenly started scanning the man in front of her. Scanning designation brunette, muscle tissues detected, blood and veins detected. A2 couldn't believe what she just heard and was gaping at the man in front of her. Organs detected, DNA matches, subject brunette is 99.98% human, glory to mankind, there was no way. It can't be. A2 sucked cold air with her artificial lungs. When she heard the truth about humanity's extinction, it filled her with dread, anger, grief and loss. All this time they were fighting for a race that was long dead. Her struggles, her sacrifice and her pain was all for nothing. No. It wasn't for nothing, because all of those experiences made her who she was today. And exactly because of that, her life has meaning as she is a sentient being with her own individuality. That's why she continued living despite knowing that her creators are dead, and eventually came to a conclusion that she would probably never meet her creators in this lifetime. But what exactly is this? Wasn't humanity supposed to be extinct? Weren't they all gone? Or perhaps it was simply a miscalculation on their part? There's no way she wouldn't believe her pod, as there's simply no reason for it to lie, especially when it comes to human life. A2 didn't even realize that she was moving closer to the human in front of her, slowly reaching out to his chest to feel his heartbeat. No android could replicate something like this, and with this action. She couldn't deny it any longer that this person was indeed a human. Without her realizing it, teardrops fell from her artificial eyes. A2 could not describe the relief she felt at this moment. It's like a missing puzzle that she didn't know existed before was finally complete. Alex, I have no idea why this white-haired android chick suddenly touched my chest and started crying in front of me. Not that I mind, however, there was an audience that was looking at us with interest, especially Himmel, who gave us a sly smile. He was definitely misunderstanding something. That's a very familiar look he has. Either way, I'm inclined to ignore his looks, as right now I wish to understand why this woman is acting like this and where she came from. Miss, are you done? If so, I'd like to ask a few questions about you. I asked with a gentle smile. Upon realizing what she just did, she became a bit flustered and quickly took a step back, acting cool and aloof like what she did before didn't happen. Yes, of course, ask me anything you want. In exchange, I want to ask some questions too, if you don't mind, sir. Sir. She may have spoken about it as an afterthought, but I feel that there's something significant about it. After all, she started as someone who was about to skewer us with her high-technology sphere. And when she found out that I'm a human, thanks to that little thing floating behind her, her attitude toward me completely shifted around. It's like she's talking to a different person rather than the one she tried to attack just now. Anyway, it's time to ask some questions. After a few minutes of asking her questions, there's only one thing I have to say. Your world is fucked. To say that it was fucked was the understatement of the history. Like, how could anyone live like that? Her world is basically in an apocalypse, not because of zombies or abominable creatures but because of machines. And yes, I've almost learned that calling her a machine is a bad idea. Despite being mechanical inside, androids and machines are completely separate races, or at least according to her they are, but personally to me they're all made out of the same materials, just different creators. I also found out that her timeline is 9,000 years ahead of mine. My world could potentially become like this, however it's unlikely because there's ORT who would wipe us out in the next century, and not because of some sort of disease that the humans of her world experienced which eventually caused extinction. Did I mention that her Earth is in a tidal lock? If the machines won't kill them, then their planet would. The easiest solution is for them to find another planet, as there's literally no point for them staying in that world. Either way, there's another issue of humanity's extinction, which wasn't really that of a bad news to me. Considering there's an infinite amount of universe there, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of them that experienced extinction. Anyway, it is no wonder she acted like I was another person when she realized I'm a human, because in the eyes of the android kind we humans might as well be gods. They were basically programmed to worship us. Which wasn't really incorrect considering the humans of the world built and created the androids. Imagine a single human going into that world and every android finds out, there's no doubt they would be treated like a king, and possibly death by snoo. Honestly, I'm tempted to try it myself, but it wasn't the right time. Maybe next time. Now that I've satisfied my curiosity, it's time for me to answer her question. I've satisfied my curiosity, now it's your turn to ask me questions, so what is it? A2, this was her chance to ask questions to a human of all people. There's no doubt that she's probably the only android that has managed to do this. There's a lot of questions she wanted to ask from the human, like how he survived or how many of their creators survived. However, as she opened her mouth, a different question was asked. May I know your name? The human blinked a couple times before smiling, making her feel something indescribable in her core. A2 felt her internal system warm up a bit, even though she didn't really do anything noteworthy, but she ignored it for now. Well, to answer your question, my name is Alexander Bardem Eloy. Now that I think about it, I never asked for yours. What's your name? A2. Isn't that your model type? Yes, but it's the only name I know. I see. Do you mind if I call you Anna instead? It feels wrong to call you by your model type. A2 didn't really mind, in fact she felt happy. Oh, of course you can call me that. Great. Now, Anna, ask me anything you like. Asking my name doesn't count when I could have introduced myself either. That was quite unprofessional of me. No, it's fine. Anyway, are you sure about me asking anything? A2 asked doubtfully. Well, within reason of course, but I promise to answer with the best of my ability. Now shoot. A2 panicked and quickly said. I don't want to shoot you. He titled his head in confusion and then realized something. Oh, sorry, it's a slang for give me your best. It doesn't mean you should shoot me literally. A2 couldn't help but think. Humans are weird. And then she started asking him questions that she desperately wanted an answer to. Like how he survived, And why is he in this place with another human? And the answer she was given was something she never could have imagined. Chapter 119, Androids Hope 3S. Sir. Are you perhaps joking? A2 couldn't believe what she just heard from the mouth of her creator. The brunette human male stared at her with a serious look, knowing exactly that he wasn't lying about what he said. However, that kind of information was world-shattering. Any android would have thought the same as her. Is that really surprising? The man in front of her spoke as if what he told her wasn't anything important. Of course it is. Do you have any idea how shocking it is that other worlds exist and humanity still lives to this very day? A2 couldn't contain her emotion, making her feel ashamed that she shouted at a human. I'm sorry, sir, for shouting at you. A2 couldn't look at the human in front of her because of her earlier outburst. Thankfully, the human didn't feel any offense at all. Instead, he smiled gently at her and said, "It's no big deal, really. It takes a lot to offend me." It didn't make her happy at all. Instead, it made her feel more ashamed at her previous action, not to mention the fact that she almost made him a kebab. Even so. Look, I know you guys are created to serve us humans, but you know we aren't as fragile as you think we are. A2 couldn't help but be skeptical at that claim. If humans weren't fragile, then they wouldn't have experienced extinction in the first place. Her creator, no more like an alternative version of her creators. It doesn't really matter if he's from another world, the fact that he's a human, the same species as their god as far as she's concerned. The human noticed her skeptical look. He said, "I can see that you disagree with my statement." As much as she didn't want to say it, however, this is in fact the truth. Humans are weak. They might have created us, but they aren't stronger or faster than us in physical capabilities. The human in front of her smiled at her words and replied, "I'm not exactly sure how strong you androids are, but I'm betting that you could easily break steel with ease. Am I wrong?" A2 didn't disagree. "That's right. Let me tell you, while the majority of humankind is weak, there's always an exception like us." He pointed at himself and at the blue-haired human. A2 didn't know what to say. Should she just agree with it? However, lying isn't exactly her best suit, nor does she want to lie just to comfort someone, even if that someone is a human. "You're not really good at masking your expression, huh? It's kind of funny how open you are, not that it's a bad thing, at least you're honest." Unconsciously she touched her face and thought, "Is my face really that obvious?" Either way, while I can understand you're skeptical about my claim, words are cheap. Why not try and duel with my friend here? I guarantee that he wouldn't disappoint you in combat. Hey, didn't agree to this. The blue-haired human grumbled. "Oh, are you really going to be like this? Fine, if I recall you said something about owing me a favor, then I'm using that favor to have a match with her." The brunette shop owner said. "I wasn't going to refuse anyway," Himmel said with a sigh. Then suddenly A2 quickly said, No, I can't do that." Alexander the human raised a brow and said, "Why not? Don't you want to find out whether what I said is true or not?" Yes, she wanted to know. However, if it's false, she would harm the fragile human and might end up gravely injuring him. It wasn't like she wasn't confident with her combat skills. A2 just didn't know how to fight humans without harming them. It's an unknown territory, and something she refused to take a risk on. To even hurt a human is a grave sin, and something she doesn't want to repeat once again. What she did with the brunette was terrible enough that she would probably have nightmares for years to come, knowing that she almost killed a human with her own hands. As reading her thoughts like a book to read, the human said, "I see, you're afraid that you'll harm him in combat." A2 was honestly surprised by that. Was she really that easy to read? Or maybe it's a special human ability? If it was the latter, then it wouldn't surprise her at all. As expected of humans. It is only expected of their creators. They are indeed special. Yes, while I'm confident of my combat skills, I'm not sure how to handle a human. I might injure him or worse, kill him due to a moment of carelessness. I would never be able to forgive myself if that were to happen. A2 laid out her fears and doubts. Alexander didn't say anything for a bit, before replying. "I don't know how skilled you are in combat, however, answer this question for me. Are you strong enough to slice a mountain in a single attack?" Although A2 was confused, regardless she answered her creator. "No, I don't think anyone is capable of doing such a feat, well, maybe except for a special unit machine called Grun." With a smile, he said. "If that's the case, then you don't need to worry about harming him." Huh? A2 titled in her head in confusion, however it didn't take her long to understand exactly what he meant. 3rd Pav. A2 couldn't believe it, as she saw the brunette countered her attack with ease. How is this possible? A human, who they know as a fragile being, was overwhelming an android like her who is specifically built for combat with such ease. The human didn't even look like he was trying. Clang. Both spear and sword clashed with each other with such force that it created mini shockwaves at each and every exchange they made. "You're better than I thought." Himmel smiled at the white-haired android as he continued his attacks. Cling. Clang. Shang. A2 grunted in pain as she was being pushed back. This was unbelievable, unthinkable even. I thought humans were supposed to be fragile and weak. But what is this? How is this human so strong, not to mention even more skilled than me in combat? It was as if everything that she knew about humans crumbled before her eyes. What she knew about their creators was completely incorrect. Without realizing it, she was already on the ground, completely overwhelmed by Himmel's strength. Then the tip of his sword was only an inch closer to her neck before it could truly hit her, the brunette said. Do you yield? Absent-mindedly she nodded, then only to realize that she was utterly defeated by the being that she thought was fragile. Are all humans capable of achieving things like this? A2 couldn't help but blurt those words. No, not really, but only a small minority could achieve something like Himmel did. Alexander, who was watching the fight, replied to A2's question. And after he did he thought. But of course, it depends what world we're talking about. After all, different concepts and limits exist. While in my world is entirely possible to achieve Himmel's level of strength, but it would take special methods and enormous amount of effort, not to mention talent to even achieve that kind of superhuman strength. Well, that's how it is normally. But Alexander has the shop and Himmel's strength and combat skills aren't that hard to achieve with enough points. But then again, his establishment is a cheat of life itself. Now, are you willing to believe that humans aren't as fragile as you thought us to be? Alexander said. Of course, after that fight how could I not? A2 whispered her answer, but regardless Alexander heard it and was satisfied. Suddenly Alexander moved his body for a bit, dodging an incoming attack from behind. That was quite rude of you. He stared at his attacker with no small amount of amusement. It was a white-haired android with a short structure wearing a blindfold who tried to hit him. But sadly for him, he wouldn't be able to touch him as long as Alexander has his observation hockey in passive mode, as he literally has a limited form of future sight. Any attempted attacks would be null, and completely easy to avoid. Despite the short man's blindfolded appearance, it was obvious to see that he was surprised that his attacks were easily avoided. However, it wasn't just him that was facing an assault. Himmel was also blocking a blindfolded white-haired woman's relentless attack with her katana. It didn't take A2 to realize what's happening and shouted toward our attacks with disbelief and anger. Wait. Stop. Both of you. 9S and 2B cease your attacks right this instant. And like a charm, her words made the two freeze, while the shorter male android stared at A2 with confusion. Huh? Weren't they attacking you? No. They are not. Did you know what the two of you just did? If they weren't so capable they would have. And so, A2 was completely enraged with the thoughtless actions of her subordinates and won't be stopping anytime soon. Chapter 120, Androids Hope for A2 never scolded anyone as harshly as she did now, but considering what could have happened if the two important beings were gravely injured or worse killed, her reaction was granted. Now the shorter android and a larger female construction was kneeling into the ground while having their hands lifted in the air. It wasn't really something that could hurt them, it's more a disciplinary action than anything. Besides, from the limited knowledge she acquired about humans, punishing disobedient children like this is efficient. Although, she wasn't sure if it's as efficient toward androids, but either way she wouldn't let them go unpunished. After a while, she said to her subordinates, "Now, your actions almost made you the enemy of android kind. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them are a special kind, there's no doubt that the two of you may forever stain your hands with a great sin that would forever haunt you." The two of her subordinates looked confused at her statement, which was something she could understand and doesn't really blame them for acting like that. They might think of her as overacting, but once they know the truth there's no doubt that they would understand where she's coming from. Then suddenly the shorter android spoke. Ma'am, if you don't mind me asking, what exactly do you mean by made us the enemy of the entire android kind? I thought those guys were your enemies and we helped. But from how you reacted it's obvious that they aren't, so who are they exactly? Are they someone important? A2 let out a hum at that question and thought. 9S really does ask the most important questions, huh? After that, she looked at the two of them with a serious expression and replied. To answer your question 9S, yes they're important. Extremely important to the android kind that once they knew of their existence they would no doubt worship the very ground they stand. The two of her subordinates looked at each other in surprise, while also trying to understand A2 words. However, it didn't take long for the scanner to understand what she was implying, making him gasp in shock and couldn't stop himself from standing up as he realized it. A2. Are you saying that those two are? And no, it can't be. That's impossible. The data from the bunker clearly stated that. The shorter android couldn't stop himself from grasping his artificial chest where the heart lies. His female counterpart, however, was surprised by her partner's reaction. She wasn't as smart as him, But it doesn't mean she is stupid for him to act like this. It could only mean one thing, and 2B couldn't believe it. A2. Are they really? A2 nodded as if to confirm their assumptions. Yes, they are in fact 100% humans. Hearing that, both of them are in complete shock. After all, unlike White, who basically lied to their faces and kept a very dark secret from them for how many years. A2, on the other hand, was someone who disliked lies, and the fact that she confirmed that these people are indeed human, they immediately believed her. While they completely believed her, it wasn't the same for their pods. While limited in intelligence, knowing that these two people who were right beside them were humans, they immediately started scanning both of them. And the results were exactly the same as A2 personal pod scan results from earlier. Hearing that confirmation, the white-haired boy burst into joyful tears, knowing that their creators still live right in front of them in flesh. However, after knowing that, the little android paled, or at least imitated being one, as he recalled what A2 said earlier. Oh my god, we almost killed the humans. We attacked them. The shorter android was having an external crisis of his previous actions, while the other one wasn't as worse. She is still reeling from the fact that she almost killed a human. After all, their very being was to serve and protect the humans. It's their life, their duty, and the very reason why they were made. To think they almost killed a human, who is essentially a god to them, was shocking. A2 knew this would happen, but their reaction was way more than what she expected. But then again, they worked for Yorha, a group of human-obsessed androids. Everything they do is for humanity, or at least what they believe. Then after the revelation about human extinction, most of them deserted. That's because they don't have anything to believe in anymore, despite knowing that their fanaticism toward humans didn't change at all. A2 was just an exception, mostly because she thought that the Council of Humanity, which she believed were humans, betrayed her and her team at the Pearl Harbor incident, and branding her as a traitor, which made her impression of humanity to decline. At one point she truly hated them. However, after the dirty secrets of Yorha were exposed, she realized that the Council of Humanity was nothing more than a fraud, consisting of nothing but androids and no humans at all. Her hatred of humans was unjust, but the damage was already there. She wasn't as devoted to humans as before, however she still respects them greatly, but nothing compared to the borderline cult-like fascinations of Yorha. Calm down, both of you. What happened won't change. Being guilty doesn't help you at all. That's why you two have to make it up to them with your lives, serve them to repent for your mistakes. As if a great revelation descended. 9S and 2B became clarified at her wisdom, and then with the most serious look they could muster they said, "As we should." A2 was greatly satisfied with the conviction of her subordinates, and then finally looked back at the humans behind her. Who was giving them an odd look, however she didn't really notice. "These two will serve the two of you. Please do not hesitate to ask anything to them, and they will do what you ordered with the best of their abilities. That also includes me." What the fuck? I couldn't believe what I've witnessed. Did I just witness the birth of a cult? If it wasn't bad enough, it was a cult dedicated to Himmel and I, even though he's a bit disturbed by this. I know their primary function is to serve humanity, but this is ridiculous. Now the androids were looking at us with eagerness, waiting for our orders. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have suggested going to A2's world for the battle. But regardless of my regrets, this is the outcome and I have to live with it, and that's why. Let the world know that we exist. I can't believe you said that. Himmel, who sat right next to his elf fiancé at one of the long chairs near the counter, said. What do you want me to do? It's better for them to have something to do rather than those androids following us anywhere. I said as I leaned at the counter. But, for you to say that, do you even think about the consequences? Those androids literally worship humans like a god, and by the way, I'm the freaking hero that killed the demon lord and people worship me, but even they aren't crazy enough to start a cult about me. Himmel said in frustration. Something interesting must have happened while you went to that world. Frieren finally listened as she put down the grimoire that she was reading recently. Yeah, something happened, alright. Himmel replied to his fiancée with a sigh. Don't think too much about it. After all, what's the worst thing that could happen? I shrugged and waved it off as something that isn't worth thinking of. If it does, I'm totally blaming you for it. And it did, but I wouldn't know it till later, but for now I remained clueless. Flam finally arrived at the shop, but this time she wasn't alone and was with a company. It was the younger version of Frieren, who was 1,000 years younger than the current version of Frieren. The two of them are looking at each other's eyes, while the rest of us were looking at their appearance despite the 1,000-year difference. I could confidently say. They look exactly the same, except for the clothes. She barely aged at all. I pointed it out. Even Himmel, who was more familiar with Frieren, couldn't tell any difference between their appearance. However, there's a massive difference on how they carry themselves. Anyway, I heard from the owner that you guys are now engaged. Congratulations, I would never have thought it would happen this fast. It wasn't even that long since I gave my advice. Flam was surprised, but it was a welcome one. Thank you, Master. The older Friarn smiled at her master, while the younger Friarn was confused and couldn't really understand the concept of love, but regardless of not understanding it herself, she was interested in the guy who her older self loves and wondered if she would be able to experience it herself. Chapter 121, Homecoming 1. He's back. He's really back at his own original world. He has a lot of things that he wanted to say, but right now the only thing in his mind was, "It's true. I'm really home." With a small, but genuine smile appeared on his lips. So this is your home world, teacher?" He almost forgot that he went back with his protege, so he didn't really forget her. He looked at her with a nod. Different from her first appearance when he first met her, she was healthier and mentally unstable. Her body has more fat and her face, especially her eyes, has more light compared to the dead ones, he knew at their first meeting. Although, she didn't change that much as she's shy and very timid, maybe that's just her core personality, but he really doesn't mind. In fact, he finds it refreshing because most girls he knew, sans Sakura herself, have a strong personality. Taiga, Rin, Arteria and even Luvia, they all have a headstrong kind of personality that doesn't really bend to anyone, except few. He was surrounded by strong women, which skewed his perspective of women in general. To him, women were capable of throwing hands with their opposite gender, and won't be losing to them. That's why being with someone like Ymir is a refreshing change. Either way, for now he has to know what year it is. There's no point knowing where he is right now because he's very familiar with this very location. It might not have the same platform anymore, however this place has a special corner deep inside his mind despite forgetting a lot of things in his original life due to the countless amount of years being a les hunting dog. This place is, after all, the very spot where he was hanged to death and branded as a traitor by the very people he saved. The very location was the place of his supposed death and the beginning of his ultimate regret. Being in this place once more leaves a bitter taste in his mouth. He can't stand this place. Yeah, this is my world. Although, let's leave this place first. He didn't want to stay in this cursed place any longer, as this would remind him of how foolish he was before. Ymir looked confused at her teacher's distaste, but regardless she followed him. It wasn't her problem to deal with, and besides she isn't the type to pry into someone's problem. Whoa. The undisguised awe in the girl's voice was quite obvious, and Amiya couldn't help but be amused. Right now, they are riding a plane to Japan. Ymir's reaction wasn't surprising at all. In her eyes, to be able to fly is nothing but a magical experience. After all, she lived in a world where it's similar to the Middle Ages. For her to be in a modern civilization was something beyond her wildest dreams. Either way, making a fake identification and passport is frankly easy thanks to his magecraft. Tracing was extremely convenient. Normally he wouldn't resort to this kind of thing, but since he is dead on paper, probably, he has to resort to his specialized craft, which is extremely convenient. Besides, he also needed to make an identification for Ymir because she literally doesn't exist in any official records in this world. She's equivalent to a ghost. Pretty much non-existent. There's also the issue of money and clothes, so he created some counterfeit money for their use. It's going to take some time for them to arrive at their destination. For now he's going to take a small nap. But unfortunately, there's a bit of a problem. Teacher. I feel weird. Amiya frowned as he stared at his protege's face. Her face was pale and was holding back something from coming out. It didn't take him long to realize the problem. Oh, right, this is your first time on air, you're having an air sickness. Quickly, he took the emergency vomit bag that the plane provided and gave it to Ymir, who looked confused. Use that bag if you puke. Don't worry, it's natural to feel air sickness. Though, he never had that problem. Nodding at him, she then started puking her breakfast this morning. Blur. It's going to take a while. He let out a sigh and gently patted the girl's back for comfort. After that incident, Ymir couldn't enjoy the scenario anymore as she constantly felt faint, due to her air sickness. And once they were done with their flight, she couldn't be more happy that she's back on the ground. It was easy to say that the girl won't be riding any plane anytime soon. He found out that it's been a couple of years since his death, which was honestly very surprising that it's only been a mere year that has passed. But then again, time was irrelevant to the counterforce. It may have been eons have passed in his perspective, but it was only a mere few years that have gone by in his world. He was quite grateful for it, because he would be able to meet the people he knew back when he was still alive. It was such a relief for the former guardian. The reason why he's back is to resolve some regrets that he had after passing. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the city of their destination. Amiya couldn't help but feel nostalgic. It's been eons since he's back from his Fuiuki. The city was the same as he remembered, there wasn't much of a change. Is this your hometown, teacher? His protege said. That's right, this is the city where I lived most of my life. He wasn't sure if was born here, since he couldn't remember who he was before he became Amiya. Not that it was important anyway. Then after that, he finally took a step inside his home down alongside the blonde girl. The first thing he visited upon arrival isn't his house or anyone's place for that matter, but in Ritu's temple where his adopted father's grave Giratsugu Amiya is located. His feelings for his father are complicated, as everything started with him. He doesn't hate the man, he couldn't after all he was someone important to him, someone he idolized. But regardless of his admiration, he absolutely loathed his ideals, for it is beautiful that he couldn't see the darkness that it implies and only after achieving what it meant to be a hero of justice. It broke him, his ideals betrayed it. In the beginning it was impossible to save everyone and make everyone equally happy. After so many years of being a les dog, only then realized that to be a hero of justice is to be a glorified killer. Nothing more and nothing less. Standing at the very grave of his adopted father, he spoke. "Old man, I have done it. I become the very thing that you always dreamed about, to be a hero of justice." He wasn't happy, nor is it something that is worth celebrating with. In fact, he could only show his disgust for achieving that goal. The price for achieving that ideal isn't worth it. With a sigh, he left as he didn't have anything more to say. He said his piece and it was time for him to leave. However, as he did he encountered someone familiar on his way back. To his surprise, this person recognized him despite the difference between his appearance before and after he left Fuyuki. "Is that you, Amiya?" With a slight smile, he replied. "I'm surprised you could even recognize me, Sai." With Sai's eyes widened, he was looking at him with disbelief. "So it is you. I wasn't truly sure, but after you confirmed it. I can't believe it. What the hell happened to you, Amiya? You look completely different." Amiya shrugged and answered. "A lot of things happened while I was gone. What about you?" The monk sighs and replies. "That isn't really an answer, but I suppose there's a lot of things that has been going on these past several years. Say this isn't an appropriate place to communicate. Let's talk inside the temple as I for one, been really curious of what's your story after you suddenly drop out from high school. I suppose that could be arranged." Then Amiya followed his former friend to his family's template. Shit, another 4-star servant? My luck is shit. I cursed my terrible luck in this game. This is the game that literally shook the moonlit world a while ago. As it endangered the entire magic society, and it was a game that I'm quite familiar with. I have once played this game back in my previous world. Fate Grand Order or FGO. A game about servants and singularities. Without a warning this game suddenly appeared from the market that it even took me off guard. Thanks to this game, my sister was working overnight to find the culprit of this mess, but even after a few months of relentless investigation, there wasn't a single clue who started this mess. The company, the creators and completely unknown, but frankly it isn't worth the effort. It was increasingly obvious that unless the culprit showed up, no one would be able to find them. That's why, I'm enjoying the game as anyone should. If I wasn't born rich, I would have been broke a long time ago. That's right, my luck is truly shit in this game. It took me exactly 100 rerolls to get one 5-star servant, each time without fail. At this point I've spent millions in this game, not that it matters as it's literally nothing compared to my assets. However, compared to my brother-in-law's luck, even I'm forced to admit that his luck in getting a 5-star servant, especially those saber-faced ones, is phenomenal. He even got the original saber, a 5-star servant in the tutorial of all things. Not only that he acquired 5 copies in that role. Like how the fuck is that even possible? The worst part is, he couldn't see what's wrong with it and treated it as something normal. Which is not, because every time there's a saber-faced servant in the summoning event, he would always get 5 copies of the same servant in a single X10 roll without fail. "Oh, I got another 5-star servant. It's good I think?" Chiru said. "Let me take a look." I quickly looked at his phone and saw something unbelievable. The fuck? How did you even get Morgan Le Fay from LB6 when Act 1 isn't even complete? This is ridiculous, they weren't even past Tokinos yet. His luck for saber faces literally broke the concept of time. Chapter 122, Homecoming 2. Meeting with his old classmate was unexpected, but a welcome one. They talked about a lot of things about themselves, however Emiya concealed a lot of things from his former friend. Like for example his death. Thanks to Sai he found out that no one knew about his death as the man didn't really say anything about it. Which means, his death was private and only a certain amount of the population knew about it. With this, he won't have to bother explaining things to those who weren't part of the moonlit world. It was nice meeting you after a long time, Sai. Yes, the same with you, Amiya. Although, it relieves me to know that you're doing fine despite dropping out of high school. After that, he left the temple and went to the hotel where he left Mir. He wasn't really expecting to leave her for this long and was sure that she's probably getting concerned about my lateness. You're back. Mir tackled him and grabbed his waist tightly, afraid that he might leave again if she wasn't holding him tightly enough. As he expected, she was indeed concerned. Too concerned, in fact. Whoa, calm down. She didn't, not for at least a half hour, and only then, she let go. He couldn't help but think how this girl became too attached to him, to the point that it's unhealthy. But knowing her past, it wasn't really that complicated to understand why she's attached, for he is the person who showed her kindness for a long time and someone who saw her as a human being and not as a slave. Emilia knew that he had to apologize. It wasn't really his intention to leave her here for a considerable amount of time. My bad for leaving you here alone. I didn't expect to meet a friend on my way back. Either way, you're going with me this time. Mira nodded, and the next thing she did was quite unexpected as she suddenly grabbed his right hand and held it tightly. Although it was surprising, he didn't say anything and left the hotel room that he rented. For his next destination, he went to his old home, where he grew up to the man he is now today. As they arrived, he couldn't help but be surprised because the house never changed at all. It was like someone was regularly fixing it. It was still the same as the day he left Fuyuki, which was honestly strange as he never left anyone to take care of the house. In fact, he was expecting the house to be abandoned or at least being used by another family. But it wasn't the case at all. It means that someone was maintaining the house exactly the same before he left. And to accurately do something like this, it could only mean that whoever they are, they're someone who knew him long enough to the point they could remember details like this. There isn't much in the list to begin with, which means the person who maintained the house is either one of the two. Or perhaps both at the same time, and it's either Taiga, who is his big sister in all but blood, or Sakura if she is still alive in this timeline. He wasn't really sure about it, because he had been in numerous timelines where Sakura dies after the Holy Grail, mostly because in those timelines his younger self dies and she would soon follow because she is someone who lives solely for him. Without him, her life was basically meaningless and painful. In a way, he became her lifeline. She lived for him. That's why he wasn't sure if she's even alive at this point. Teacher? You're looking at this house for a while now. What is this place to you? Mir couldn't help but ask him. Emilia replied. Well, this is the place where I grew up and lived for the rest of my childhood. Mir's eyes widened at the revelation and began to look at the house in a different manner. It was curiosity, not that he could blame the girl, so they went inside the place and tried to open the door only for it to be closed. What was he expecting anyway? For it to be open? Emilia let out a sigh. This is certainly one of his dumb moments. While he could easily break the lock with his strength, it would cause a commotion. Besides, it's easier and more convenient for him to trace a key to unlock the door, not to mention wiser. As he was about to suddenly, someone shouted behind their back, a familiar one to Emilia. Hey! What are the two of you doing in this place? It's private property. If you don't have a proper statement for stepping inside this land, I will call the police. As Emilia looked behind, he saw an enraged tiger who was ready to call the police anytime. After a decade she definitely changed, her hair is longer and she has that mature vibe on her aura that wasn't there before. This was her, his original Taiga, and knowing that made her very precious to him. Unknowingly he smiled at her. And this act made her hesitate because of how genuine that smile is. However, her illogical mind won over this strangely familiar charm. I will ask you once again, what is your business here? This time, her gaze was as deadly as it could be. However, he remained unfazed as a counter-guardian. He had experienced different kinds of deadly glares, and compared to that, hers is pretty cute in comparison. Anyway, it was clear that she hadn't recognized him. Not that he can blame her, after all he definitely changed so much that he's basically unrecognizable compared to his younger self. If that wasn't the case, then anyone from the Holy Grail War, especially his master Rin Tasaka, who was definitely familiar with his younger self, would have surely recognized him. But she didn't, mostly thanks to his new appearance, his height, hair color, skin color, eyes color and hairstyle. Then, he answered her question with, to enter my home. Huh? Taiga was taken aback by his answer, and quickly turned murderous. The audacity of this guy. How dare he claim this house as his? Then froze in the spot, as she saw him bring down his hair, revealing a familiar face, with shock and great disbelief on her face, and said, Shiru. That's me, alright. It's been a while since Taiga. It's good to see you. It has truly been a while. This was something he could only imagine while in the hands of Alea. And to think there would be a day he would be able to have this conversation, to say that this was a miracle was an understatement. Upon realizing that her little brother but in blood was back, tears started forming from her eyes, and without a warning she tackled him with a hug. Thankfully his structure and balance was strong, so he avoided falling down into the ground. Shiru. You're back. You're really back. I can't believe it. She hugged him really tight that if he were someone normal, there's no doubt his spine would have been rearranged by now. Mir, who was by his side, didn't know what to do in this situation. It certainly took a while for her to calm down, but right after she did her breakdown, immediately a consecutive slap hit his face. Slap. 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 What were you thinking? An angry Taiga was such a sight to see. Suddenly leaving within a warning. You didn't say goodbye or anything at all. Do you know how worried I was? Tears started to form once more at the reminder of those times. But she quickly wiped it out from her eyes, and then glared at her little brother. Where were you all this time anyway? And how did you change so much? I know it's been a decade, but I hardly recognize you. Taiga looked at him in disbelief. The contrast was too great to start with. White hair, tan skin and ridiculously tall. What the heck did you eat to grow this big? A lot of rice. However, she was not amused at his answer and said, what have you been doing this past several years? Don't tell me you strayed into the dark path of entering hot married MILFs. You certainly got the looks for it. What the heck are you talking about? Emiya seriously has no idea what nonsense she's saying. You know what, let's go inside. There's a lot of things I want to talk about you, and I still haven't forgiven you for the stunt you pulled. And Taiga finally noticed Ymir and suddenly gasped in shock. And he could tell that she definitely misunderstood something. Shiru that girl. There's no doubt about it. The hair, that face, I knew it. Taiga pointed at Mir. Knew what? Emiya raised a brow. That this girl is your love child with that foreigner you stayed with 10 years ago. Yes, I think I recalled her name. That woman named Saber. No, she's completely off the mark. However, he can't exactly fault her for thinking that way. After all, it does make sense from the outsider's perspective. Either way, just because Mir has blonde hair and a similar face, it doesn't mean she's Archeria's. What she's doing is literally stereotyping every single Western woman with blonde hair. Chapter 123, Homecoming 3-0. I see, so she isn't your daughter. Why didn't you say so from the start? Taiga laughed. Emiya's face twitched at that answer and shouted inside his mind. That's literally what I did. But you won't believe me. It took him a lot of explanation and stubbornness to make her believe that Mir isn't my daughter with Archeria. It took literal hours for that to happen, and sometimes he almost loses his patience, but he persevered anyway. Then Taiga suddenly became serious and asked. So, where were you all this time for the past 10 years? Even with my grandfather's connection, I couldn't find you anywhere. Emiyan honestly doesn't have any answer to that. After all, he almost doesn't remember anything back when he started to pursue his ideals. Most things he remembers was being deployed by Allah to take care of some problems. He could only remember bits of his memories back when he was still alive. Since he couldn't remember, he decided to answer differently. I was pursuing my dream to become a hero of justice. Honestly, the word hero of justice tasted like ash in his mouth. While it may not be the answer she wanted, it certainly made her understand why he left. Taiga's eyes widened and exclaimed. Wait. You're meaning to tell me that you still haven't gotten over that childhood dream? Emiya let out a scoff. It wasn't a childhood dream, Taiga, but I wish it was, but sadly it wasn't that case. Taiga frowned at his reply. He can't blame her for reacting that way, but suddenly she said. Hey, stop calling me Taiga. It feels weird to be called that by you of all people. Call me Fujine like you used to. From all of the things to complain about, this one bothered her the most. Emiya couldn't help but roll his eyes, then thought with a slight smile. But that's Taiga for you. She's still the same as I remember. Alright, Fujine, if that's what you want. He's fine with calling her that way. In fact, this was way better than calling her outright by name, as in his eyes calling her this way is more meaningful, not to mention nostalgic. Taiga looked satisfied, then back to their previous conversation. What do you mean by not being a childhood dream exactly? Like I said, it isn't a childhood dream to me, but an unhealthy obsession of an empty husk of a human being trying to fill something inside him. Emiya couldn't help but think of how stupid his past self was. Trying to save everyone was impossible to begin with. Then he begins his policy of killing 1 to save 10, kill 10 to save hundreds, and kill hundreds to save thousands. A disgusting policy, exactly like his father's. What do you mean? Taiga looked even more confused by his explanation. Emiya expected her not to understand what he's trying to say, that's why he clarified exactly what the problem was. After he's done with his explanation, his former guardian couldn't be more horrified by this revelation to the point she shed tears. So all the time you were suffering from survivor's guilt. And you think that only way for you to be happy is by saving someone? In a simple manner, yes, but it's way more complicated than that. But either way, she gets to the point of his psychological issue. Oh Shiru. If you only told me about this earlier, I could have brought you to a psychologist to help you deal with it. Emiya shook his head at that. If it was only that simple. I don't think it would help at all. It's an issue that wouldn't be solved by a simple therapy session. Regardless of anything, The damage was already done, he's already utterly broken, and frankly his ideal and dream has already been achieved technically, but the result is something horrible enough that no words could describe it. Either way, what is done is done. There's no changing the past. I'm already tired of all things I did for my ideals, so please I'd appreciate it if we stop talking about it. I'd hate to be reminded of my idiocy. Emiya didn't really want to continue talking about his horrible past that he recently only escaped to. Now that he's finally a free man, he wanted to do things that he couldn't after being in a contract with that bitch Leela. For this is his redemption, his second chance in life, and B really doesn't want to fuck it up. Taiga was reluctant, but regardless she respected his wishes, despite knowing that he isn't okay. Alright, if that's what you want. Emiya was glad that she accepted. He's very aware that she's far from being completely satisfied knowing that he has a lot of issues that need to be fixed, but right now it is enough, if only to gain a semblance of peace. His issues are, after all, a very touchy subject. Enough about me, what about you? I'm sure a lot of things have happened after a decade of my absence. Are there any major things that happen while I'm gone? Taiga made a thoughtful look on her face, thinking what to say first. Well, there's indeed a lot of things that happened in your absence. Oh? For example? He asked with interest. Like me being a wife to someone and a mother to a child. Taiga said with a smile. Hearing that from her mouth, honestly shocked him, as this was completely out of his expectations. What? You're married? How? And who would dare to marry someone like you? Now that he thought about it, he did see a ring on her ring finger. He thought of it as a means of fashion rather than an actual engagement ring. Taiga's face twitched at his words, and a dark aura covered her entire body and menacingly said. What exactly do you mean by that? Quickly realizing his mistake, unlike his past self who was dense as a black hole, he was way better in reading the room compared to his younger counterpart and immediately made a recovery answer. I mean, who wouldn't? You're a beautiful woman after all. It's just surprising to me that the person who married you isn't intimidated by your background, if you know what I mean. Thanks to his quick thinking, he managed to avoid the wrath of the tiger. Oh, that's what you meant, hee hee. Taiga's menacing aura completely disappeared as she scratched the back of her head. He noted that she was doing exactly what his younger counterpart would do if they didn't know what to feel about that particular issue. Anyway, who was this guy you married to? And how did you two exactly meet? Emiya couldn't help but ask. Taiga made a nostalgic look on her face, as if remembering something precious, and answered. For your information, his name is Waver. He thought, as he felt like he knew this guy, but he wasn't sure. But the name is seriously familiar to him. Taiga continued her story of how she met her husband. After you left without a warning, I was really depressed, crying and drinking alcohol to ease the pain. She gave him a particular stink eye for that, which made him really guilty. However, after a while I realized that the alcohol I bought from the market wasn't enough. That's why I decided to go to a bar nearby, and that's where I met him. She had a fond smile hanging on her face. Our first encounter might not be romantic or fated like in those cheesy TV dramas, but it was enough for me to cherish it, though it almost ended up as a disaster, but it was something precious in my memory. Taiga paused for a bit before continuing. Since that encounter, I've met him regularly in the bar, talk with him with random topics, and making me forget the pain of loss. Funny thing that we actually met each other several years ago from the past. We only realized it after meeting each other a few times. Then things lead one to another, and we started going on dates, eventually dating each other, and after a few years of dating he suddenly proposed to me, to which I happily accepted. Taiga chuckled as if relenting a particular funny memory. We got married, had a boy who was named Alexander, honoring my husband's idol who is apparently Alexander the Great. Even now I don't get his obsession with the historical figure. Emiya finally realized who this mysterious husband was. Funny coincidence that this boy also has the same name as his boss, but for further verification, he asked. So, what is this guy's last name? Taiga raised a brow at the weirdly specific question, but regardless she didn't really think much of it and answered. Velvet. His full name is Waver Velvet. As his wife I'm Velvet Taiga, or Taiga Velvet in Western arrangement. Oh, if this one of the major incident after he left, then what the fuck are the rest? Chapter 124, Club Curious. I asked the younger version of Frieren as she was listening to her older counterpart's conversation with her teacher. Frieren shifted her attention to me and nodded. Yes, I'm interested in how my older self is feeling. I want to know what it feels to love someone, as it's a foreign concept to me. I made a thoughtful look before answering. While I certainly could give you an example through verbal explanation, it would be better if you experience it yourself. But how? I don't exactly know where to begin with, and I don't think this Himmel guy existed in my world yet, or perhaps would never exist because we already interfered with what was yet to happen. Frieren stated the possibility of the future changing. She isn't exactly wrong with her assumption. The butterfly effect is a thing, And knowing about the future is bound to change things. I think that she already accepted the fact that her future would be completely different from her older counterpart, as she categorized her older self as her parallel counterpart rather than what she would become in the future. Anyway, as for her question, I replied, that's for you to find out. Half of the fun is the unpredictability of it, and if you're worried you'll never be able to find love, which is exactly almost impossible for your case since you literally have all the time in the world due to your long lifespan, but if it ever comes to that point, find me and I'll help you experience what love is. Which is buying someone 100% compatible with her in the shop, since everything exists in this little establishment of mine. Friar's eyes widened for a bit, before smiling a little. I'll certainly remember that. Good, which means Friar pre-ordered something from my shop, even though it's not official. However, anything that came out of Friar's mouth, especially an agreement, is good as a guarantee. I'm happy knowing that I'll get more profits in the future. It's been a week since the arrival of Mu, who was technically my brother-in-law's sister, if you ignore that parallel world part, that is. Ever since her arrival, my brother-in-law stayed in my house so that he could spend time with his sister. To him, it doesn't matter if she came from another reality, the fact that she's related to him is enough. Their relationship was quite rocky for the first few days, mostly thanks to me, who is still reeling from the fact that she wasn't in her world anymore or with her real brother. And being with my brother-in-law didn't exactly help her cope, as he was a constant reminder that she was in a world completely different from her own. But thankfully, she started opening herself to Shiro, mostly because of how similar he is to her real brother. It wasn't really surprising, considering they're literally the same person. Different worlds aside, they have the same origin of that cursed fire. Both are broken, an empty shell of a person who he was once, a being pretending to be a human. Their true nature is more of a weapon rather than a human being. A sword, ready to be used when the time is right. My brother-in-law is considered lucky compared to the other versions of him, as he found a sheath to hold him and a resting place, essentially stopping him from becoming another archer. Either way, I should leave him on his own devices because whatever he's doing is working and I don't want to ruin that. The school was the same as always, it's boring for one, and sometimes it makes me wonder why I even bothered going to start with Dato right. For fun. It's been almost a month since we transferred to this school. A lot of things have happened, maybe little or big. Regardless of that, most things frankly don't matter to me, as I'm only interested in a few things that this school could offer, mainly the people. The prime examples of such people are precisely Shiro and Sora. They're interesting for one, not because I know them in the form of animated series, but because they genuinely are interesting sort of people. I can't say the same for the majority of the students, though. Ever since becoming friends with them, both siblings became relatively open with me. I wasn't as wary and cautious as before, knowing that I didn't really have any malicious intentions toward them and genuinely wanted to befriend them, only because they were both interesting and not for anything harmful. Sora let his guard down. However, he wasn't completely taking it down either, which isn't really surprising considering their history of being bullied, and he isn't stupid either. A good amount of caution is good, after all, not everyone is good, his previous school history taught him that. Anyway, as I stated before, the siblings became open to me, and for example, this is what Sora is doing now. Hey, Alex. There's this new game that just came out, wanna play it together with me? Sora put his arm behind my back while grinning as he announced the news. After the previous caution was thrown, it's like personal space doesn't exist in this guy's dictionary, but I don't mind that he's more fun and amusing this way. With him acting like this, was more refreshing compared to those snobs who wanted to suck me up. Bootlickers, frankly, hate those types of people, and whoever has them as their friend is someone whose ego is the same size as the planet. Those who are friends with bootlickers are narcissists of the highest level and have a high possibility of having a holier-than-thou attitude. Either way, the day I become similar to that kind of thing as refusing to categorize that type of person. Basically a person to me is a human being with a working brain and that thing isn't one. If I were to become like that type, is the day I'd commit suicide. Answering Sora's earlier question. Depends on what type of game it is. What's the title, by the way? I'm glad you asked. It's a fantasy sci-fi RPG game that is rather popular nowadays, thanks to its smooth graphics and the amount of content it has. As for the title, the game is called No Game No Life, or NGNL for short. Sora happily grinned at my face. Hearing that familiar title, I couldn't help but remember that particular game from the first episode of their series. If I recall correctly, angels from another world are playing that game too for some reason. Either way, I already decided to try it myself as I'm curious if I would be able to encounter those angels in the game, plus playing the same game with the siblings would create an opportunity for us to be closer. With a smile, I replied. Sounds pretty fun. I'm going to try playing that game only because you asked, right? Which device should I use to play this game? Oh, it's available for both Android and console, although I highly recommend playing it on PC because of a higher quality of gaming performance, but take your pick to which you're comfortable," he said as he sat right back at his table, noticing that people were entering the classroom who weren't our classmates or the teachers. "I'll keep that in mind," I replied as I looked at the students who entered our class, and one of them was someone I'm pretty familiar with. Then, one of the students clapped their hands, making the rest of our classmates pay attention to what was in front of them. "Alright, I'm sure some of you are wondering why we're here. I'd get straight to the point. To those who haven't joined any club yet, especially those students who transferred in this semester, we strongly recommend you to join our club. The swimming club." The student who did the speech continued, but I wasn't listening after knowing their intention, but it did get my interest. "A club, huh? Interested?" I flinched at the unexpected voice behind me and then stared at the culprit with a deadpan look. "What do you want?" The only being on the planet that could catch me off guard with ease, as she's completely immune to all of my skills, even the passive state of observation hockey. I didn't even know she was there until she let me know of her presence. "Oh, what's with that look? Is that how you treat your girlfriend? How cruel of you." I wasn't taking the bait and repeated my question. "What do you want?" You're no fun at all. Anyway, I'm interested in creating my club for the fun of it, since the existing clubs in this school don't really catch my attention. They're all so generic and boring to me," Dee said with a bored tone. "So? That's completely unrelated to what I'm asking you, unless you want me to join that club of yours. However, I'd have to decline. I wasn't interested in joining any club that had to do with her or a situation that would make me spend more time with her. The fact that she terrorized me every day was enough, adding more of it would drain me mentally. I'm making a gaming club. Imagine playing games in class time. Wouldn't that be great?" Dee said a bit loudly. Even though she screamed in front of me, there was no way I'd be joining the same club as her. My eyes widened upon realizing her intentions. "Oh, this bitch a game club? Now that's interesting. If that exists, then my sister and I would gladly join it because it certainly beats any existing clubs of this school." Her target wasn't me, it was the siblings, and she knew that whatever club they were joining, I would join too because of my friendship with the two of them. Even Shiro agreed with Dee, not knowing that they were being manipulated. Well played. It's so natural that it almost flew out of my head if it wasn't for our earlier conversation. Great. I already have 2 members in my club. However, we need 2 more people to make it official. Anyone in mind who might be interested in joining? With a sly smile, Dee and the step-sibling stared in my direction with expectations in their eyes. Frankly, I couldn't care less about Dee's, but it's different for Sora and Shiro. With a resigned sigh, I replied. "Alright, you got me." Hearing my answer, they cheered, and then I continued and reminded them. "We still need 1 more to make it official, you know." Dee smiled and answered. "I already have someone in mind." "Don't tell me it's Hitori?" "Nah, it's someone else." "Who?" "WW, what do you want?" A scared black-haired girl said to Dee. "Oh, it's Mitsuha. I've completely forgotten about her, as she lacks even more presence compared to Bocce nowadays. This person is our 5th member. Now we can register our club," Dee declared, completely ignoring Mitsuha, who was traumatized by her. Chapter 125, Proposal. When that thing was looking for her, she almost instinctively wanted to teleport away from this place, despite plenty of eyes being around to see her after using her ability. That's how afraid she is of this abomination named Wakabe Arrow, but the only thing that stopped her from doing so wasn't because of the crowd, but because it is pointless to run away from this being. As she's capable of locking her ability with ease, there's literally nothing that she could do to stop her. That's why she faced the abomination despite her fears toward it. What do you want?" Mitsuha could stop voice from trembling as she spoke. The abomination, posing as a human, smiled and said. "This person is our 5th member. Now we can register our club." Huh? Mitsuha exclaimed at the unexpected turn of events, and then as a semblance of clarity returned to her, she noticed that Wakabe wasn't alone, but with other people, and one of them is someone she's intimately familiar with. After all, she had sex with him, and he's also someone she's interested in romantically, though you won't hear her saying it in public because it's embarrassing, not to mention she's prideful enough that she won't say anything about it, unless of course the guy himself makes a move. Upon realizing that she wasn't alone with this abomination, she shouted as she recalled what the thing said. "Wait, what? What do you mean by the 5th member of what exactly?" "The 5th member of our new game club, so that we could make it official. I never agreed to this." "Oh? So you'll refuse my invitation?" A strange glint appeared in Dee's eyes. It made her tremble in fear, as she was once again reminded that she is powerless to do anything about her. To this being, her opinion hardly matters at all. Thankfully, a savior appeared to protect her from evil's influence. "Wakabe. Arrow. Waka, call me Arrow, dear." Alright, fine Arrow. It's clear that she doesn't want to join. Anyone with a working pair of eyes would obviously see that she's uncomfortable. If she doesn't want to be part of the club, don't force her. Alexander said to his alien goddess girlfriend with a stern voice. The abomination pouted at its lover's words, and even she had to admit that despite her fear for this being, Wakabe Arrow really is beautiful to the point it's otherworldly. But considering her origin, it made sense for her beauty to be out of the world. If she was the type to swing that way, there's no doubt that she would feel attraction toward this alien despite her fear toward this thing. But she's straight and fortunately isn't gay or bisexual to feel attracted to the same gender. So what remains is her deeply rooted fear of this alien goddess because of the stunt she pulled in her. Fine I won't force her to join, only because you asked my dearest, but if it's completely voluntary on her part, then it is okay? Alexander raised a brow at that question, but regardless he nodded and answered. Yes, as long as she is willing and isn't forced to participate then it's more than fine. Dee smiled at that, then smirked at her direction making her shiver for a bit, wondering what this unholy being was planning to do with her. Well, Yamano-san, mind if we talk privately for a bit? It won't take long, don't worry. What is she planning really? Her fear was visible to everyone who sees her, while Alexander understood why she feared Dee. However, the two companions of his were different as they're confused as to why she is so afraid of Wakabe Arrow. Truly, ignorance is a blessing indeed. If she didn't know about Dee's secret, she wouldn't have to fear for her life on a daily basis. She wondered if she should ask Alexander to wipe some memories out of her, so that she would forget everything about this thing in front of her. It should be possible, right? He's a magician and all. However, after thinking about it for a bit, she realized that, was it really worth it? Sure, she'll be able to have a peace of mind, free from any worry save for some minor ones, but could she live like that without being aware of a great threat that could literally destroy the world any time of the day? If the world were to end, she would remain ignorant not knowing how the world ended, which was very unlikely to happen, but there's still a chance of it happening. But considering Dee's personality or what she could comprehend of it, this alien is the type to do things on a whim, meaning she would quite literally do things if she feels like it and act for the sake of it. To her, Dee is like a gazillion nuclear bombs that could explode at any moment, and once it was fused, there's literally nothing that she could do about it. Sure, her teleportation could save her, but that couldn't be the same for everyone else, and Dee proved to her that her teleportation isn't omnipotent and could be restricted easily by a being similar to Dee. Thankfully though, there's a silver lining because for some reason this abomination is pretty submissive toward Alexander for some unknown reason. Either way, with this thing being put on leash by someone, at the very least she could have some peace of mind knowing that this all-powerful alien goddess isn't on the loose. Arrow, if you're thinking of forcing her, I won't. Sheesh, is your trust in me that small? Considering your past actions? Yes, it is. Dee pouted at that and replied. I won't really do anything to her. Trust me, by the end of it, you're going to be one who's going to benefit the most. Huh? What do you mean by that? But before he could even complete his sentence, Mitsuo was already being dragged by Dee to somewhere empty. After finding the right spot, Dee stopped and faced her directly in face with the same smirk on her face. I'm sure you're curious about why I wanted to talk to you privately. To say that she was curious was an understatement. She could barely think at all, as being along with this monstrous creature is making her anxious to the point all she could hear was her own heartbeat. But suddenly her heart calmed down, and she became really calm to the point that it's eerie and completely unnatural. It was obvious already, Dee did something to her, and even if it did help her, she wasn't exactly happy or feel safe about it. What did you do to me? Dee's smirk was still visible and answered. I only made you calm down. With how your heart was beating so fast, I thought that you'd receive a heart attack if I didn't interfere, and you won't be able to properly listen to what I'm about to say. Right. What exactly does she want to say to her? It could really be anything at all. So, what exactly do you want to talk about? Mitsuo decided to be blunt and straight to the point, now that she could calmly think despite how unnatural it may be. Dee smiled at that, as if pleased by her straightforwardness. I like that, blunt and straightforward. Very well, then I will tell you why I want to talk to you alone. I'm sure you know that you heard that I'm making a club in this school, and to make it official I needed to have at least 5 members to start. There's already 4 including me on the list, and the last spot goes to you. Mitsuo frowned at that, but before she could say anything, Dee continued. I'm not done yet. I'm aware of your reluctance to join my club. Mitsuo would have snorted if she wasn't in front of this being. Reluctance? That's severely downplaying it. But since I couldn't force you, as my hobby would get annoyed with me, worse would completely ignore me, for ignoring his words. That is why I decided to go with the second best option. Wakabe Arrow stared directly at her face with a surprisingly serious face. If you join my club, Then you'll have my approval to be part of Alex's harem and I would actively help you forging a romantic bond with him. What? Hearing that from her was completely unexpected and it made her become flustered to the point her face almost resembled a ripe tomato. What are you talking about? I don't. She was flustered to the point that she couldn't even form a sentence. Don't deny it, girl, it's very obvious, especially to someone like me, there's little that could escape my eyes. Anyway, what do you think? Would you accept my proposal? Or you can simply ignore this happening and simply forget what I said. Mitsuo was red-faced, but despite everything, she already knew her answer to this proposal. Except, Mitsuo hoped that she wouldn't regret this discussion. With that smile widely to the point her lips almost split from her face. Wise choice. Welcome aboard, Mitsuo Yamano. Chapter 126, Gil is back with some news. I wasn't sure what happened after Dee had a private talk with Mitsuo. Her face was exceptionally red. Now it suddenly got me curious about what they talked about. Especially when Mitsuo was avoiding my gaze for some reason. Either way, I'm hoping that it isn't anything harmful. Did she do something to you? I said while giving Dee a suspicious look. What? I did nothing. Right? Mitsuo? Dee winked at the legal lie, making her once more turn beet red. Honestly, with her strange reaction, there's no way Dee did nothing. While I may not know the context, it's clear enough that she said something significant to Mitsuo for her to make such expression. From what I can see, she's embarrassed of something. It could be anything. That's why I used Path to Victory to understand what happening. However, after I did something interfered. Oh, that's cheating. If you want to find out about it, do it without any powers, knowing that Dee casually making my ability null and useless, making me glare at her for doing so, would she give me a smirk? Letting out a sigh and thought. I suppose, I'll do this the traditional way then. Anyway, now that there's 5 willing members, it's time for us to make an application and create our club. Dee cheered. Then after that she left to get an application for making a club. As soon as she left, my attention shifted back to Mitsuo and bluntly asked. Mitsuo, what exactly did she tell you? This is what traditional means. If I can't get answers with my ability, then ask someone who knows. Upon hearing my question, suddenly she avoided looking at my face for some reason and replied stuttering. I can't tell you that. Hearing that unexpected answer, I frowned. Why not? Because. Mitsuo had a very flustered look on her face as she replied. It was clear that she won't say anything about it, while I could certainly force an answer. I have a feeling that it would sour our relationship. So I decided not to force the issue. Seeing that you won't answer it, I'll drop it for now, but please do tell me if you're more willing. I only asked because I'm worried about you. Mitsuo became really guilty about it and clarified. Wakabe-san didn't do anything harmful to me, so please be at ease. Knowing that it's the truth made me relaxed and thinking how I overreacted, but knowing that it's Dee. One can never be too careful. Either way, it's a relief that it's not anything harmful. It's been a day since Dee created the gaming club and she quickly got a room and an advisor for it, making it a real club. Normally it's not that easy to make a club, especially when there's a certain criteria that needed to be reached upon approval. I have no doubt that Dee manipulated few people from the school to create this club as soon as she thought of it. Either way, since no one was harmed in the process, then it shouldn't matter much. It would be hypocritical for me to scold Dee for manipulating people. Especially when my very own family and blood does this kind of thing frequently. As I arrive at the room where the new club is located, I was greeted by an excited gamer, which is Sora. Alex? You're finally here. Look. The specs of this PC is unreal. It even got the latest GPU in the market. It was easy to see his astonishment. However, for me who have a superior PC, as my computer components are something that couldn't be bought in public and was strictly for military use only. Normally this would get anyone who knows that isn't part military arrested, but it doesn't apply to me as non-moonlit laws are frankly nothing to my background. We are basically above the law, at least in the Muggle world. Either way, I still smile for the sake of my friend and part amused at his happiness, not knowing that what he has is basically 2D rate compared to what I own. That's amazing. Despite my previous thoughts, my words are sincere and it wasn't sarcastic at all. Man, I couldn't afford something like this. I'm so envious. I wish I could bring it home with me and replace our PC with it. Sora couldn't help but imagine. I suddenly got an idea upon hearing him and replied. Say, if you beat me in a game, I'll buy you a similar set. You can even include your sister. Sora eyes widened hearing that from and quickly answered. Wait, are you for real? Of course. Do I look like the type to joke about simple things like this? Simple things. Sora couldn't help but mutter himself, then shaking his head and continued. Whatever. Since you asked for it, feel free to pick any game and we'll certainly beat you without a doubt. It was the look of pure confidence, and given his background along with his sister, That confidence is given as they never really lost as, however I won't make it easy for them as I'm going to use Path of Victory to beat them. If they can beat the god of games himself, surely it wouldn't be impossible for them to outsmart this skill of mine. Then, I'll pick the game chess. Sora looked surprised at my choice of game, as he certainly didn't expect it. Chess? I thought you'd choose something more RPG considering your choice of games. This is to make it simpler, either way we can start whenever you are ready. A fair warning from me, it won't be an easy to beat me. With a smirk on my face, Sora's eyes glinted in excitement instead of being intimidated. Bring it on. We never lose to anyone. Isn't that right, Shiro? Sora asked his sister, who nodded while staring at the screen next to him. Then suddenly Dee appeared out of nowhere and declared. Then I shall be the host. Wait, where the hell did you came from? Silly, I was always here. You just didn't see me because I kept quiet. Dee said as she clings to my right arm. I look at her in astonishment and said. You can actually keep your mouth shut? If so, please do me a favor and don't talk from now on, I'd be eternally grateful for it. Haha, no. What a shame. Indeed, what a pity. Sora, who couldn't understand our relationship, he couldn't help but say. You two are a couple, right? No. I disagreed immediately. That's right. Dee agreed immediately. What exactly is which? Don't bother, my relationship with her is complicated. I decided to spare him from confusion and decided to give a summary to our really complicated relationship. Right. Sora scratched the back of his head, not knowing what to make of it, but from what he can see their relationship isn't exactly normal. That's why he would stop thinking about this matter, as it doesn't really have to do with him anyway. It wasn't his nature to pry about other people's relationship anyway. We started our match using the newly acquired PC, and now the match between, and I starts. And I immediately used my skill, Path to Victory, which should guaranteed to make me win. Or at least that was supposed to happen. It took 5 hours for skill to completely give up winning, as it doesn't show me the path to victory anymore, probably knowing that it couldn't win. Well, that was exhausting. It wasn't really the case me, however the two didn't know that. Looking at them, they look so exhausted, at least mentally, as even Shiro was closing her eyes due to mental fatigue. Alex, are you sure you're a fucking human? Sora complains while message his head due to mental exhaustion. Yes, I'm completely human by at least 99.98%. Recall a certain pod words. Huh? What about the rest 0.2%? I have no idea, maybe my ancestors got freaky with some furry or something. Sora rolled his eyes and let out a laugh, before wincing in pain. Yeah, I don't think I have enough brain power to play anything today, my head hurts. Either way, since we won, you'll keep your promise, right? Yeah, I'll send someone to deliver it to your apartment later. Yay. Sora looks happy but too exhausted to show it physically. At the shop, Emiya along with his assistant Mir was finally back after his vacation to his own world. I'm glad that you two are back, so did you enjoy your vacation? Unexpectedly Emiya showed a genuine smile at me and replied. Yeah, I did. I was a bit surprised by his willingness to show a smile, but regardless I'm happy for him as he finally got the closure that he deserves. Then when I was about to ask him the details of his vacation, suddenly, someone familiar appeared at the door. I looked at her in surprise and blurted. Gilgamesh? Then she looks at me with a rather frosty eyes and bluntly said. I'm pregnant with your child, take responsibility for it. Just like that my greatest fear came true. Damn. Chapter 127, The Bomb. Are you sure that's mine? I started asking a very stupid question, which I'm very much aware of, but due to the shocking news I received, my brain was malfunctioning. Gilgamesh could only stare at me with such cold eyes and declare to all, I, of all people, made a mistake of who the father of my child is. Do you think I'm stupid? No, it's one thing to call her arrogant, but she's by no means stupid, and for her to make a mistake, especially in something like this, is very unlikely. Then, you should know that I would never mistake anyone for the father of my child, and you must know that you're the last person in the last several months that I laid with. There's no mistake that this is yours, Gilgamesh said, as she crossed both arms in her chest. Wait, several months? If that's the case, then how are your stomach still? I pointed out. Gilgamesh raised a brow at my question and replied, what is it? Why is your stomach still smooth after claiming that you're pregnant for several months of pregnancy? I said. Are you implying that I'm lying? No, not at all. It's just strange. If you're truly pregnant for several months, then obviously your stomach won't be as smooth as that, like you never experienced pregnancy in the first place. Gilgamesh finally understood what I meant and then answered. I have my ways, it's utterly ungraceful for a king like me to have such an appearance. Is that how it works? But, if she says so, then there's nothing I could do, all I could do is hope that the child is healthy. As if knowing my thoughts, she said. The child is fine. I'm glad. I let out a sigh, then eventually accepted the fact that I was once again a father. Honestly, I don't know what to feel about this. For one, it doesn't feel real. To think I would impregnate the world's first recorded hero, either way. I won't run away from my responsibilities, it's only right for me to face it, after all, I'm not a bastard. Alright, then. How do you want me to take responsibility? Since it's my child, I will do my part. Gilgamesh, for one, looks a bit surprised, not expecting me to readily accept responsibility, in return making her expression softened. And looked at me with an approving look. It was fair to say that she was satisfied with my response. I'm glad that you understand, as I expected of me. I did not choose the wrong man to sleep with. Gilgamesh looked exceptionally proud of herself for that, which, honestly, I don't know what to say about it. Then back to me, she said. First, I want marriage. As I don't want my firstborn child to be born out of wedlock, we'll set to marry as soon as possible. No wait, hold on. Isn't this way too fast? I'm not against marriage or anything, but getting married as soon as possible? I don't think that's a good idea. Gilgamesh frowns, it is obvious that she doesn't understand. What's wrong with that? I thought for a while before eventually confessing. I have lovers back in my world, they're important to me, at least I consider one of them important, and I would rather not get married behind their backs. Hearing this from me, Gilgamesh didn't even blink. It was as if she found this natural. Oh, that's it? I thought it was more serious. Let me talk with your lover so that I could tell them the news. No, there's something wrong with that. Do you even know how they would react? Or how you're fine with knowing that I have multiple lovers? I don't know how they would react since I haven't met them, but as for having multiple lovers, I'm not sure what you mean, but in my kingdom, it's perfectly acceptable for a capable man to have multiple wives and concubines. Although, I won't accept anything less than being the main wife. Gilgamesh's mentality was different from a modern man like myself. To her, in the era she's living in, a man having multiple lovers is a norm. As long as that man is capable of supporting the lives of his wives, then it's perfectly acceptable for him to accept multiple lovers. Hearing her answer, I was quite surprised, and I thought, it was like that too, back in ancient Sumerians? Either way, aside from the fact that she is fine with me having a harem, a new problem arises. While I don't have a problem with her being the main wife, I don't think that Dee would accept that, especially when she declared herself as the leader of the group. Right. While I don't mind you being the main wife, I think one of my lovers would disagree with that, and it could lead to a very nasty argument. If you promise to talk it out without physical violence, I'll let you meet them. Do you agree with my terms? I just have to make sure that there's no destruction after their meeting. The fight between the two could be catastrophic and might potentially damage the Earth to the point that Hort would wake up, killing the rest of humankind. It's the type of scenario that I'd like to avoid. With the current power of humanity, there's no doubt it would be a total wipeout. Gilgamesh nodded at my terms and replied, very well, as long as the other party doesn't start anything I won't harm them. Well, that's good enough for me. This is the first time someone from the shop has gone back with me in my world. It's honestly more underwhelming than I thought it would be. Before going out, I said to my #1 employee, I'm going to go out for a while, take care of the shop. Emiya then gave me a weird look, like he had seen something outrageous. I can't blame him, honestly. He just heard that his boss fucked a female version of his nemesis, and right now, he doesn't know how to feel about it. And he could only say one thing as advice. That's hell you're walking into. With a wry smile, I replied. Yeah, I know. I know it very well, alright. If isn't it the consequences of my actions, ho ho. Fuck this shit. It didn't take long to gather the girls, then arrived at the cafe which I completely rented because the last thing I needed was someone interrupting. Gilgamesh, who was sitting calmly in the chair as if she didn't find the modern world surprising. It's probably thanks to her Shah Nakba Imaru. It could see the past, future, and the truth of the universe. It's a very overpowered skill that lost most of its function when Gilgamesh became a servant. As a servant, it's just a high-level clairvoyance skill, however, for the Gilgamesh in front of me, it was different as this overpowered skill is intact with its full potential, and that's why. When Dee arrived alongside Hitori for the first time after coming here, she became tense as she recognized the threat that was Dee. Alexander, do you know what this thing is? It's so evil to that point that personally killing it disgusts me. With the eyes that could see the truth, I saw the true form of Aro Wakaba, and it was truly unpleasant. Gilgamesh, who rarely called me by my name, spoke my name in a rather tense and serious tone, which means things are really serious. Whatever she saw, it must be terrible beyond imagination. Oh, did you see that? How embarrassing. Not many people saw that form, you know. If you don't mind, forget about what you just saw because I find that form unappealing. I like this one very much compared to that. Dee said in an easygoing tone, but only for those who have no experience in reading people. In reality, there was a hint of threat coming from her, and to be honest, this is the first time I've seen Dee genuinely react to something. It must mean that she acknowledged Gilgamesh as a threat rather than a plaything. With EA, it's not surprising, after all, that the sword could not only cut everything but also concepts such as time and space. Anything gets cut, even if you were to travel to a different period of time or go to a parallel world to dodge it, no matter what, it would still cut you. That's why Dee saw Gilgamesh as a legitimate threat because she could hurt her. Humphrey, there's nothing to remember. I don't like to recall that unpleasant image in my mind. Gilgamesh said. Haha. Dee made a wry smile, it must be because she was affected by that seemingly harmless comment. Then suddenly Hattori asked the perfect question. Alex.w why did you see call us here and W who is she? Thankfully the question got the attention of these two behemoths. With a smile, I replied. Well, she's a part of why I invited the two of you here, please sit down. Because it would take a while to explain. To be frank, I'm quite nervous about this conversation. Then after they sat down at their respective seats, I took a deep breath and announced. Ladies, I'd like you to meet Gilgamesh and she S. Pregnant with my child. And just like that I dropped the bomb. Chapter 128, Like Oil and Water A. Upon hearing that shocking news, even Dee herself was stunned as this was also something unexpected even for someone like her. I was genuinely enjoying her reaction as this was the first time I'd seen her react without that fakeness. But, what I'm worried about wasn't her, personally. I don't care what she would think about this particular subject as my relationship with her isn't exactly genuine, more like she forced herself in. However, it's different from Hattori. She's someone with whom I have a genuine bond, and I acknowledge that we're in a relationship. And when I saw her, to be honest, I was worried as she passed out from sheer shock. There's even a miniature ghost that was coming out of her mouth. Bocce? It took some time to wake her up, and as soon as she did, she looked confused, but then, after a quick realization of what transpired, her eyes became teary, and her face was the epitome of depression. Are you going to leave me? The fact that was her first response, rather than being angry by the fact that I cheated, was honestly heartbreaking. I feel really guilty for doing something like this, I'm such a bastard. And then I softly whispered to her as I got closer. No, I won't leave you at all, I'm sorry for making you cry. Hearing my response, she immediately felt relieved that she wasn't going to be left out, which once again made my conscience hurt. This woman is way too good for someone like me indeed. Really? Thank goodness. If she saw my face right now, she would no doubt see the guilt plastered on my face. Hey, what about me? I feel hurt too, you know. I don't need to see who said that. If I could, I wanted to, I would definitely give her a middle finger. As far as I could tell, she's enjoying this little drama. But right now, my attention was focused on my social anxiety personified girlfriend. It took some time, but she finally calmed down, which was something admirable as she just heard that her boyfriend literally impregnated another woman, which also wasn't the first time that happened. She must be some sort of saint in her past life to be like this because, damn, if the same thing were to happen to me, I definitely wouldn't be as calm. So, this is one of the lovers you speak of? It was Gilgamesh who finally spoke after glaring at Dee for some time now. Yes, she's one of them. Aside from her terrible attire, her face isn't too bad. However, it definitely could get some work. Anyway, where's your other lover? Gilgamesh definitely didn't see anyone aside from Hattori and the thing in this place. Unfortunately for her, she definitely would be disappointed to hear what I'm about to say. She's right in front of you. Gilgamesh looked at me with confusion before processing what I told her, which made her look disgusted. Are you telling me that this evil thing is one of them? Dee looked at her with a smug look. Naturally. Gilgamesh stared at me like she couldn't believe my choice, and I couldn't blame her for looking at me like I was some sort of crazy person. I may not know what she saw, but Dee is definitely annoying enough for me to handle. Don't look at me like, it's not like it's my choice. Oh? I see here. I thought that you were insane to actually want this disgusting thing as your lover. Turns out that you're forced. Gilgamesh concluded as if she understood my plight, which honestly isn't too far off, as it is technically a forced relationship, but it's something I accepted despite my reluctance. But it's better to leave it to her imagination and let it run wild. If you want to, I can get rid of her for you. However, it wouldn't be an easy fight. She said the last part reluctantly as if it pained to admit, as Dee is someone formidable and isn't someone that could be easily killed. I could only imagine the damage that it would cause. Honestly, the world being destroyed is the least damage that could occur, and the The entire universe would be utterly wrecked in the aftermath. Oh? Is that perhaps a threat? Dee smiled at her, which definitely isn't one with good intent but one that is filled with malice. The air around us became increasingly suffocating, and when I realized that, I quickly shielded Hitori from it as she was the only one who couldn't handle this kind of phenomenon. In her perspective, there was nothing wrong except for a slight chill in her body. Yes, and I would gladly get rid of you from existence because of how unpleasant you are. Gilgamesh didn't even try to hide her dislike for her. Despite just meeting her, she knew that if Dee were to continue to exist, her very being would continue to cause harm to humans. However, for the same reason why she didn't immediately strike her downright as she knew the consequences of her actions would lead to. TSK, from all women across the world, why this one? Dee started to dislike the golden woman in front of her, as they were like water and oil. As long as the other one breathes, they will never get along. I decided to finally step in. Despite being completely outclassed by both of them, I'm still the one in charge here. Alright, stop both of you. While I understand how unpleasant Dee may be, hey, she actually hasn't caused that much trouble while living in this world. As far as I'm concerned, as long as she doesn't start a human extinction disaster in this world, I couldn't care less of what she's going to do. Gilgamesh was having a one-on-one glaring contest with the extraterrestrial being from outer space. And only after a few minutes, she decided. Fine, I won't get rid of this thing as the outcome isn't just worth the trouble. However, if this evil thing steps out of line, I wouldn't hesitate to get rid of it from existence. Humphrey, good riddance. I would say the same for you, Dee replied in kind, as she definitely doesn't like Gilgamesh. This is the first time I've seen her disliking someone. In fact, today, I've seen a lot of firsts from her. After that meeting, it was easy to tell that the two of them wouldn't get along no matter what, so they started ignoring one another as if the other didn't exist. Which was completely fine with me as long everyone was happy and wasn't causing destruction. To be fair, I'm surprised that they only did this and not more. Maybe my presence has more effect on them than I originally thought. Either way, aside from Dee being ignored by the Golden Empress, she surprisingly gets along with Hitori. Looking at them, it's like seeing a super popular older sister trying to teach her younger siblings the ways to be better. They give that kind of vibe. To be honest, I thought Gilgamesh would look down on Hitori for being timid, but surprisingly, it isn't the case. Instead, she finds her personality amusing. Heck, she even gave her plenty of luxurious accessories and dresses that perfectly fit her person. And that's how I got an official harem. It's not a pseudo anymore as it's a complete one. Despite being the one who was recently added to the group, she declared herself as the alpha and the main wife of the group, which Dee rejected as that position belonged to her. The two started having a verbal fight, which I'm glad for as it beats them fighting to death and potentially ending mankind. Gilgamesh, after getting permission from my lover to get married, at least one of them doesn't mind. However, Dee, on the other hand, wasn't exactly happy with that, but there's little she could do as the other party is at the same playing field as her. They're both equally powerful that the result of their flight would be unclear. Also the fact that she could really force me to give up on her as it would mean breaking her own rule in the first place. She came here to have fun. She didn't want to ruin it just to spite the other gal, that's why she kept her dirty hands on the matter. Overall, it definitely soured a bit of her amusement, but at the very least, she admits that it's fun. Then, after that, she left, leaving only Hitori and me alone. We didn't talk on our way back home, but the atmosphere wasn't unpleasant at all. As we arrived at her parents' house, suddenly she spoke. "Hey Alex." I turned around at her and replied. "Yes." With a face almost resembling a tomato, she whispered. My family isn't home. So can we It wasn't hard to figure out what she wanted. Hitori. Are you sure you want to do it? Why yes. Hitori looks oddly determined. Well, who am I to decline? With that, we went inside her house ready to do the deed. Chapter 129. Rockin' Bocce's World 18+. As soon as we stepped inside her room, all of a sudden she pulled my collar and started giving me sloppy kisses. It was so amateurish to the point I was going to laugh. It was such an innocent attempt to take charge, but sadly for her, she's an amateur, and her personality literally makes her the bottom. With a quick action, I grabbed her waist and gave her a perfect French kiss, dominating her innocent tongue. Realizing that it was way too much for her, her knees gave out, almost knocking her down if I didn't carry her while continuing to kiss her deeply. After a minute, our lips separated along with a trace of saliva. Hitori was breathing deeply as her face was flushed with red. With that act, I was hard as steel, and she was way too hot in my eyes at the moment. The look on her face turned me on like I had never had a boner in my life. Suddenly she suggested something that caught me off guard. "Hey Alex. Can I give you a blowjob? I heard the boys like it online. So I wanna try sucking it off." My eyes widened at the suggestion. From all of the girls I've been with, I would never have thought the most unassuming person would offer to suck me off. Would be understandable, but Hitori was the last person who would ask to give me a blowjob. I gave her a nod of acceptance, which she then walked out from my embrace and then kneeled beneath me as she started taking off my pants. As my dick was revealed, Hitori was intimidated by the size of it, but she quickly recovered and started instinctively jerking it off with her hand. Fascinated by its function, then she started licking the tip of it. It was ticklish as her amateurish tongue was working on my tip. Then she got bolder and swallowed the tip of my dick. Slowly she was sucked off 1/3 of my dick, but as she reached halfway, she started coughing as she couldn't continue. As my dick was out of her mouth, it was definitely disappointing as it started to feel good. However, it was understandable as this was the first time. Sorry, I couldn't swallow at all. Afraid that I would be disappointed, which I wasn't truly as I wasn't expecting her to become an expert in one go. It's fine, let's do it slowly, we have plenty of time after all. Until her parents arrive at least. With an oddly determined look, she continued to give me a blowjob, and this time, she gave me a proper one. Slurp, suck suck. It may not be the best, but it was enough. She started using her tongue at my member and instinctively avoided using her teeth. My dick was twitching from pleasure. I grabbed that massive breast of hers that she was hiding under that pink tracksuit. For the first time, I started to dislike that tracksuit of hers as I couldn't properly grab it. Hitori, take the fucking jacket off. I was into the moment to be polite. As she heard my command immediately, she took off her tracksuit while still giving me a blowjob, revealing a white polo and a monster of breasts. I grabbed her breast under that white polo while seeing her pink bra, which is a very typical color of bra for women. Until one of my fingers reached her nipples, which were hard as I touched them. I pinched gently, making her moan while she sucked me off. Her head was moving back and forth, faster and faster as she sensed that my dick was almost at its limit. That's it girl. That's it. Oh. My face twitched from pleasure, and then I couldn't control it anymore and ended up coming inside her mouth. Hitori started coughing as she couldn't handle the sheer amount of loads that came out of my dick. Some of it even was directly swallowed by her. Cough cough. It smells weird and tastes weird. Cough. But she let the rest of the semen she didn't swallow out of her mouth. That was an unexpected commentary, but not really an unwelcome one, as I never really thought of how my cum tasted. I think I need some water to wash it all out. Hitori said with teary eyes. Now I'm hurt. Is it really that disgusting? I thought with a frown, then I decided to buy something from the shop to make my cum tasty after this. Then her rather pitiful, yet arousing look made me once again hard as hell. Hey, can I use your tits this time? If you want to. Be but only after I clean my mouth. Hitori blushed at the idea of using her breasts but didn't refuse. After she finished clearing the leftover cums in her mouth, it was to get a tit job from her, and to my astonishment, her breasts were definitely bigger than I thought they were. It was firm, round, and the most delicious piece of breast I have personally seen. The sheer size of it was unbelievable, thinking how a young adult like her had this kind of size. Slowly touching it, she moaned at the slightest touch. How sensitive is she? Her nipples were already hard enough, so I teased them by pinching them. She started meowing and moaning from my action. Then finally, I put my dick in between her tits, and she covered it with her breasts, and to my absolute surprise, my dick wasn't even visible anymore as her fat breasts covered it. While my dick wasn't the longest nor the thickest, it was big enough to be categorized as large internationally, and her tits managed to cover that entirely. Then she started moving it up and down. Even though she was sheltered, she definitely wasn't as innocent as anyone thought she was as she let out her saliva into the middle of her breasts, making it even smoother. Ah, shit. I couldn't believe that this was her first time giving a tit job as she was making dick feel a sensation that rivaled the actual pussy of a demigod Gilgamesh. I came even faster when she was giving me a blowjob, making a mess out of her massive breast. She looks absolutely gorgeous with my cum on both sides of her tits, at least in my perspective. It looks seriously lewd. And finally, the start of the real thing. It was time for sex. Hitori was lying down on her futon naked as she was born. While she's definitely not the sexiest I've seen, she was still as attractive in my eyes. I could even see that she had shaved recently. It was as if she was anticipating this event. I came closer to her, leaned at her face, and kissed her forehead, smelling her rose-minted shampoo, which I recognized as her odor. Are you ready? I whispered softly in her ears. Hitori meekly nodded, and then, I put my penis at the tip of her clit. Her pussy was dripping wet. I didn't need to use my finger to make it so, then I slowly entered her pink virgin pussy. She was trembling due to the pain of her insides being stretched for the first time. And eventually, my dick reached her hymen, breaking it, making her cry out in pain, meaning that to ease her pain, she used my back as a stress reliever, scratching it. Thankfully, She didn't have long fingernails, but it still hurts a bit. I didn't know she was the physical type. Well, you learn new things every day, I guess. It took a while for her to ease her pain, and finally, I could start moving, as her pussy was dripping with blood and sweat. Ha. She started moaning as I moved my hips. It started low, but eventually, she became loud. Hey Alex. It feels good. Ugh. Fuck me harder please eee. She's a screamer too? Her voice was arousing, so I definitely wasn't complaining as it kept me going harder. It was a good thing that her family wasn't her, or else they definitely would have heard her moaning like crazy. Yeesh. Yes. Come inside me. This was a new side of her that I never thought existed. Who knew that this shy and timid girl was a natural screamer in bed? I didn't hesitate to come inside her, giving her a creampy as she asked for it. Her eyes rolled from her eyelids. Yagoo. Saliva was falling from her mouth without her realizing it. She felt so good at the moment to care. Her massive breasts were trembling in sheer delight, and I couldn't stop myself from sucking her with my mouth, amplifying whatever she was feeling right now. She squirted her cum as she felt electrified. I never saw a girl squirt this hard from sex. At the same time, I'm proud to make her come for the first time. Then I noticed that she passed out from sheer delight and probably wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Chapter 130, Relocating. It was morning when I woke up. After I had taken her virginity last night, she temporarily fainted, but after that, she requested another round of sex with him, which I happily agreed to. This time we tried a different position, which was cowgirl, then doggy style. We didn't stop fucking until dawn. We tried almost all known sex positions in one night. To be honest, I didn't think that she had it with her. The girl's a beast of sex. It was always the quiet ones, anyway. I wasn't too exhausted as my physique is superhuman, but my balls are definitely empty. I can't remember how many times I've nutted that night, but I regretted nothing, even if our body smells like my cum and sweat. It was definitely a primal fucking. However, I didn't forget to clean her pussy with magic because there's no way I'd go for a third one right after learning the second one. I don't want to make my girls pregnant anytime soon, preferably after we graduate from university or get a degree. Hitori probably wouldn't wake up anytime soon and probably would have soreness problems afterward. It was time for me to go, but first, I needed to take a shower, so I went downstairs only to be greeted by the rest of my girlfriend's family while being half naked. Not to mention I'm reeking of sweat and natural odor that anyone familiar with it would definitely know what's going on. Oh. Nissan is here. Are you here to play with me? The first one to speak was none other than Hitori's little sister Futari, who doesn't have a single clue of what's happened. However, upon getting closer, she smelled the amalgamation of my work with her older sister last night that made her cover her nose. Nissan. You smell. Her seemingly innocent comment hurt, but it was nothing compared to how her mother reacted. You certainly had a fun night with my eldest daughter. She had that strange smile on her face, but at the same time, she was very happy at this outcome. Michio Goto knew what had transpired above. She wasn't foolish not to know what exactly happened. The familiar odor, there's no doubt that it's the smell of sex. Her daughter finally did it. And to such a handsome young man too. To be frank, Mama Bachi was worried that her eldest would remain single for the rest of her life as Hitori was too introverted and had social anxiety. As a mother, she wasn't blind to her daughter's plight and could only hope that she would break the shell. As she could only guide and not be forced, sometimes she wondered where she went wrong with raising her eldest. Thankfully, one day, her daughter made a friend after not having one for ages, and she also was hopeful that they could be more like the young man, despite his foreign origin, was a nice young man and someone she approved of. To think her little dream came true, as this was proof that the two of them had a relationship beyond friendship, as there's no way a normal friend would have sex with each other. You know, I was very worried about my daughter being single forever and would remain shut in for the rest of her life, but Mama is glad that it won't be the case anymore. Fufu, you kind of remind me of when my husband and I were younger. For the first time in a while, my cheeks turned red at this particular comment. It was super embarrassing to get caught like this. Then I looked at Papa Goto to see his reaction to his daughter's sex life. I expected him to get like a typical anime father after knowing what kind of sexual acts she did with their daughter. But fortunately, Naoki Goto wasn't generic like that. He didn't go apeshit after knowing I fucked his daughter. Instead, he gave me a perfectly good thumbs up and said, "You really remind me of myself back when I was younger." Damn, I didn't know Goto Papa was this chill and cool. If anything, I aspire to like him. Anyway, my morning was embarrassing, but I'm also quite grateful for that, as this conversation would definitely appear in the future even if I wasn't caught today. It is better to be clear with my intentions with their daughter, rather than avoiding it. But before that, I have to take a shower. I reek like hell. The talk with my girlfriend's family went smoother than I expected. I laid out my relationship with Hitori and stated that we were dating. Which made Michio very happy at this news, knowing that her daughter's future was secured with me around. The future of her daughter's reclusive shut-in future was no more. Then there was the father who didn't talk much aside from saying to take care of his daughter and make her happy. And a threat that if he made her unhappy, he would face his wrath, which doesn't really faze me at all, but regardless, I heeded his threat. Not because I felt threatened. After all, what could a mortal man do to a magician like me? It's simply a man-to-man talk, a father-to-father. After all, no one wanted their children to be unhappy. That also applies to me. Because if anyone would hurt my children, they would bear unimaginable consequences. Even if I didn't take any action, my sister surely would, considering how she was spoiling her niece and nephew. It's kind of strange why her attitude towards them is different compared to how she treats the rest of our family, except for our parents and me, of course. Either way, since the talk with her parents is done, I could only imagine how Hitori would react or feel about her parents knowing about what happened yesterday night. But that's her problem. Since I've got my share of embarrassment, she will get here soon enough. Good luck, my dearest, cause you definitely need it for later. School was surprisingly peaceful, mostly thanks to Dee being absent while I may know her reason. I simply couldn't care less and just be grateful that she wasn't here to annoy me. And now the club was just the four of us. As this was a gaming club, naturally our activities lie in playing games. So we did just that. The step-siblings had no complaints about this arrangement as they preferred to play games 24 out of 7 if it was physically possible. Meanwhile, Mitsuo wasn't as ecstatic as the rest, as she wasn't a pure type of otaku like her late brother was. She's more of a business-savvy type, as she would rather spend her time making money and use that for her retirement later on. But regardless, she wasn't as straight-up normie as she was a hybrid between the two worlds, mostly thanks to her brother. Basically, she doesn't have a problem keeping up with gamers or otakus within reason. And besides, she's almost highly motivated to play today, mostly thanks to the fact that Dee isn't anywhere nearby. Which made her mood better. Of course, I didn't forget about the bet with as I sent them the latest PC model available in the public market to their home address, and it will arrive later this evening. Which made me curious about where they lived, that's why I asked to come along with them. The step-siblings hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to let me come along, solidifying their trust in me. After all, they wouldn't be just accepting anyone to follow them in their home, as it's their only sanctuary to this shitty world. Lately, their lives changed a bit as they gained friends and realized that all people from the world weren't there to harm them. Some were good, but they still thought the majority of the people on Earth were bad. Which I couldn't blame them for. A good person won't last long in this world. Soon, we arrived at a rural area of the district where there were almost no people around and the conditions of the buildings weren't good. It's like they're all one way to collapse. It was quite obvious that this district is one of the poorest ones in this city. I had never paid attention to this before. Then we arrived at the apartment where the siblings were staying, and to be honest, it was quite sad to look at. The building apartment that they're staying in is literally garbage if it was in this city standard. But knowing that this is probably the only thing they could afford together since they're both orphans and minors, not to mention their social anxiety which prevents them from working a part-time job and could only relay themselves with game items and sell them for cash. While I was thinking that, I didn't realize that I was in front of my friend's door, as they opened the apartment. I could see the absolute mess. It was a literal garbage dump, plastic bags were everywhere, and clothes were gathered around in some corners. The worst part is that this apartment was just enough for a single person. The kitchen, the living room, and the bedroom are in a single space, not to mention the toilet is also their bathroom. Nope, this won't do. The two of you better pack by tomorrow morning. Sora looked confused at my statement and asked. Why? Because you're going to move from this dump. I'm buying you two a proper house by tomorrow morning because I can't stand my friends living in such an apartment. With that, their fate was sealed. Buying a decent house or two wasn't a problem for me. After all, I have a disgusting amount of money to the point I think of it as ordinary paper. Chapter 131, Dropping a Bomb to Sis. And the very next day, we arrived at the house I bought for them. The house size and design weren't anything special as it's the kind of house that is often used by middle-class families. However, what's different about this house is the location, which was closer to the school and the city, making it really expensive. At least the land was for ordinary folks. But this was nothing but a penny change for me. Here it is, your new home. You guys don't have to worry about electricity, water, and taxes as I already took care of it for a lifetime. Also, the inside is already furnished. The house has a few rooms, including a bathroom, kitchen, and toilet. The PC set that was supposed to arrive at your apartment yesterday is already installed inside. I explained, but the two remained silent, but I paid them no mind as I continued. Daily essentials such as food, drinks, and snacks would be provided by me monthly, and you two won't worry about working ever again. What do you think?" As I finished what I wanted to mention to the siblings, all of a sudden, the eldest Sora moved closer to my direction, grabbed my shoulders with both hands, and said with a trembling voice, "Is this real?" I gave him a frown and answered, "Of course, why would I lie about such a simple thing? And before I forget, please sign this so that you can be the legal owner of this property. All of it is clean and valid, you can even check the details inside." Sora took the papers and checked them, and only after a few minutes finally, he started trembling once again, this time with tears in his eyes and with such sincerity that it honestly caught me off guard. After all, I never knew him as someone sentimental, and to think my seemingly on-the-spot decision of buying them a better house to live in after seeing such a dump moved Sora to the point of tears. "I know that you probably mean little to you, but it meant the world to me, us. No one has ever shown us this much kindness, even if it's born from impulsive thoughts, but regardless, thank you, and from now on, I'll treat you like a brother even if you don't want it." The look on his face indicates that he is serious about this oath of his. To think he'd be moved to the point that he wanted to be my brother. Either way, this was a good thing even if I didn't really do this to earn his respect. And that day I gained the unyielding loyalty of the smartest humans in existence. After that, heartfelt words came from Sora of all people, which also kind of included his sister. Even though she didn't say anything verbally, she also felt the same. Probably, that's just me assuming. Anyway, we went to a touring session inside the genius siblings' new house. I never really checked what's inside. Turns out, it was better than I expected, and the siblings liked it very much and went to check every single detail about it. We went to check the house's gaming room, and the siblings went nuts. Because it was sophisticated as hell, the setup looked like a real-life version of those gaming rooms that those popular people from social media brag about. It still wasn't as exaggerated as my gaming room, though, but I wasn't going to tell them that. After all, my setup isn't something that could be replicated unless your family is elite. Either way, for people like Sora this setup was literally a dream come true. Forgetting literally anything else, they started using the newly set up PC and praising how smooth the CPU was. After this, we played a game called NGNL, which was something Sora mentioned before, and now I created an account. It was a really impressive MMORPG that is quite literally ahead of its time, no wonder it's one of the best games in the current market. Either way, this game was a great way to pass the time, that's why I bought the best equipment and skins that I could access at this level. This game was, thankfully, a competitive game that didn't necessarily need rich people like me to be powerful. F2P can also be powerful as long as they have the skills from it, a game that relies on money to become powerful sucks. That's why, my character despite being just level 1, my character looks absolutely majestic due to a unique skin that could only be bought with money. It also has equipment with maximum enchantment and is legendary, which is something that someone at my level shouldn't have. It's a set with no restrictions, and the drop rates of each item are ridiculously low. That's why it's very expensive on the market. But I didn't hesitate to buy it anyway. If you're curious about how much I've spent in this game in total, let's say that it was enough for me to buy a decent house in one of the most expensive districts of Tokyo. And that is why, the siblings were looking at me like I did something unbelievable. What the heck, you just bought that kind of expensive in-game item after only playing for less than an hour and without blinking? Sora exclaimed and continued. And buying the skin is completely unnecessary. You could get a similar one for free after doing some quest. I rolled my eyes at his overdramatic words, paying them no heed, and replied. I'm doing this for the sake of having fun and a maximum gaming experience. I couldn't be bothered doing such an annoying quest when I could buy it immediately, and besides its rarity is unique, which made it one of a kind in the game. Meanwhile, the skin that I could get from that quest has probably a lower rarity and doesn't have additional stats aside from being flashy. Sora was looking at me like I was an incomprehensible being from outer space. If you have such money to spare, why don't you buy this for me then? Sora jokingly pointed at the rare item at the shop. I stared at him with disgust, as if he was showing me something unsightly. Noticing my look, he sighed and said, Look, if you don't want to. Before he could even finish, I cut him off saying, Is this some sort of peasant joke that I'm too rich to understand? What? Sora was speechless at my words. Why would you choose something cheap? Pick a more expensive item, at least a legendary grade or better a unique one. I said to him. His eyes widened at my words, and he was stunned to the point of being speechless, but after some time, with a sly smile, he replied. You said it. Your words, not mine. Let me check the best item in the market. To which I bought him the best legendary items for his accounts, yes, not just one but multiple sets for him and his sister. For his level, a unique wasn't just available in the marketplace since it's too rare, not to mention even if there's one, the user would most likely use the items themselves rather than selling it because of how valuable it was. Each unique item is basically a cheat in its own right. Overall, I enjoyed playing games with the siblings. After hanging out with my friends, I went directly to my house and met with an unexpected surprise. Evie. Well. It was these guys. I honestly thought I would never meet them ever again, as my sister was adamant about taking them away from inspection for potential danger. I was prepared for that, but honestly, this was beyond my wildest dream. This guy's come back. Not only that, they are completely unharmed, both physically and mentally. I expected them to at least be traumatized, but they didn't anyway, which is a good thing. After all, I don't want my kids to have pets that have PTSD. Sister, how unexpected. If they're here, it must mean that. That's correct, they are completely safe for the children to play with. Lorelei with a serious look while looking at the Pokemon. Great. Now, but before I could finish my words, she cut me off, which was rude of her. You never pull this kind of thing without informing me because you got lucky with these creatures. They could be a danger to my nephew and niece. So the next time you give them something to inform me, get it? Lorelei's glare was burning to the point that I could feel the heat on them. Of course, ma'am. Her irritated tone instinctively spiked some fear in my body. No matter how powerful I became, this wouldn't disappear at all. Either way, this is probably the best moment to inform her of the recent news I've acquired, because sooner or later, she'd find out about it anyway. That's why, I took a deep breath and said, speaking of nephew and niece. Well, it seems that I have another one. So congratulations on being an aunt again. I cringed hard saying the last part. And her reaction was quite what I had expected. What? It was anger, or at least resembling one, which is why I prayed to the one God that reincarnated me in this world. Oh, God, please help me survive. Because I definitely needed it for this conversation. Oh, God, please help me survive. Unexpectedly, he was given an answer. Sorry, my son, even if I can't save you from that, face the consequences of your actions, and see you in the afterlife. Now, chapter 132, a sister's concern. Before I knew it, I was already on my knees under the gaze of my irritated elder sister. I don't understand where I went wrong with disciplining you, while our family doesn't forbid us to have sex. It's different when you create bastards everywhere. We're blue blood, a royalty amongst the Magus kind. We don't just randomly give our bloodline to anyone. Lorelei was getting emotional, which was a rare occurrence considering her default expression was cold as ice or permanently stuck in a serious face. Then she continues, our blood isn't just valuable, it's sacred. Do you have any idea how many magi wanted a drop of it? Almost anyone. No one can resist the temptation of such priceless blood. Then she took a deep breath and said, you're fully an adult, and as such, you're free to pursue whatever you want, and I certainly won't stop you for it. But being reckless isn't part of it. Be responsible, and don't do anything stupid, which you did twice. Do you think I like scolding you when you're already a grown man? She continued to scold her for several more minutes, which, as a result, made me look like my vitality was sucked out of me. Her words are different and more effective than any other attacks, the words of a concerned family cut through the core. And everything she mentioned isn't really wrong. She never forbids me to do anything aside from a few things like don't ever become a dead apostle. Even if she's strict and a hard ass most of the time, she is genuine. But I, who crossed the line, which is giving birth to bastards, enraged her as she stated that our blood is valuable to Magi and anyone who would become a descendant to our family should be protected, or else they would no doubt be experimented on for the sake of knowledge and progress. They would suffer a gruesome life, and death would be a better alternative. However, I doubt that the Magi that capture the descendants would allow them to die. If they get caught, suicide isn't even an option, as there are plenty of ways to preserve life without the subject dying. That's why she was mad at me for being so reckless, because she worries about the safety of kin, bastard or not. Half of them are Bartom Eloy. More importantly, the bloodline didn't just come from a branch family but from the main family, the purest blue blood, which yours truly came from. But little did she know, if Gilgamesh heard whatever she was thinking, there was no doubt that the conflict wouldn't just end verbally. Physical harm would be included from that list because, in Gil's perspective, her blood was the purest and the most sacred of all. Which is technically not wrong, after all, half of her blood is literally divine and the other is also royalty. From a mortal perspective, there's no better blood than hers. The first demigod, the first hero, and the oldest epic recorded in history. Anyway, she's wrong about one thing. I won't just leave my seeds with just anyone. Getting the demigoddess pregnant was just a pure coincidence. And besides, if anyone were to harm a single hair from any of my children, it wouldn't be just them being dead, but also, I'm going to obliterate their entire bloodline. As a magician and the owner of a humble shop that literally sells limitless things, I'm very capable of such things and could get away with zero consequences. And finally, after all that yapping, She asked the most important question of all. Who is the mother? I need to know her identity so that I can protect the bastard child she's having. Although she called my child a bastard, which they are technically as they were born out of wedlock, that would change pretty soon. Her expression when she mentioned a potential niece or nephew, her face was surprisingly gentle, which indicates that she doesn't hate them as they are innocent, and also the fact that they're family. Anyway, her words sounded really ridiculous in my ears. It was so funny that I almost laughed out loud. No, I did let out a soft chuckle as I couldn't hold my laughter entirely. My sister frowned after hearing my chuckle. What's so funny? No, it's just amusing in my perspective, and you'll understand it soon enough. The mother doesn't need any protection at all. Lorelai was surprised by that claim. Oh. For you to claim that. Does that mean that the mother is powerful, or she's someone from a powerful family? Realizing that the mother is this bastard wasn't ordinary made her feel relieved, as she really thought that I would sire a child from another non-Magi woman. Both. She has both. Technically, her family bloodline is divinity. Oh, which Magi family did she come from then? Lorelai was intrigued to know which family this woman came from, and as her brother, the standard of our powerful individual or family is so high that there's very little that could fulfill that criteria. She doesn't come from a Magi family. What? She came from an ancient royalty which you know about. Lorelai straightened her posture and seriously spoke. Tell me, I'm tired of your overdramatic display. Stop the suspense already and say it. Ruck, she's part of the ancient Sumerians, and her name is Gilgamesh. I finally laid out the truth. Huh? Lorelai, huh? For the first time in her life, she uttered such a word, as she was confused like she never did in her life. Lorelai was caught off guard. She did not expect her little brother to answer such nonsensical things. You. Do you think this is a joke? This time, she was genuinely angered by her brother's joke, but instead of faltering like she thought he would after getting her angry, he didn't. Her brother retained his seriousness while facing her. She knew her brother. If it was a prank or a joke, he would have stopped this nonsense and would have started to apologize. Lorelai knew her brother's body language and that he was completely serious, making her calm down from her anger earlier. Taking a deep breath and finally letting out a massive sigh she let out in a while. It seems like you're serious. Yes, I am. The woman who sired my children is Gilgamesh. I wasn't joking, not just a woman named after the first hero of humanity but the original one, albeit this one is from an alternative reality where Gilgamesh is a she instead of a he. Her brother admitted. Unlike non-Magi people, alternative reality or a parallel world was nothing but a theory and a fantasy to most. But for Magus like them, parallel worlds are real and proven, as the second magic is based on that. That's why every Magi knew that a parallel universe with a different history existed, and that is how she was able to accept her brother's explanation. Not to mention, the fact that he is a magician of the first magic, which creates something from nothing, literally, a power of gods. Creating a device that could make a person travel to a different world wasn't out of the question. As there's no way to know the limits of the first magic aside from its users. This is why, as it fully processed in her mind, she couldn't stop her face from experiencing true surprise, as she was quite literally shocked. To any Magi from the clock tower, this was an impossible sight that no one dared to imagine. After all, how could they when the vice director herself doesn't really show any expression aside from her default ice-cold face? Why, you impregnated the first hero of recorded history? That Gilgamesh? Her brother nodded and answered. That's right, you don't have to worry about protecting her, as she's not from this reality, and no mortal could ever harm her anyway. Besides, she'll visit soon enough for her to bring me back to her world to get married. Married? She was once again shocked. Alexander nodded. It means that the child we're having won't be a bastard, as they won't be born out of wedlock. For a long time, she had no idea what to say. As this was the first time, she was speechless to the point of being unable to form any words. If anyone aside from her brother were to see this, she would get them killed and their families to see such a sight. But since it's just her brother, and her fiancé, it was natural for her to lower her guard, as this was a completely private setting. Gilgamesh. She's going to be my... Lorelai was still reeling from the shock. Then without a warning, her fiancé came out of nowhere after hearing the name Gilgamesh. Did you just say Gilgamesh? She stared at him, who had a face that was very complicated to understand, but she could feel anger, disgust, and hatred from her usual gentle husband-to-be. It makes her wonder if he had some sort of history with Gilgamesh. And she was on the spot with this one, as her fiancé did have a history with Gilgamesh. Which she would soon find out. Ah, damn, my brother-in-law is here. And he heard the G word, which he hated. This is awkward. How do I explain that I fucked his arch-nemesis female counterpart to the point she got pregnant? Apostrophe, I thought wryly. Once again another problem came out. Chapter 133, A reunion that shouldn't happen. It didn't take long for him to understand what was going on after my sister explained what happened. My brother-in-law's first reaction was shock, then disgust and conflict, and eventually disappointment. He gave me that disappointed parent look, which was honestly making me feel very awkward. How did that happen? Or how did the two of you meet? I was about to answer his question with the usual magic bullshit excuse, but then it struck me. Isn't this the perfect time to reveal the existence of his shop? There's no point in delaying it any further, rather, I would tell them about it sooner or later either way. And revealing it benefits me more, as I would get more credits from my sister and maybe other megas that she would bring soon. With that in mind, finally, I decided to tell them the secret I've been keeping for a while. About that, let me explain. It took a while for me to fully explain what the shop was, and when I was done with my explanation, both were rather skeptical, which I really can't blame them for thinking so. After all, in their eyes, the shop's very existence is nonsensical, even with their knowledge of the moonlit world. That's why, I have to bring them to the shop and see it for themselves. And when they do, well, I'm rather excited about what will happen after a certain encounter with someone. I, for one, wanted to know the interaction between the past and future for the second time. And when I did bring them to my shop, they were stunned, but it didn't take long for them to snap out of it as my brother-in-law saw a certain someone. Archer. He shouted at the former guardian with particular dislike. Even after all these years, he still couldn't stand his broken future self, and he was a constant reminder of what he would become if a certain condition were met. Archer replied in kind, as he also can't stand the sight of his foolish old self and a constant reminder of how foolish he was once upon a time. Emiya Shiru. Both were ready to attack each other. They both projected their favored Chinese twin swords, Kanzo and Bakuya. However, before the two could start their fated duel, my older sister spoke. Shiru? Hearing the name, both instinctively react back at Lorelei despite one of them not really acknowledging the name anymore, but thanks to the previous therapy of making him go back to his original world, it somehow grew on him. Emiya today's events weren't what he expected at all. For one, his day started knowing that a woman version of the man he had particularly disliked had apparently had an affair with his boss. Not just that, it went beyond just a mere affair. If he heard it correctly, the female Gilgamesh was pregnant with the father being his boss. It was mind-blowing, and when he thought his day couldn't get worse, he was wrong. He knew he shouldn't have been so hopeful as he had terrible luck like usual. You'd think that dying should take out that bad luck, but no, apparently, it always remains the same. Which is why, when he had a reunion with his past self, he couldn't stop gritting his teeth out of irritation. The irony wasn't lost on him, as he saw his younger version eerily similar to him in appearance with only a few differences, but regardless the same. As expected, fate doesn't change easily. I should eliminate him before he becomes a mistake. Emiya decided right there that he should kill the man in front of him before he could become the monster that he is today. Tracing his favored swords, his younger self did the same, to which he almost sneered out of distaste, but regardless the only thing on his mind was to eliminate Emiya Shiru. He would deal with the consequences later, but for now he's locked into his guardian mode and his goal is to eliminate the threat, which was the man in front of him. Or at least what would have happened if he didn't hear a familiar woman calling his former name, which he shouldn't have reacted to, but thanks to a week of vacation to his original world, being called by the name he discarded multiple times by his adopted older sister and former girlfriend kind of grew on him. That is why he couldn't help but stare at the woman who said that, and once he saw her, he couldn't help but be surprised as she wasn't supposed to be there. He was quite confused for a moment as to why the woman who was one of the people's masterminds of his hanging to death. Then it didn't take long for his clarity to return to him, as he realized that this woman wasn't the Lorelei he knew, but the sister of his boss. He frequently mentioned her, so it was impossible not to know. The Lorelei he knew was different. After all, the one he knew wouldn't give him that particular expression, despite losing a lot of memories from his time as a guardian. There's still a majority left of his original life memories, and one of them was Lorelei, the queen of the clock tower. Unlike this one, the one he knew wouldn't give him such a conflicted look, looking as if she cared for him. With all honesty, this was really weird. The woman who was responsible for his death was now looking at him with a worried look. This goes beyond weird at this point. At the same time, the previous tension wasn't just there anymore, knowing how different his life was compared to the one who was standing before him. With a deep sigh, he let go of his projection, making his younger self confused but remained cautious just in case he did anything funny. Ignoring him, his eyes were on Lorelei as he was sure that she called him rather than his younger version. What? He gave her a rather bland reply. While he may not hate her despite what he did to him, at the same time, he didn't really need to be polite to her either, as this woman was a complete stranger to him as far as he's aware. The woman flinched at his reply, making him raise a brow. This wasn't what he expected her to react to. But then again, this Lorelei was completely different from what he knew. For starters, She didn't have a younger brother, nor did they have a close relationship, as theirs remained professional in his original life. Still, he can't believe that all of the people he could have a relationship with weren't even part of the list. Luvia, he could understand, even Gray to a lesser extent, but for Lorelei of all people? It was ironic, weird, and literally impossible in his life. But somehow, his younger self managed to snag such a high-class lady that was beyond his league to court. It must be thanks to his boss existence, as he was an anomaly. Regardless, it's also one of the things completely different compared to his world. Upon realizing that this one wouldn't end up like him as their life experiences were way too different from one another, he dropped the thought of eliminating the boy. However, he still hated his younger self's guts. That's why being civil was out of the question. The result turned out to be more peaceful than I expected, which honestly was a bit disappointing. But it's not like I wanted them to fight either, as both literally just started ignoring one another. If I met my future self, at least I'm confident that I'm not going to be hated, and honestly, we would have gotten along. Anyway, the initial doubt of his sister disappeared, and now knowing the existence of the shop filled her with amazement. To the point, she demanded that the shop should be restricted, which is impossible for me to do, even if I wanted to. Restricting this place was very foolish to begin with, thankfully though she didn't argue much after I refused. To be honest, it was a surprise for her to me this mild. Here, I thought she'd insist, as she stated that this shop's very existence shatters a Magi's worldview. To be able to access things that she wouldn't even think about was a statement of how terrifying the shop's existence is. Anyway, the least I could do is give her a discounted price for each item she'd buy in the shop. Meanwhile, Shiro was doing his best to ignore his alternative counterpart, as he couldn't stand being in the same breathing space as him. My sister and her fiancé finally left after giving them a card so that they could access the shop portal without me the next time they wanted to enter. As they did, my employee was glaring at the back of my head. What? You think I wouldn't know what you were thinking when you bought them here? I don't know what you're talking about, I admit nothing. But before he could even continue talking, suddenly a new guest arrived at the shop. When I was about to do the usual business greeting, my face froze as I saw a familiar face. Aqua. It was my son with I, but this one wasn't a toddler, instead, he was a teenager. My son's eyes narrowed upon hearing his name in my mouth. Who are you? How do you know who I am? And where is this? That day is how I met the alternative version of my son. Chapter 134, Aqua say, Sensei. Have you ever wondered what would happen to us if Mom didn't call Dad? Ruby asked her future boyfriend. Husband? A question. Aqua became thoughtful hearing that question. It's quite the question to which he also thought about it from time to time. If his biological mother didn't call his father or he didn't respond, to be honest, their life wouldn't be as luxurious compared to what they have now. However, it wouldn't be that bad, as their mother is quite capable. Sure, there would be some setbacks, but ultimately, they would have a better life, not just as luxurious as this. Well, our life wouldn't be as good as it is now. However, I'm sure that we'll be all fine, since I'm very confident of I's talent as an idol. He answered his sister about his conclusion. Ruby beamed at his answer and replied. You're right. Alright, Hoshino-san, ready, set, action. Right now both of the twins are sitting at some comfortable baby table on the movie set that their mother was part of. Although the movie was still in its initial stage, both wanted to see the final product and watch it. Since it has I as the protagonist, this movie would surely become popular. At least what they think of the result, as both were very biased toward I. Canon Aqua what? He was confused, he wasn't where he was supposed to be. This place wasn't his room, that's why he became really tense when he saw two unfair people right in front of him, ready to defend himself in case they were going to attack him. Then suddenly, the man with brunette hair looked at him like he saw a ghost or something. Which was very odd to him, as he doesn't remember ever meeting this man, or else he'd know. Besides that, the man right beside him was honestly huge, like he had never seen something this tall. Judging from his skin tone, he must be some sort of foreigner. And is that silver hair natural? Then all of his musing when the brunette said his name. Aqua. He narrowed his eyes at the man. How did this man know his name? It doesn't make sense. For the past several years after I's death, he did his best to remain in the background, to the point that there's barely anyone who knew of his existence except for a very few people. Most of them are old people, and his twin sister is the only friend he has at the same age, so how did this guy know him? His thoughts became a mess, suddenly thinking that this man might have a clue about that man or, worse, part of the scheme that killed his mother. With a growling voice, he said. Who are you? How do you know who I am? And where is this? Normally, it would be really illogical for him to be this careless, as getting emotional would do absolutely nothing to help in this case. Then the man quickly tried to defuse the situation. Whoa, calm down. We don't mean any harm to you, While I could answer your questions, I would prefer to do it after you've calmed yourself. Aqua blinked at his answer, not expecting the man to be like this. Anyway, it did help calm down significantly, but he still remained cautious and couldn't help but curse himself. Damn it, why did I suddenly become very emotional? If they were hostile, I would get beaten up or worse, die without accomplishing my revenge for I. Then after taking a deep breath, he asked the same question once again, but this time in a calmer tone. So, who are you people? And how did you know my name? I'm pretty sure I never met you before, and where exactly is this place? This isn't my room. Thinking about it now, he realized how bizarre this situation was, as this shouldn't be possible by normal means. It's like magic. For starters, we are a humble master and servant. So I'm a servant now. Shush, don't interrupt me. The man with tan skin scoffed at his master. As the owner of this shop, I'm naturally the boss and he's my employee. His name is Alexander and this grumpy guy is Emilia, or you can also call him Sure Don't. A clear warning in the tall man's tone. The boss rolled his eyes and said, fine, or call him Archer or whatever. This time the man called Archer didn't say anything, which indicates acceptance. But for you, you may call me Dad or Father is also acceptable. Aqua's face became ugly at those words. With a trembling voice, he said. Why is that? The man named Alexander smiled at him saying. Obviously because I'm your dad. Both you and Ruby are my children with I. Hearing that confession, Aqua could only see red, despite the obvious name difference or even race. Right now, it doesn't matter much to him as he could only see him. No one knew about them, the fact that they're Hoshino's children, both he and Ruby. Only a selective number of people knew about their actual heritage, and one of them was this body's biological father. And the main suspect in his mother's murder, according to his investigation. That's why, the fact that this person knew about them and their true heritage, it must be him. He couldn't think straight at the moment, as his only thought was to murder this man. The consequences could wait. Right now he was going to kill this bastard and have his revenge. With a shout like a beast, he dashed at this man who claimed to be his father. Despite how young he looked, despite his hair color being different, and despite that, he wasn't Japanese. All of it wasn't just in his mind right now, because right now, all he wanted was to eliminate this man. You son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you. My eyes widened at my son's sudden outburst, not expecting this at all. He dashed in my direction, which was quite fast for any ordinary human, but frankly, in my case, he was unbearably slow. In my perspective, he's like a snail crawling toward me. Then I saw my number one employee wanting to interfere, but I signaled him not to. It's not like he can do anything to me with that pathetic amount of strength. So I let him tackle me into the perfectly clean floor, and then he started choking me with all of his strength. How kinky. But I wasn't very interested in being choked by my alternate world son. I could see that he had lost his reason and, considering his bloodshot eyes, glared directly at me as if wanting to drill a hole in my head. Either way, seeing that he's in a berserker state, I should use minor hypnosis to calm his emotions, or at least what a sensible person would do in this situation. But this is disrespectful, which is why I did the good old way of calming down a person. I moved my palm and bitch slapped this motherfucker. How dare this little shit disrespect his father. Slap. I hit hard enough to break a few teeth, and as a result, his brain got a concussion, which was honestly bad as I used too much strength. But I didn't regret it, though. No son of mine would be disrespectful to me, alternative version or not. Aqua immediately became unconscious, which wasn't surprising. Either way, I should start healing him before the blood could leak into the deepest part of his brain, causing permanent brain damage. I don't want him to become vegetative, so I started healing my son. Aqua. Aqua opened his eyes, sweating like crazy as if he just woke up from a nightmare. At first, he was very confused as to what the hell just happened, but it didn't take long for him to remember what previously happened. But before he could act, suddenly someone spoke right beside him. Cool, now you're awake and calm. I think there's some sort of misunderstanding between us. It was the man who claimed to be his father, and quickly he tried to stand up, but all of a sudden a massive headache appeared, preventing him from standing up. Whoa, easy son. I just healed you. It would take a bit for you to be completely fine, as you're still feeling the after effects of the concussion that you received earlier. The man advised. Which he didn't take for granted. He's a licensed doctor, and he knew more than this guy could ever know about concussions. After waiting for his pain to disappear, finally, the brunette once again asked. So, why exactly do you want to kill me? Hearing those insensitive words, a burst of anger appeared in his chest, and he poured it out by shouting. You're kidding me, right? Why do you ask? I want to kill you for revenge. You killed Hoshino. The man was taken aback at this piece of knowledge as if he couldn't believe it. Wait, hold on, I don't think we're on the same page here. I never killed the mother of my children, There's a line that one shouldn't cross. While I may not be a good person, I'm definitely not evil either. Then suddenly the man realized something. Oh, wait, you have blonde hair. What? Of course, I do. He wasn't what this person was aiming at. Aha, this is quite awkward. Alexander scratches the right side of his cheeks and then continues. Why the heck do you look exactly the same despite having a different father? Or maybe it's me but blonde. The guy was lost in his thoughts. Huh? Aqua was now confused, he couldn't understand what this guy was on about. Ah, screw it. The multiverse sucks, I'm done thinking. Different or not, I'm still going to treat you like my son. Anyway, listen to what little I know about your world. Your eye is dead, correct? He gritted his teeth upon hearing that it was his sore spot despite several years having passed, and then he noticed something. Wait, what does he mean by your world? I decided, since you most likely don't have anything of value to exchange for credits, listen, work for me as an assistant and I'll give you an item that could revive your dead mother. I'll even throw in extra something for helping you with get a revenge to whoever killed Hoshino. The brunette boldly declared. Meanwhile, his brain was short-circuited and couldn't understand what this person was implying and could only say, huh? Chapter 135, a contract, huh? The look on his face was quite hilarious to see, the look of absolute confusion. Do I need to repeat what I said? I'd be really disappointed if he did ask me that. What? No. I heard you just fine. What do you mean by that? Are you telling me that you can revive my Hoshino? Aqua said with a disbelieving look. That's what I just said. I mean, I understand that reviving a dead person is basically impossible, even back in my world. Do people really need me to clarify it for them? I just said it the first just fine, then my son from the neighboring dimension became angry at my words. Don't fuck with me. There's no way that's possible. Sheesh, language, young man. And yes, it's possible to revive the dead. I mean, what's so unbelievable about it? Everything. He exclaimed while glaring at me, to which I shrugged it off and answered. Why is it that you don't believe in resurrection, yet it happened to you? I mean, you literally got reincarnated after dying, which is basically a revival of its own. I said as a matter of fact. Aqua's eyes widened at my words, as if not expecting my words. To ease his worry, not, I continued. Like I said, you are my son, I know about the reincarnation stuff. Do you really think that you and your sister are unique? Newsflash, you ain't. He was speechless at first before finally regaining a bit of his composure. Prove it to me that you can revive Hoshino and I will do anything, even if I sell my soul or be your slave for the rest of my life. I was honestly disgusted by this guy's words. No, I'm not really into slavery or BDSM. But if that's what you want, I don't judge. But don't just show it to me, okay? Aqua became extremely embarrassed at my reply and exclaimed. What? No, I'm not into that sort of stuff. I mean it seriously. If you can really do what you claim, then I cut him off before he could finish the entire sentence. Listen, because I think you needed a checkup for a hearing deficiency after this, I don't need your soul or you becoming my slave. All I want you is to work here part-time, and after you pay the debt you owe me, you do whatever you want, either you leave or continue being an assistant. You hear me? Hearing that, he reluctantly nodded and was a bit offended by the fact that I claimed that he had a hearing deficiency. It's his fault for not listening, alright? Maybe this will help him pay closer attention to what people might say next time. I'm basically giving him an advantage here. It's literally a win-win situation for him. He gets experience from work and the fact that I'll give him some extra wage. Yeah, this is nepotism. Alright, then, Archer, give me a contract. Jeez, I said to him, to which he frowned and replied. We have those? No, but buy one from the shop, make sure it's the cheaper one. Alright, but is it necessary? I mean, you didn't give me a contract or anything. I gave him a look, which honestly made me wonder if he was doing this on purpose or if he was just stupid. Look, you're a unique case. If I bound you with a cheese, would you agree to work here? No. The ex-guardian immediately replied. Exactly, that's why it's better to hire you without any contract because you got traumatized by your previous boss, I stated with a plain voice. Archer couldn't remain stoic after that and became a bit embarrassed. What a rare sight. To think an old fossil like him could still feel embarrassed. Mr. I am the bone of my sword. I'm not done yet. Since he started this meaningless conversation, I swear to take some revenge. Speaking of Ella, where the heck is she right now? I'll pretend I didn't hear that, and please, for the love of whatever god you worship, don't. He actually looks pitiful. I took some pity for that, but for now, I'll let him off with a warning. Sure, but try that again, and I'll be sure to prepare more Ella jokes for you. Emilia grunts at that, clearly not happy about me mentioning that name. For him, Ella is equivalent to you-know-who from Harry Potter. too scared to even mention her, but for real, what the heck happened to her? I haven't seen her since Gilgamesh first arrived here. Wait, I did give her a card, right? Thinking about it, I did give her a card, as there's no way I'd forget to give it to a high-profile client like her. To which is entrusted am I a motherfucker? Realization struck my mind. If he didn't give it to her, it made so much sense why she hadn't visited the shop for months. This sly bitch, he told me that he doesn't dislike her, but the fuck is this? My own employee is sabotaging me. Just wait, Emilia, I'll make you pay for this. Just like that, I decided to punish this dog. You have no idea how much credit I could get, scam, from her. For starters, I'm going to invite my brother-in-law frequently, and we shall see what he'll do. As soon as he arrived, I gave him a glare. Emilia, who doesn't know what he did, could only ignore it. Here's the contract, jeez. I spat at him. Give me that. What's wrong with you? Archer frowned at the uncharacteristic action of his employer. You know what you did? Do you know how much money I would have gotten if you only gave Ella that card? His frown disappeared, replacing a sweating forehead, and avoiding my gaze. I think my apprentice is looking for me, I'll be right back. He swiftly left the scene, like he wasn't even there before. One day, I swear I'll have my vengeance. I quoted a certain blue-haired knight's words. Anyway, I'll fix that issue later, but for now, I'll focus on this contract. Then I set the terms and conditions for this contract, which isn't really anything harsh or special. Like I stated, it's more of a part-time job than anything. Here, sign this and I'll give you the item you wished for, I told Aqua. Then he hesitated for a bit, to which I frowned. What are you backing out? What? No. I mean, do I need to sign this with blood or something? My face started to twitch. I must look like the devil to you, huh? No, you don't need to sign blood, here's the fucking pen, and sign it. Embarrassed by how accurate my words are compared to his thoughts, he signed, to which he immediately felt something binds his soul. Good, from now on, you'll be working as an assistant for the shop for a year. As for your work schedule, we'll discuss it later. Now, here's the item that will help you revive. I gave him an orb that looks like a perfect sphere that has an LCD light inside. Unlike the scrolls that Austin bought, this orb was way cheaper but still as effective as the scrolls. But rather, this one needed the DNA of that person to revive them. To use the orb, you needed I's DNA and put it into the orb of revival. I trust you to have some of her old things. To which he replied a bit awkwardly. Yeah. I definitely do have a lot of that. He avoided looking directly at my eyes, which was suspicious itself, but I couldn't care less what he had done with the things that his eye left. At the end of the day, she isn't my eye Hoshino, neither is this Aqua, my son. However, I'm a sentimental man, and I can't stop myself from helping this Aqua, as he is the same person as my son, despite the difference in heritage. And this thing will help you more in your investigation and revenge. Aqua stared at the thing in my hand and looked at it quite skeptically. A broken shard? I snorted at his words. A broken shard, you say? This thing would literally make you the second Sherlock Holmes. Either way, words wouldn't make you understand. Take it. Aqua, he doesn't know what to say about this man giving him a piece of shard, but the binding of his soul was definitely real, so he'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But as soon as the shard reached his hands, it suddenly disappeared. No, it's more like it was absorbed by his body, and not a second later, a splitting headache that was so unbearable assaulted him. He couldn't stop himself from screaming in pain. The screeching became so loud to that point that he passed out, but before he could fully become unconscious, Alexander spoke. You'll be a new man after you wake up. Finally, he loses consciousness. Chapter 136, Resurrection. He woke up gasping, and the first thing he felt was a mild headache, but it was bearable. Then he looked around, confused, remembering what had transpired previously. His eyes widened, and he quickly looked around to see the man and that weird place he called a shop. But to his surprise and confusion, neither the man nor the shop was there. In fact, he was in his room. At first, what he had experienced before was nothing but a dream. However, he quickly dismissed that thought as he saw a familiar orb and a note. Aqua took it and started reading the note out loud. If you have read this, it means that you're now awake, Yarakobi Shonen, as your wish will come true. Everything that happened in my shop isn't a fragment of your imagination but as real as it could be. After seeing this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread but, at the same time, relief. After all, if everything that happened there was genuine, it meant that he would be able to resurrect I. It meant everything to him. Despite signing a contract that bound his soul, that price was worth it as long as he could see her alive again. Then he continued reading. I decided to give you a week to resolve your issues, and after that, you will start working part-time in my shop. Also, don't even think of escaping as there would be consequences. Either way, after a week use the card beneath this note as it's your only means of transportation to my shop, Anyway, that's all I have to say. Aqua saw the card beneath the note and saw his name and a picture of his face on it, wondering how that guy Alexander managed to take a photo of his face perfectly. But then again, compared to what miracles happened in that place, getting his picture was nothing. Then, finally, he stared at the orb of resurrection with hope, and then all of a sudden, a voice similar to his, but it sounded colder and with less emotion. This orb has some sort of energy contained within, whatever it may be, it's undeniably powerful. There's also some sort of unknown runes on it. If you paid more attention to the lights, it might be possible to replicate this if you find out the origin of this mysterious energy. What? Aqua was initially surprised by this unknown voice, however, the very same voice also answered him in a form of speculation. This must be the power of the shard that was given by that man. There's no other explanation of how you got this power. From what little you know, this power allows you to gather information even in the slightest details possible, or the best way to describe this ability is a short-ranged clairvoyant. Information that he missed started appearing in his mind, making him wonder what kind of power he received from that man. No wonder he told him that gaining this ability makes him the second Sherlock Holmes, as this ability gives him a lot of information, even to the slightest details. He won't miss them, but the downsides are obvious as he can't control this ability yet, and each time he looks at random things his ability gives him accurate information about it, like how was it made, what company made this furniture, or the exact time this furniture was made and how much did it cost in total without the tax. It even included the fact that there was a pair of employees who had sex in his table before it was sold to him. This random information made him cringe. He didn't want to know that. Due to the rapid information he acquired in a short amount of time, his headache worsened. Damn it, how do I stop this thing? Thankfully, despite literally being the cause of his headache, his ability happily gave him the information of how it works and how he would be able to deactivate it at will. Soon enough, he managed to rein the worst of it, and the ability he has become more manageable. Whoa, this is seriously useful. With a grin on his face, he knew that this ability would greatly help him with his investigation of who was the culprit of his biological mother's murder. But before that, he needed to resurrect his long-dead mother, as it's almost been a decade since her death. He can't wait to see her once again, feel her, talk to her, and hear her voice. Without waiting for anyone, he immediately went to his secret cabinet, which contained everything left of his mother. Her clothes, makeup, and even some strands of her hair were there. Since he needed her DNA, he took a strand of Ai's hair and used it as the catalyst for this orb. As soon as the hair strand dropped into the orb of resurrection, a bright light covering the entire room suddenly appeared, making him cover his face with both of his arms. It wasn't just the light, there was also a strange noise that came alongside the light show. While it wasn't loud, it was loud enough for the other person in the next room to hear. But right now, he wasn't paying attention to that as the light started condensing and eventually resembling a human being. Later, the light completely disappeared from the person, revealing their form. Aqua couldn't stop himself from trembling, his throat was dry, and his eyes were moist as he witnessed the person he longed to see once more for the past several years, to the point he was obsessed with taking revenge for her. It was her, the woman of his dreams, his idol, his inspiration, and the person he loved the most. Aqua couldn't stop his tears from falling anymore, as he let it fall. The woman in question looked absolutely confused, not to mention embarrassed, as she was completely naked in front of this man. Although she wondered why he was crying, before she could say something, suddenly someone rushed to the door without even knocking. "Brother. Are you okay?" The girl with blonde hair and ruby-like eyes froze after seeing the person standing right in front of her. Like Aqua, she also started to cry and said, "Mama." The woman in question's eyes widened upon realizing who the girl was, and she replied in disbelief. "Ruby?" It was the most unlikely reunion of the mother and child. Ruby, while she was chilling in her room watching social media posts of what's popular nowadays, without a warning she heard a noise from her brother's room. It was a strange sound, it was unlike any sound she had heard. Then quickly she got up from her bed and went to rush into her older sibling's room. While it might be nothing, or maybe this is just an overacting on her part, however, she couldn't care less after all. Who knows if her brother had some sort of accident or not? If he was, then she would help him. And if this was just an overreaction, it's not like she'd lose anything aside from a moment of her time. What's important is her brother's safety, as she's one of the very few things that she has in her life. She doesn't want to lose him, too, not after losing their mother. He might be grumpy like an old man, as he is technically, but he is still her brother, and he is important to her. Then as soon as she opened the door, Ruby would have never thought she'd met someone who she dearly missed after all this time. It was her mother and idol. Her face was stunned, her earlier thoughts were stopped, and it was as if the entire world existed solely for the woman in front of her. Then she cried, tears started falling from her eyes and she spoke emotionally. "Mama?" To which the woman responded, "Ruby." That's all she needed to hear, and without hesitation, she tackled the woman, who was Hoshino, and embraced her as she cried so hard. "You what? Mama. 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 I missed you, so much. Please don't leave me again. Please don't die." Her suppressor broke and all of the emotions that have been buried for almost a decade were poured out for this very moment. It was an emotional scene for those who knew the context of this event. Although I was confused, seeing her daughter cry emotionally, her maternal instincts won over, and she started comforting her daughter even though she was very confused herself. It took a while to calm down the things between the mother and the child. Chapter 137, A Contract 2. What exactly is happening? I was very confused upon waking up. First, the guy who saw her naked, which was quite embarrassing really, was apparently her son. Now that she looks at him clearly, he has a strikingly similar look to his father, but also hers. Now clothed, she can't stand being naked, especially in front of her already grown-up children. Meanwhile, her daughter was still embracing her while burying her face into her chest, as if wanting to blend with her. Honestly, she doesn't exactly know the full story yet as she was just given the summary version of what truly happened. I was aware that she died. It was hard to forget. After all, the feeling of being unable to breathe, becoming cold, and then being greeted by eternal darkness was something that she wouldn't forget anytime soon. But still, her children grew up, they became good-looking as she expected them to, still having to miss for the majority of their life made her heart ache. They are also reaching her age. In just a few more years, they'll be as old as her. After quite some time of being silent, she finally couldn't stop her curiosity. "Aqua, Ruby, what's happening, right? I, for one, knew that the dead can't be brought back to life, so why am I back? While I'm grateful for being alive, what exactly brought me back from the living?" I stared at her daughter and asked. "Do you know the reason?" To which Ruby shook her head in denial as she had no idea what happened, but to be honest the process doesn't really matter to her that much. Her mother is now alive, anything else hardly matters, no need to complicate things. However, since it's her who asked, Ruby looks back at her brother knowing that he had something to do with it. Noticing that her daughter was looking at Aqua, I asked her son for an answer. "Do you know the reason why this happened?" Her son avoided her questioning look and replied, "Don't worry about it. You're now here, and that's all that matters." That wasn't exactly an answer she was hoping to hear, but she knew that her son must have something to do with her resurrection. Narrowing her gaze upon him, she wasn't satisfied with his answer at all. That's why she pushed the issue once more. "Aqua, what exactly is the reason? Don't try to deflect my question, please answer me honestly." Under her pleading, her son's composure cracked. Realizing this as his weakness, she decided to break the last of his defense by saying this with a sad tone. "You don't trust me?" Despite knowing that he was being played, his composure was completely broken. This was the person he loved the most, even if it's a fake sad tone to manipulate him. It was very effective, and eventually, he told her exactly how things had happened and the price that he had to pay for it. "You sold your soul to the devil?" I couldn't believe it. Her son made a contract with a creature that could only be called a devil. It means that her son was now a slave to the being. Knowing the truth of her resurrection made her regret ever asking him. "Well, I'm not sure if he is the devil or not, but the contract did indeed bind my soul to him, and I'm going to work at his place part-time for a year, or at least what he told me. I didn't know devils hire part-timers in hell. I'm pretty sure whatever that place was, it wasn't hell after all, no eternal flame or sinners were being tortured there." Aqua shrugged. I didn't know what to say, but if her son was condemned to eternal damnation, she might as well carry some of his burden. It's only fair, at this moment, she decided right there, and now, she would carry his burden as she is his mother. "Aqua, I want to meet this devil. I also want to make a deal with it." There's no need for you to make a deal with him." Aqua immediately refused. That's right, Mama. Instead, I'll do it." I shook her head and answered. "It's my decision, and absolutely not Ruby. I don't want my other child to make a contract with the devil, so my son. Take me to that being. Now that I've sent Aqua back to his own world, it's not to fix the issue that was Ella. I can't believe Emilia would sabotage my business like that. Oh, the money I could get from her would be immeasurable, as she's literally the manifestation of humanity's will. She should have a lot of good stuff. To think I've missed that because of Emilia, I can't let him get away without punishment." Then, as I was about to start working on it, all of a sudden, someone used the employee-only gateway, which was only available to Emilia and her apprentice, and recently Aqua. Since Shamir and Emilia are here, it means that the person who used this gateway was Aqua. I thought I said to come back in a week, but why did he go back so quickly? Then I realized that he wasn't alone, he was with others. Then as I saw the extra people he bought, I was surprised. It was I and Ruby. Both are older than my own version of them, although this Ai Hoshino was just a few years older. Looking at her, she became more beautiful as grew older. Now, I'm looking for my eye to grow like this. Then my eyes landed on Ruby, which made me feel prideful as my daughter would grow as beautiful as that. As expected, my genes are first rate. Suddenly, the older version of my eye started looking around for something and said, "Where's the devil?" What did she say? Did she just ask where's the devil? Who is she talking about? Perhaps she's talking about actually Satan? Then the alternative version of my son pointed at me. That's him. Huh? Did this little shit accuse me of being the devil? When I was about to refute that statement, suddenly I realized. In some way, I am indeed the devil. It was a matter of perspective, especially to what I did to the Kironyo. In their perspective, I am indeed the devil. But, why exactly is he accused of being It clicked to me, it's because of the contract, and what little he knew about me, he deduced that I was some sort of devil. In his eyes, I'm capable of giving him powers and items but in exchange for a contract that bound his soul. Then I was surprised, not expecting that I was this devil her son was talking about. It's him? I know that this is the devil's temptation, but he's really handsome. Aqua looked horrified to hear that, while Ruby also agreed with her mother. While I smiled at that. Oh, I'm quite happy to hear that from you, Miss Hoshino. I blushed a bit because she was hit by my unexpected good looks. You're totally different from my mental image of you. Is that so? I'll take that as a compliment, perhaps your son just didn't clarify some things. I answered her. Then she bluntly said, I'll get straight to the point, I want you to break that contract with my son, instead make a contract with me. Her son became alarmed at that and said, This isn't what we talked about. No, it isn't. But it's my decision. I was determined to free him. Their reaction, in my perspective, doesn't make sense. I mean, what's so bad about being a part-timer for a year in this shop? Unless. Say, do you know what was agreed in the contract, Miss Hoshino? I blinked a few times before answering. An eternal damnation for my son's soul? My face twitched at this reply, with a tired sigh. Miss Hoshino. You're wrong, the contract doesn't include eternal damnation for your son's soul. Instead, it's just an ordinary work contract with him. He's going to work here as an assistant in this shop for a year. To clarify, we do not torture anyone. Also, the assumption that I'm a devil is completely wrong. I'm human like you are, and this place is a shop. While it may be a bit different from the usual ones, the principles are still the same. Then I stared right at her face, continuing. Besides, I would never make my son suffer, alternative or not. I became dumbfounded by my words and replied. Your son? What do you mean you're not? I shrugged at her and answered. I know I'm not his father, at least in your universe, but in my world, you are the mother of my children, both Aqua and Ruby. Here's a picture of us. Then I showed her a recent picture of us having a family bonding moment, seeing this irrefutable evidence. Aqua, and Ruby were stunned, speechless at this as they could become this at one point in time. Chapter 138, A Change of Plan. The picture on the phone wasn't something unfamiliar to her. After all, she still remembers it vividly when her children were at that stage of infancy. To her, this very scene was something she remembered as if it was just yesterday. However, compared to her blonde angels, the children in the picture weren't any inferior to her angels. They were both adorable, and she wanted them to have all the joy and love of the world. It makes sense as they were also her children but from a different world. Now, comparing her twins to this alternative version of twins, although their hair color was different compared to the blondes that she was used to, their faces, noses, ears, and mouths were almost the same with a slight difference. It makes her wonder if the father of these children is Hikaru's alternative counterpart. If Alexander were to hear those thoughts, he would have been greatly offended. Being compared to that sadistic murderer wasn't something he'd like, it was honestly degrading for someone from his pedigree. They look happy together. I couldn't help but feel jealous at this photo. After all, this was something that she hadn't achieved in her world. Her children were without a father. Compared to the one on the phone, they were a completely happy family. We do. The man who was the father of her younger counterpart's children replied after hearing her words. I was undeniably jealous of her alternative counterpart right now. All that love was hers to take. Meanwhile, in her world, her family was still incomplete. It wasn't like she was unhappy with her situation. It's just completely different compared to the paradise she saw in front of her. For her, love is a foreign concept. To her, to love is to lie, and only recently she realized what it means to really love someone without lies. Upon seeing this perfectly happy family, it makes her wonder if she should try to contact her old ex-boyfriend and maybe, just maybe they could replicate that paradise on the screen. But then she shook her head. It wasn't what was important right now. as there were still a lot of things to be done for her to do before thinking about her ex again. Her unexpected revival would cause a lot of potential trouble, which she is very aware of despite her lack of some common sense. Either way, now that she understood that her son wasn't going to be a slave for eternity, instead, he'd be just working here for a year like a part-time job. Which made her feel relieved as her son didn't pay any sort of price, but now that she was here, not to mention the revelation that the owner of this place was her lover. Or husband? From another reality, it made her curious about him. If her counterpart managed to have children with him, he shouldn't be that bad. Not to mention, she does like her face and realizes that she has a type. It was something new to her. Aside from her attraction to this handsome young man, she couldn't help but be curious about what kind of things this shop sells. Say, out of curiosity, what does your shop sell? Then the man replied with a rather charming smile. I'm glad you asked, why don't I give you a little tour of this shop? Thus, her otherworldly shop touring started. I did my best to accommodate the Hoshino family, while I introduced them to my shop. Questions like, what do I sell? Or how do you get customers, even though my shop was in the middle of space and was literally nowhere in definition? To which I gladly explained to them, and their reaction was completely justified. What? You're saying that your shop has everything and there's no exception at all? This was Ruby's reaction. Wait, you mean the customers of this shop are from a different universe, and we could potentially meet another version of us aside from your world? This was I's response. While Aqua said, if what you're saying is true, then why didn't you give me more power to kill a person from a distance than this shard? I noted that response, and answered. There are 2 reasons. First, giving you an ability that could instantly achieve your goal wouldn't be satisfying at all. Sure, you could eliminate them, but that's it, they're dead, and trust me, you'll feel empty afterward. Aqua frowned at my reply. He wasn't satisfied with that answer. Trust me on this, the ability I gave you is more useful in the long run. It would get you everywhere, and wouldn't it be better to expose the killer's dirty secret and humiliate them in public, and when they are nothing more than an empty shell of what they were before, only then you can eliminate them. Isn't that wonderful? With the ability I gave you, you'll easily achieve it. There's no need for any fancy power-ups that could potentially get you into a dissecting table in some secret base hidden from the world. Aqua couldn't refute my words and could only nod, as nothing I said was wrong. Thinking about it, this short-ranged clairvoyant was low-key overpowered in a world without superpowers. As it could be hidden, no one would find this ability aside from the people thinking that it's some sort of super deductive reasoning ability. And the second reason? Did I say 2? I said with a smirk. Aqua scowled at my answer. Yes. Haha, then I must have forgotten it. Either way, you got my point, as the shard gives you perfect for you and the world you're in. I said. To which he could only nod. Then I thought in my head. The second reason for me choosing that ability for him is solely for my self-satisfaction. That's why it's better if he doesn't hear it. But then again, even if he did, there's nothing he could do about it. Aqua was now back in his own universe and also clarifying what was his job in that place. He was quite relieved that it wasn't what he was expecting at all. Like that man claimed, or his alternative father, there's nothing dangerous about this 1-year employment contract. Instead, he could treat this as a part-time experience. It was nothing compared to what he received from it. In fact, from his perspective, it was an absolute win, and he hardly lost at all. But then again, it might have to do something with the fact that the man was his father from another universe, which made the man soften his attitude toward him. Aqua really doesn't know what to say about it, and frankly, if he was his father instead of that murderous bastard, he might have accepted it. Anyone aside from that sadistic maniac was better. From the picture he saw from that man, they looked very happy. Aqua wondered if their life would be like that at a certain point, but clearly, it was impossible here. Then his mother said, how do we explain this to everyone? I mean, I'm literally dead on paper, right? Not to mention, I look really young. If I ever use the excuse of not dying at that incident, there's no reason they would believe me, as I look too young, and according to you, it's been almost a decade, which means way time in my 30s now. Aqua was surprised by this. He didn't think that his mother could think reasonably. From what he knew about her, she was an airhead, and common sense was a foreign subject for her. You're too young to be in your 30s, mama. You could totally pull off being a high school student easily. Oh, thank you. Then she proceeded to hug his sister. Honestly, it was astonishing that I easily accepted the situation as it was. If he was in the same position, he would no doubt ask many questions and even be suspicious of things. Perks of being an airhead, I suppose. He thought. Then he suggested. You should stay low for a while. No one should know that you're alive unless it's someone we trusted. I know few people that could be trusted in this matter and could also help us. Then he thought about Miyako and her husband Ikigo, who was missing for the majority of their life after Ai's death. To be honest, he couldn't be bothered to think about him when he was preoccupied with his revenge. However, now that this issue has arrived, he would be a very useful help. Also, it would make him very happy to know that Hoshino is alive. After all, the man thought of her as a daughter. Either way, it's going to be a lot of work, as not only would they make an entire identity as the previous one that I has wasn't going to cut it, but making a legal identity needs a lot of connection and resources. But he could do it, and even more so now that he had an ability that could easily get him the information he wanted. One thing is for sure, it would take a lot of work. Despite that, he couldn't help but smile as he was genuinely happy for the first time in years. I was now alive, most of his regret, sadness, and anger had mostly vanished. But he still retained some of his anger. It won't disappear as long as that man existed. For now, he would create a safe haven for his family, and only then he could resume his quest for revenge. His original plan of murdering his father changed, and instead, he took note of what Alexander told him instead of giving him the taste of death. Why not destroy him socially, humiliate his name to the point that even the dirtiest names in history would be nothing, paint him as the evilest man on earth, and then mentally break him step by step to the point he'd kill himself? It was more satisfying that way. There's no need to dirty his own hands for this matter. With the help of his new power, he was fully capable of breaking minds, as with enough information, he would know them better than they do themselves. Chapter 139, Natsuki Subaru. The kids were playing with their new pets. It's safe to say that they like them, especially Ruby. Unlike normal animals, these monsters are intelligent enough to understand language. Right now, I'm the only one available for babysitting. As their mother was busy with the upcoming movie, and as the protagonist, she had a lot of scenes to take, and some locations of the shooting were simply not for toddlers to go to, or else these two wouldn't be there. While they may have the mind of an adult, at least for Aqua, their bodies are weak and easily get sick. They might be a future first-rate magus, but they're still toddlers. No matter how amazing their future is, if they can't get past infancy, then it's no good. Also, my sister and her fiancé aren't here at the moment, as the revelation of the shop made her excited at the possibility of finally exterminating every dead apostle of Earth, which were the cancers of humanity that she hoped to remove. Lorelei also asked me to give them a discount, to which I agreed, but with the condition that I would only give them a discount if they spent a total purchase reaching at least 1,000,000 credits each time they bought in the shop. To which she readily agreed. Kudos for her not asking me to give it to them for free, but then again, that's just the way she is. My sister was prideful enough to the point that it was probably humiliating for her to ask me to give her free stuff. Asking for a discount was already her limit. If this was my sister before she dated Shiru, there's no doubt asking for a discount is a foreign thing. With Shiru as her fiancé, she discovered the joy of discounts. But that's a story for another time. For now, the kids needed milk to drink. As they're toddlers, they can't eat solid food yet. No matter how old they may be mentally, their physical bodies are still infants, so they have to eat liquid foods. Hey kids, there's no milk in the kitchen. I'm going to get some outside. The two gave me a particular look, which was odd, and suddenly Ruby spoke. You're not going to disappear forever after you leave us, right? My face twitched with her words. I was honestly offended by that comment, and then I took the phone from her hands and said, no social media for you, little girl. Hey. Give it back. Ruby shakily stood up with her weak knees but ultimately failed as her muscles weren't completely developed yet. But before she could fall, I caught her and replied, no, I won't give it back. Watching the media, especially the Western ones, gives you brain rot. A what? Aqua looked confused at the term. It's another definition of a mentally ill person. I explained it to him in a terminology that he could understand. Oh. That, he understood. He was an old man before he reincarnated, so new gen terms are quite confusing to him. I mean, it wasn't like I don't understand where he's coming from, as there was a time when new gen terms confused me. Anyway, my daughter, I won't leave you, especially when your aunt would drag my ass back to you if I ever did leave. I wouldn't dare to think about the consequences, but even without that threat I'm still not going to leave. I'm an asshole, not a deadbeat. Ruby still wasn't convinced. Meanwhile, my son was chill, like I don't give a fuck kind of chill. Or, I could just create milk with my magic like before, I suggested to my children, and their faces were filled with absolute disgust. No way. The milk you create with magic tastes nothing. It would have been bearable if it tasted plain, but it doesn't taste anything. The only thing I could taste was the sticky liquid that entered my mouth. Ruby complained about my man-made milk. The way she said it drained the blood out of my face. Thank God that we're alone, or else this type of phrasing would get me straight from jail. She made it sound like I made her drink my manly liquid or something. Even Aqua was inspired and could only show his dumbfounded face. Ruby. Don't say it that way. People would misunderstand you if you said it like that. I really needed to teach her how to control her words. If this continues, sooner or later, someone would be sent straight out of jail due to misunderstanding. Not that the police could keep me there, the point is, I don't want to be a victim of such misunderstanding. It would literally be a life and death sentence to my public reputation. Ruby didn't seem to understand what she did at all. Isn't she supposed to be a teenager mentally? Why the heck is she worse than an elementary student in terms of common sense? You know what, let's forget that this conversation ever happened. Either way, I'm going to the convenience store nearby. With a sigh, I left the kids and went directly to the store to buy some baby milk powder. While my magic can create, apparently, it can only replicate but not the taste. That's why even if I make the most appetizing food in the world, it would still taste nothing. I suppose you learn new things every day, a flaw in my magic that I never thought about. It seems that even this miracle isn't perfect. Welcome. An employee greeted me as soon as I entered the store. Japanese are like that, too polite. It was definitely weird to get used to at first as a Westerner, but living here in Japan for years made me used to it. I only gave a subtle nod and went directly to the shelf where the baby milk powder was. Then my greatest hurdle came. Which brand is better? This tasty looking one or the one that says premium? While I was trying to pick between the two, another customer entered the store. Then after some time, I realized. Wait, I'm rich, why do I have to choose? Then I took every single one of the baby milk powder brands available on the shelves and put it into the store basket. As I walked out of the shelves, I almost bumped into someone, but thanks to my hockey, I avoided that exact scenario. It would be really embarrassing if it did happen. Oops, that was close, sorry about that. Ahaha, it's fine man. Replied the stranger. Then I looked at the man with a smile then froze as I saw his entire appearance. That familiar orange, black and white tracksuit, sharp-looking eyes, and that wacky hairstyle that no one has anymore. The guy noticed how I froze and couldn't help but ask with concern. Hey, are you alright? Quickly snapping out of it, and immediately thought of an excuse that sounded natural. Ah, yes sorry. I thought you looked familiar, although you look younger and don't wear glasses. This time it was the guy who froze after I mentioned those specific words, which is exactly the reaction I was hoping for as I know exactly how to make him dick. But he quickly got over it and tried to play it cool, but failed due to the obvious strained smile. Ah, yeah, that, you must be talking about my father. He's really popular, huh? Even a foreigner knows him, guess another that his son fails to achieve. He muttered the last sentence, but I heard it clearly but chose to ignore it. Oh, I see. That makes sense, but I don't really know him as I just saw him passing by once. Right, I'm Alexander, by the way. Call me Alex as my full name, rather a mouthful. What's yours? Words seemed to calm him down, realizing that I didn't know his father the way he thought I was, but he was also confused as to why I was trying to strike up a conversation with him openly as he wasn't someone interesting, unlike his father. But regardless, as a Japanese person, it's in his core to be polite and reply in kind. Natsuki Subaru. I gave him a hand, to which he was confused for a bit before realizing what I was implying. He took it, and we did a handshake. Nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you too. Subaru looked absolutely confused at this moment, wondering why a stranger was talking to him. Anyway, you must be wondering why I'm talking to you. I decided to be blunt about it. Subaru was surprised by my blunt approach, but regardless he nodded as he was too curious as to why I did. That's simple, I simply find you interesting, even more than your father, I said. Subaru's body trembled at my words, as if he couldn't believe that I said that. It must be the very words he was hoping to hear for the longest time. For a long time, he has had a massive inferiority complex when it comes to his father, compared to his amazing father, while he, the son of such an individual, was nothing. That's why he longed to be special in some way. It's also the very reason why he was so delusional when he was first summoned to another world. Thinking that he was someone special or at least deluded himself to be special, which backfired rather quickly as a result. Being a shut-in and otaku doesn't help him either. At that very moment, I decided to help Natsuki Subaru in my own way, as he simply didn't deserve the fate that was about to befall him in the future. Right now, I decided to become his friend and slowly build his confidence. Subaru, not realizing that he was getting emotional because of a simple act from a stranger, replied. Thank you. I don't know why you're thanking me, but you're welcome. I pretended not to know why he became like this. Subaru just nodded, as if he was expecting that answer anyway. Sorry for that, but those words meant a lot to me. I'm grateful. Why are you sorry? You did nothing to apologize for, but since you're grateful to me, why not show that gratitude by hanging out with me? I grinned at his direction. Huh? I mean, I don't mind hanging out with you, but where? Subaru was greatly confused at how fast the things were moving, but he went along anyway. Well, that's for you to find out. Thus, I dragged him along to have some fun that a normal teenager would do. Chapter 140, The Fateful Meeting with Spider Lady. At that moment, he was very confused about what was happening in his ordinary, boring life. Just a few hours ago, he had been invited to hang out with this weird but friendly foreigner. He also was very good with Japanese. It's like talking to a native, which greatly helps him, or else, he would have had a hard time communicating with this guy. While he wasn't completely hopeless in English, as he once aced his high school exam in English, knowing how to read English and speaking English are two different things. With his skills, he could barely talk 2 sentences in English without fucking it up. Either way, as strange as this is, he had to admit that he enjoyed this hangout session more than he thought. Playing arcade games, which he hadn't done for a long time, was fun. Then we ate at an expensive cafe where, at first, he embarrassingly told his companion that he didn't have enough funds to be able to afford the things there. To which he answered, "I didn't ask you to pay. It's obvious that I'm going to be the one treating you as I'm the one who invited you in the first place. Don't be shy and order anything you want." At the moment, he thought that his companion was rich, but after knowing him a bit more after a few conversations, he clearly underestimated how rich this guy was. He's not just rich, but very rich, as he stated that his family is an old aristocrat, basically a blue blood. Their family has an enormous amount of old money from their lineage, basically a certified elite of the elite. Subaru wasn't sure what to think that a literal noble in the modern era was dining with him. Wouldn't these kinds of people distance themselves from commoners like him? Either way, because of that revaluation, his unlikely companion became even more odd, but not in a bad way. After dining at the cafe, we then went to a bowling alley, which admittedly was his first time going to such an establishment. It made him rather nervous. Then his companion showed him the way of playing, but as you expect from a first-timer, he completely missed the mark, making him very embarrassed. Alex laughed at his misfortune, and because of that, a fire of determination was born inside him, wanting to prove that even if he was a newbie, he still could be better than others. And miraculously, he hit a strike which made him jump in joy. Did you see that? I did it. For the first time in years, he felt a genuine sense of achievement rather than wallowing in the self-pity of his inferiority complex toward his dad. Yeah, that was really unexpected. But regardless, good job. Alex smiled at his joy. Then they continued playing for a bit, and Subaru enjoyed every moment of it. Gradually, he unconsciously thought of this stranger, not as a companion but as a friend. "It's getting late," Subaru says as he stares at the establishment clock. I looked at the wall and realized that he was right. Then I thought of something. I think I'm forgetting something important. But after failing to recall what it was, I eventually gave up and decided to ask an important question instead. Say, do you have a Line account? I want to add you as a friend so that I can contact you next time we hang out. Subaru blinked, not expecting my words. He was surprised for a bit before saying, Oh yeah, right. I'm embarrassed to admit that I don't have a Line account as I really don't have any use for it, but I can give you my phone number. Then he took out his phone out of his pocket, which honestly baffled me. A flip phone? Yeah, a flip phone. Are you trying to be a spy or something? What? No. Then perhaps you can't afford an Android phone? I asked worriedly. That's not it either. My family is not poor, okay? We're actually living comfortably at middle class. Subaru looked offended by that statement. Then I looked at him confusedly. Then why the hell are you still using that kind of phone which no one uses nowadays? Subaru started scratching his left cheek and replied, "It's more of a personal preference." You don't sound too sure about that. I mean, okay, fine, I admit. It's not like I had any use for an Android smartphone, as I don't have any friends to add anyway. Subaru looked rather embarrassed to admit that. Honestly, it wasn't that shameful. But you do have a PC, right? Of course, why wouldn't I? To clarify, is your PC in the newer side version of it and not something that came out of the early 2000s? Right? Subaru looked absolutely offended by that. Look, I may be behind in terms of phone, but I'm by no means that backward. I regularly upgrade my PC, okay? I'm not a caveman. Okay, good, you scared me for a moment. Subaru gave a weird look at my answer, and then after that, we exchanged numbers. Well, that was quite an unexpected surprise, but then again, I'm glad I met him. After all, I don't have a lot of male friends, and most of the time, I'm surrounded by girls to the point there are some rumors about me being a pimp or something. Not that he would mind those rumors, but I don't think my sister would like to hear that. Either way, I met different Isekai protagonists in the same city. I'm sensing some kind of pattern here, but I think it's time to recall the important thing that I forgot a while ago. While I was wondering what it was, suddenly I saw a truck pass by with an advertisement logo painted on its shell. Baby milk powder. Holy shit, I totally forgot about my children. What were you thinking? The children would have starved. Next time, I don't think I can trust you with babysitting. Like a disappointed wife, I scolded me. To be fair, she had all the right to be angry at me. It was very careless of me, I don't even have an excuse. Then, after the scolding session with suddenly, to add salt to my already wounded self, Ruby told me. I really thought that you left us with the milk. With a bitter smile, I replied. That's a fair assumption. But at least my sister isn't here, or else it would have been way worse for me. The school was boring as usual, then I went to a club to do some activities, and my relationship with the siblings was way more comfortable than before. Even the students from our school noticed that. Like yesterday, Dee was still missing from the picture, and now I'm starting to get worried, not because I missed her but because of the things she would do without my surveillance. While she might not look like it, however, in reality she is a very dangerous entity that could potentially end the world if she wanted to. I'm afraid of capabilities because there's literally nothing I can do to stop her if she ever goes rogue, at least at the moment. But one day, I'll reach that level, if not more. I just need time. Anyway, as I much dislike doing this, I have to look for her in case she does something nefarious behind my back. As soon as school ended, Sora and Shiro invited me to join them and play games in their house. I would normally not be against it, however, at the moment, I have a very important mission to do. As it has to do with the fate of the world, so I could only regretfully reject it and promise to join them next time. The siblings were understanding but a bit disappointed, however, the promise of playing next time brightened their mood. As soon as they left, this time it was Mitsuha who tried to talk to me. Alex, do you mind if I have a word with you? If it was any other time, I would have accepted it, but her timing is terrible, and I could look at her with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, I have something important to do right now. Mitsuha was a bit hurt by that. I see, if this was you being polite because you don't want to hurt my feelings, then I don't want it. If you want to reject my invitation, I would rather like you to be blunt about it. I was initially confused, but it seems that she misunderstood something. Wait, I'm not rejecting your invitation to talk because I don't want to. Look, it's really important. I'm worried about what Wakaba would do if I left that thing alone. You know what kind of being she is, right? Hearing that, her face completely changed, as she was one of the few who knew what kind of existence Dee was. As my point was made, she quickly changed her tone. I understand, that thing should be observed all the time. Who knows what it would do if it was left alone? Mitsuha was rather serious at this, as she held no love for Dee, but rather she was absolutely terrified of her. After resolving the misunderstanding between us, I left after promising to talk to her soon. Now I arrived at Dee's house, hoping that she'd be there, and thankfully, my instinct was correct as suddenly Dee appeared behind me. My, are you here to visit me because you're worried about me, my beloved? Dee, who suddenly wrapped my right arm with her chest while smiling beautifully. I scoffed at that and answered. As if, I'm just worried that you'll do something that would cause world destruction. Dee pouted at that. Do you really think that little of me? Of course, I wouldn't do that. This is a vacation for me, ending it would do no good. At least I could believe that. Then I asked. Why weren't you at school for a few days now? Era? You're really worried about me, Kaya? I'm blushing, or am I really? Be serious, what exactly did you do these past few days? Rolling her eyes, she replied. You're no fun, but yes. I did something within the past few days. I'm absent and it's waiting inside my house. Would you like to see my present for you, my dear? Hearing the word present, I have a very bad feeling about it. And so I went inside to see what exactly this present was, and to be honest, I was caught completely off guard as I saw a very familiar face, however, compared to the one I knew who was the culprit of this entire thing. Her face was the same, but her facial expression, her hair color, and the way she was the complete opposite of Dee. Hello. I'm back. With an awkward smile, Shirori greeted the boyfriend from her memories. And the fateful meeting between the Spider Lady and I finally happened. Chapter 141, a conversation that isn't really one. I stared at the woman who shouldn't be here at all. To say I was surprised was an understatement. Shirori, who noticed the intense look on my face, couldn't help but avoid it with a shy look, or at least in my perspective. As in reality her face barely changed at all. She's mostly stoic, but I know that she was internally screaming inside. For those who aren't familiar with her, they would think that she's cold and rarely talks at all, when in reality she doesn't know how to properly communicate with another living being. Surprised, aren't you? Dee words managed to snap me out of it. Dee, why the hell is she here? I blurted without a filter and ended up making it sound harsher than it should be. Naturally, Shirori heard it, and her stoic face cramped for a bit, showing a hurt look. I could even see a slight trembling in her hands, but it quickly disappeared as if it was never there and became more stoic, like she was imitating a statue. I instinctively felt it, She didn't want to be here anymore, and that's why, before the misunderstanding could escalate, I quickly reassured her. Wait, no, I didn't mean to sound harsh. Forgive me if I sound like I'm telling you that you're unwelcome. I'm not angry, well, at least not at you. I glared at the culprit of this mess, to which she replied. Tee-hee. As if to sound cute, however, in my perspective, it was far from cute. Instead, it only made my glare sharper than it was. If it was anyone else, they would no doubt find her adorable, but I wasn't just anyone as I know her from inside and outside. I know that I couldn't control her, as she's the very definition of a wild card, but despite how I acted like an asshole to her and the fact that she deserved that treatment, however, I'm also thankful that she doesn't go into a killing spree, which she's totally capable of. That's why I could respect that, even if she's doing it out of selflessness and not because of benevolence. That's why she was considered safe, although it's a loose term, as she is still extremely dangerous, even more so than the majority of the dead apostle ancestors. But unlike the majority of the ancestors, she doesn't kill, drink blood, or simply destroy human lives because they find it amusing. As she treats this world as a vacation spot, and as a tourist, she doesn't want to harm the planet as it would take the fun out of it. This is the only reason why my sister and the entire clock tower weren't sending any enforcers to try and eliminate D, pointless as it was. Because she's harmless compared to the rest of her kind, and yes, she is now categorized as an ancestor, although unofficially. That's why the clock tower and its enforcers would rather use their manpower to track other ancestors who caused more harm to humanity like a plague than look for a pointless conflict that doesn't really help at all, as they would only gain another powerful enemy for no reason, which was no-brainer. At least that's the situation with the clock tower, but the church is different, as those fanatics wanted to eliminate all supernatural, which also includes magi on the list. If they find out about D, there's no doubt they would send their executors to destroy her. Even if they know how powerful she is, it wouldn't stop them. Like I said, fanatics, a lot of them are. But I'm getting off track. I let out a sigh as I can't really find the energy to get angry at her as she didn't cause any destruction. Look, I really don't understand why I'm doing this, as I'm halfway giving up trying to understand you. I just hope whatever your scheming is doesn't harm anyone else, I said while looking at her. Dee smirked and confidently answered. Of course, it won't harm anyone else. But I can't promise the same thing for you though. Dee boldly admitted that she is scheming something, which isn't a surprise, but I'm quite worried about the part where I am not included in the list of being unharmed. But I'm probably going to be fine, while people die when they get killed. I'm different because if I die, it doesn't mean I'm dead. As I can return by death at will. This means if I die, I won't die. Just because I'm dead it doesn't mean I'm dying. Alright, I should stop this line of thought as I'm getting infected by my brother-in-law's stupid quotes. That's fine. Then I shifted my attention back to Dee's fragment soul, who had calmed down after I cleared the misunderstanding between us. As for you, well, I'm not sure why Dee brought you here, but please tell me if it's against your will. Because I will help you go back to your world. I'm not quite sure if she treated the Earth as her home planet to start with. However, I'm sure that at this point, she considered the other world as home. After all, she spent the majority of her life there compared to a measly month's worth of time on Earth. Not to mention, she isn't exactly living well, as she was nothing more than a pet spider in our classroom. Knowing that doesn't really help. If that was me, I wouldn't think of this world as my world either. Her soft, beautiful voice came out from her mouth, but rather than continuing she paused and remained still. I'm not saying anything anymore. If it was anyone else, it would feel awkward, but I know her well enough as she wasn't intentionally doing this thing. That's why I have to use my path to victory, unconventionally rather than using it to calculate the probability of my victory. I use it to calculate her facial expressions and muscles to accurately understand her thoughts. Shiraori couldn't continue her speech as she had already forgotten what to say at the moment. It became unbearably awkward for her, and her anxiety was catching up, and she screams internally. Why do I always do this? Why can't I reply normally? I can just communicate normally with Ariel. Why can't I do the same with him? Now he will think of you as a weirdo. Good job. You just made a first bad impression. After so long, she finally met the guy who constantly appeared in her mind whenever she felt lonely, or a constant reminder as to why she needed to survive. But only for her to find out that her boyfriend wasn't hers, to begin with. But even with that world-shattering revelation, she still longs for this man, as despite not having any actual relationship with the guy, she still loved him very much. Even knowing that her feelings for him weren't real, at least that was what she thought at first, but eventually, she begins to accept that those fake feelings eventually became real. It was ironic, really, but she doesn't mind, as it's one of the very few things that makes her alive. And now, their fateful meeting was happening, but she screwed it up by not saying anything. At this point, Her skill of parallel thinking might be as well useless as she couldn't think of anything. Amid her despair, the man she adores spoke. I don't think you're a weirdo, nor did you make a bad impression. Eh? Did he just? Shiraori's eyes widened. Yeah, I did. As if to confirm her initial suspicion, this time she was definitely more anxious than before. He can read minds? How? It shouldn't be possible considering I have a skill that prevents any mental skills. I think you're misunderstanding something. I haven't read your mind, as I'm only speculating about what you were thinking. What I'm doing is more of a cold reading than reading your mind, Alexander said. What? That's possible? Her eyes widened. It's something that she never thought about. From his words, he said that he wasn't reading her mind, which made her significantly calm down. Shiraori knew that it wasn't a lie, or else she would definitely know that he was trying to read her mind. It was no wonder why her mental blocks weren't warning her from any sort of mind-reading abilities. Instead, he was reading her thoughts through her body. She doesn't know what to think about that. However, if it was him, then she wouldn't mind his ogling. Oh, she wasn't a stranger to lecherous looks, which normally doesn't bother her, but thanks to a certain incident, she became more conscious of the leering looks of men and women. That's right, it's not only men. Just because they're girls it doesn't mean they are an exception. Well, it's normally impossible, but thanks to a certain skill, it's possible, although I could accurately read your surface thoughts but not the inner core of it. Which was honestly a relief to hear, or else she'd be really worried. No one else wanted their thoughts to be broadcasted, even she wasn't an exception. Then, can you understand me? Yeah, I do. He nodded. What a fascinating skill. Either way, that's for her to think about later, but right now, she could finally have a proper conversation with him. Our conversation was more enlightening than I thought it would be. From the outsider's perspective, they would only see me talking to her. Meanwhile, she remained silent and stoic, and others would most likely misunderstand that I was bothering her and she wasn't interested in talking to me. But that couldn't be further from the truth, as we were having a complete conversation that only the two of us understood, sans D, as she was something else, but we chose to ignore her. The most surprising part is that she wasn't meddling in my talk with Shiraori, which was quite suspicious, as normally she would invite herself into a conversation, but right now, she was satisfied being a third wheel party. If that doesn't look suspicious, I don't know what it is. You could say that she wanted to give us space and didn't want to interrupt our talk. But that's bullshit and I know it. This was what Dee was talking about. She isn't kind nor she is polite to do those things, so this could only be some sort of scheme, but the worst part is I don't know what it is, and even if I did I would probably get along with it as long it's not harmful. Anyway, apparently, according to the Spider Lady, her creator, Dee, suddenly appeared in her room when she was taking a break from a boring meeting with the other army commanders. Dee's unexpected visit almost caused a conflict that would definitely destroy the entire castle, causing immeasurable property damage and also a lot of casualty. And Shiraori didn't want that, as it would make Ariel disappointed with her, so she went with the peaceful approach. Her relationship with Dee was mostly neutral, but if it ever came to the point that she'd fight her, then she would, even though she knew that she'd probably lose. She never saw the full power of Dee, nor did she want to find out. And surprised, Dee came here not to cause trouble but to offer her something. It was suspicious. She originally wanted to refuse, however, she told her about me, and it got her attention. It didn't take long to convince her to come along with Dee back to Earth, and now this is the result. However, it feels incomplete. I know I'm missing something, my instinct is telling me so. However, I don't have any proof, and that's why I have to ignore it for now. Then I noticed, as we walked, that she was looking at a vending machine with such intensity, and there was also a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. It didn't take long for me to pinpoint whatever she was looking at. It was the Coca-Cola that was in the vending machine. Realizing that she wanted this beverage, then without hesitation, I went to the vending machine, inserted 1,000 yen, pressed the Coca-Cola button, and took it after it fell down. And I went back to her and gave the cold can of Coca-Cola into her hands. There, I'm sure you missed this drink. She had a surprised look on her face, not expecting him to see through her. But then she realized that it was a stupid thought, as this was the man who could literally understand her surface thoughts just by reading her body language. With a soft voice, she said, "Thank you." I smiled at her and replied, "You're welcome, and did I mention that you have a beautiful voice?" Hearing that, her cheeks turned a bit red, and she quickly bowed her head down to avoid making eye contact with him for a moment. I was amused by her shyness. It was just a simple compliment, and she reacted like that? It makes me wonder if I flirted with her, would her face turn completely red? Honestly, I'm kind of tempted. However, I stopped myself, as it would be like a playboy. He already is, Shiraori. She continued to blush as she held on to the cold beverage that was given by her boyfriend. To think she was easily flustered by such a simple compliment. It makes her wonder if she could take it if he would actively flirt with her. Imagining that made her heart beat loudly. Shiori wasn't a stranger to compliments or flirts, but usually, they had no effect on her emotions whatsoever. And only it would work if she actually found that person important or special. And Alexander was a special kind of existence to her. That's why his compliments have different effects compared to those compliments the demon army says to her. As they held a special significance to her, then suddenly she was hit by an unexpected question. Say, you know that your memories about this world are fake as it was never yours, to begin with, so I wonder why you went back here to this world as, in your perspective, this world is nothing but your birthplace and not really your home. Shiori's eyes widened and internally panicked. He knows? I thought he had no idea about that. I'm not sure if I read it accurately, since your body language is amiss, but I do know one thing. I do know that you are the pet spider of our class that owns, but thanks to the incident that ended up killing the majority of the class, you were reincarnated along with the fragmented soul of D so that you would able to trick the ones responsible for destruction of our class. Alexander casually mentioned her origin in a single paragraph. As she was having a panic attack, suddenly he continued. To be honest, I really don't care what you are, I never really did. Despite being a fragment of D, you are a person of your own, while those memories define what you are, however, they only did that, and you are you at your core, that's why Shiori, you are your own person. Hearing that, she was honestly touched, no one had ever said that to her, and this was the first. Once again, he became special to her, and this time, it wasn't because of the memories but because she thought so. It wasn't influenced by Dee's fragment memories but by her own will and feelings. But those memories also played a part, so she decided to answer his question earlier, but this time, she didn't let him use whatever skill he was using, but it came out of her mouth voluntarily. No wonder she couldn't talk to him normally like she did with her grandmother, as she was only influenced by those precious memories that weren't hers to begin with. And now that she met him, even if it was just a short amount of time, he immediately became a special existence to her and the decision to follow D in this world was the right choice. If she didn't, she would probably be confused by these feelings. Right now, she could confidently say this. I came back here to meet you, it's for me to confirm something that has been bothering me for the longest time. Alexander looked surprised by her words, which she didn't pay much attention to as she continued her speech. Whether the result was good or bad, I could accept it as it would be a form of closure of the memories I could never have. Then after a moment of silence on her part, she confessed. But after meeting you, even if it's a short amount of time, not even a half day but even so, I think I love you. Alexander was stunned at her unexpected confession, even though someone who had little experience in this kind of thing knew how unusual her confession was. This was only to confirm whether she could be genuine with her love for him or not, as, after all, those feelings came from another person, and she received a taste of it. Shiori already knew everything she wanted to know about him, but at the same time, she never really knew him as she had never met him in person. After she did, she only allowed herself to have this feeling and embraced it. She didn't have to suppress it anymore, as she didn't mind loving him. In her perspective, he was worth falling for. I was hit by a completely unexpected confession from Shiori, but it didn't take long for me to recover and then I replied. You realize that whatever those feelings are is artificial, it's not you who loved me but the memories you received from the fragmented soul. It didn't take long for me to take a guess and I was correct with my assumption. Shiori didn't seem to be fazed at all, as if she knew that herself. I know, that's why I wanted to meet you. That's why, even if it's fake or artificial, after meeting you and talking to you, I don't particularly mind loving you, so please accept my confession. For her to be blunt about it, my heart can't help but skip a beat. I like bold women, especially those who don't hesitate to get what they desire and feel no shame for doing so. That's why I was so attracted to Gilgamesh despite her holier-than-thou attitude, as she was bold and very blunt about what she wanted. Anyway, as if her confession it didn't take me long to answer it as I already knew what to say. Chapter 143, The Greedy Witch. I can't accept your confession, I said, although she made my heart race and the fact that she is also beautiful, in fact, she's a D-grade level of beauty. Sure, her personality is trash, but her beauty is undeniable, and that beauty was also applied to Shiori as she's a fragmented version of herself. And the best part is, she's not D and is better than her at everything except for having a stronger power. But regardless, I can't accept her confession. If her request was a one-night stand without feelings, then I would gladly partake in the deed. If I didn't, I would have fucked Gilgamesh. But confession was different from sexual activities. This is a matter of the heart, and I can't just happily accept knowing that I don't feel the same. It would only be one-sided at most. Those who are in a relationship with me are either forcing their way into it, D's case, and the other is with someone I genuinely have feelings for, which includes Satori and, to a lesser extent, Gilgamesh. My relationship with her is a bit complicated. The only reason why she became part of it was because she's pregnant with my child. Or else she'd be just a fling at most. I like her, but I don't love her. However, I don't know if she feels the same, but I do know that she's fond of me, or else she wouldn't have initiated having sex with me or having my hand for marriage. Then I looked at her reaction only to see her smiling, which was honestly beautiful. I'm glad. I was initially confused, but quickly realized that this was some sort of test to her, and thought, why must it be so puzzling? Shiori then revealed. If you accepted easily, I would have been disappointed, but thankfully you didn't. Although I'm a bit hurt by the rejection, it doesn't stop me from pursuing you. I raised a brow at her words. If that's what you want, sure, but how would you do that? You have to go back to your world, because you know it's on the verge of destruction. I know, but Dee explained to me that time flows differently here. I got curious and asked what the ratio was. By how much? Dee said that 1 year in this world is just a single day there, Shiori admitted. Okay, now that's a very surprising piece of information. It would imply that time moves faster here than in the other world. Time and space are very complicated cases to study, and only someone like Kisser Zelrech Schwinorg can understand them without going mad. Actually, he did lose his mind in a unique way. Now that she insisted on staying in this world, just to pursue me, talk about intense. Should I be pleased with this outcome? I don't know, but things would certainly be more interesting than before. However, I should ask one more question before I call this a day. Since you're staying here, do you have a place to stay? It's a very important question, and then Shiori shook her head and answered. No, but it doesn't really mean much. I can easily make a house if I put a bit of an effort. Still, it's been a while since I've played house. There was a hint of nostalgia on her face. I don't know what she was recalling, but it's probably best to ignore it. Before I left, I asked Dee to give the card in my hand to its rightful owner, which was Ella, but she refused, saying that if she were to meet the will of humanity, there was no doubt that she would deploy the counterforce and try eliminating her, which was honestly adorable considering that's not happening. While Ella and her counterforce aren't a threat to her, however, they could be a bit annoying to deal with as they're constantly being revived by Ella to try and eliminate her once more. From her perspective, it's like ants endlessly trying to bite her to death. That's why I left with no choice but to ask her for a favor, which she quickly accepted like her rejection didn't happen just now. I was speechless at first. However, I realized that I'd been played. She did this on purpose just to get something out of me. But since I already said that, I'd do her a favor, and there's no way I'd go back to my words now, as this was the very first lesson my sister taught me. Once you give them your favor, you can't take it back or else none would take you seriously anymore. To a magi, reputation was everything. That's why you have to be careful giving away favors, as it would bite you back in the ass if you're not careful. D isn't a magus. However, it still applies because if you're only doing that to a certain group of people, then what's the point of honor? And besides, pride also has to do with this, as refuting what I already promised is simply a disgrace. I went back home thinking that today had a lot of unexpected surprises, and as I entered the house once again I was surprised as someone I'm very familiar with visited. It was a familiar blonde woman with the iconic princess drill hairstyle. It was Luvijlita Idelfelt, or I'd like to call her Luvia, who is also my childhood friend. I noticed that she was talking with my wife, not really my wife, but more like the mother of my children. The future #1 idol of Japan. I Hoshino. Finally, they noticed my presence, which gave two distinct reactions upon my arrival. One was quite angry and betrayed, while the other was relieved and a bit at a loss. Oh my, the protagonist of the night is finally here. Hearing that sarcastic voice, I couldn't help but cringe at that. You know, when I was on my way to surprise you with my visit after a few years of now seeing each other, do you know what I found after? There was definitely anger in her tone, a bit of trembling in her voice indicating that she was hurt. I didn't answer, but regardless she continued. I found out that you had children, and a happy little wife. As much as I wanted to deny that I isn't my wife, I couldn't because that wouldn't change anything at all. After a moment of silence, I finally decided to reply. I'm sorry. That's the only thing I could say. If I say other things, then it would end up sounding like an excuse. Luvia was blatant with her desire to be with me. It wasn't a secret to anyone who has a working guy. But unfortunately, before we could go even further with our relationship, I was already out of reach, putting our relationship at a stalemate for years without any change. That's why she felt betrayed by this situation, as she was supposed to be the one who should be in this situation and not I. Upon hearing my reply, she let out a bitter smile. That's it? Tell me, why did you choose her and not me? In terms of appearance, I don't think I'm losing at all. What about my talents? I don't think I'm lacking in that particular category. As for my status, I have more than she could have, So why? I was really tempted to say directly to her that it just happened, but it would only make her dislike me even more. That's why, at this moment, silence was golden. There's just a situation that requires being quiet. Then, eventually, she decided. I was originally going to stay here for the night, but I can't because I honestly don't want to see you right now. With that, she left while trying to hold back her tears. Seeing her live, I felt like an asshole. I mean, I am, but damn, this was seriously unfair for her as she knew me the longest. Either way, I would fix this issue soon, but today is not the day, as chasing after her would only make the situation worse. Then, finally, I remained quiet all the time and finally spoke. Who was that girl? I answered with a sigh. My childhood friend. And suddenly, as if she understood why Luvia was reacting the way she did. Ah, I see. I muttered. Anyway, I'm way too mentally tired to do anything right now. I need to rest. But when I was about to, all of a sudden a notification indicated that one of my employees was calling for help. This made me frown, but since Archer rarely does this kind of thing, the only time this happened was with Alea. Then, thinking about his issues with her made me feel irritated. If he hadn't interfered with the card-giving process, I wouldn't have done Dee a favor. But it was already too late to regret it, so after a moment of decision, I went to the shop to check whoever made Archer ask for my help. Then as soon as I arrived, I saw a familiar woman who seemed to have a rather pleasant conversation with my employee. By pleasant, I mean she made Amy look irritated, and for her to be capable of doing something like that to him is quite an achievement of its own. Then the ex-counter guardian finally saw me and said with a very irritated voice, "Please deal with this woman, I can't stand being with her for even a single moment." I raised a brow at that, then shifted my attention back to the woman, who looked like she couldn't understand why he got angry. "Hey, I know it's a bit sudden to ask you this, but what exactly did you do for him to be irritated by you?" The woman seemed a bit lost but quickly recovered. "Oh, yes. Well, I just told him that I wanted a solution of how to save everyone." And immediately, it clicked to me as to why Amiya became irritated by her, as she was constantly reminding him of his idiocy. "Oh, that's why. Right, I'm Alexander, the owner of this humble shop, and feel free to ask me any question, I would gladly answer you if it's within my knowledge." I did my usual introduction. Then the woman's eyes brightened, she replied. "Oh, right. I suppose. It's only fair to introduce myself to you. My name is Echidna and the Witch of Greed, and I want to know if there's an item or a solution that could save everyone. That is how I met the Witch of Greed." Chapter 144, The Greedy Witch 2. Today, she was going to do her usual route, taking a bath and making breakfast. Although she tends to forget that one, it usually doesn't matter as she prefers to make snacks and tea. Yes, real tea and not that abomination that Alec Hoshin made, the so-called iced tea, and some even prefer that to the real tea, the audacity of them. But she can forgive them as they are simply uncultured and ignorant. One day, she shall set them free as there's no better alternative for tea, as it should be boiled hot and noticed. There's also a fact that a certain half-elf likes it, making her dislike it more. Honestly, she doesn't understand what Fleagle saw from that woman. Wasn't she way better than that half-blood? It wasn't like she was inferior to that half-elf in terms of looks. Many would agree that she is superior. As for knowledge? Oh, please, there's no one more knowledgeable than her. She wasn't called the Witch of Greed for no reason. Magic? Well, aside from the yin magic, which reluctantly admits that half-elf was way better than her in that particular element, except that she's way superior to that whore in many ways, so, why does Fleagle choose her rather than her? Perhaps not even her tome of wisdom can tell her that, then shaking her head has removed that particular thought in her mind. While she may be a bit fond of Fleagle as he's the ideal man who could perhaps help her achieve her dream of saving everyone, she wasn't in love with him. Echidna doesn't know what love is. It wasn't the lack of trying, though, but perhaps she just lacks the emotion to feel that way. So far, the only person in this life who could make her feel loved is perhaps Fleagle, as he's the only one who managed to make her feel adoration from another individual. But it would likely not happen in this lifetime. As long as that woman exists, there won't be a space in his heart for her. Which was a shame. She could only apologize to her dead mother for the failure of not finding that person. As her biological mother told her, after meeting that person, her life would be filled with joy and happiness. Although it's a nice description, she can't imagine such a thing. Echidna would surely scoff at this outlandish claim, but she couldn't as it was the last wish of her late mother for her. While she may be indifferent most of the time, it doesn't mean she's an emotionless individual. Those who claim otherwise are people who don't know her enough, not that she cared about it in the first place. Anyway, it's time for her daily reading session in her personal library, as it's one of the very few things that she truly enjoys in life. If that wasn't the case, she would have committed suicide a long time ago, if life was so boring. Then as she was about to go, her footsteps paused as she noticed something amiss. Echidna stared at the door right beside the library. She tilted her head. Did I install this door before? Strange, I don't remember making this one. While she may be forgetful at times, it doesn't mean that she can't recall the things she had done if she concentrated enough. But after thinking it through, only then did she realize that this door hadn't truly been there since yesterday, it just appeared out of nowhere. How particular. Instead of being concerned or afraid, she was very curious. This strange phenomenon is something she hasn't experienced. This was the first. Her nature of wanting to know everything was urging her to investigate this and find out the source, or else she would feel uneasy not knowing whatever this is. Not to mention, if she doesn't pursue her greed for knowledge, then she might as well retire as the Witch of Greed. If retirement is even an option anyway, her title is what defines her as an individual rather than an occupation. The door itself wasn't anything special. Instead, it was a familiar design with a white color. There's also a strange detail about this door, which in her perspective looks like it's glowing. How intriguing. She couldn't hold her curiosity anymore, as her instinct was telling her that the answers she was looking for were behind this very door. Before she entered, she inspected the door to see what it was made of, but after a few minutes, she couldn't figure out which wood this door was made of, and the fact that this particular door had some sort of odd energy that she wasn't familiar with. As it was neither odd nor mana, it wasn't made from an authority either. It was completely alien to her, and that's why her curiosity piqued. Even her tome of wisdom doesn't know anything about this particular door. It remained blank as it could be, and there are only a few instances that this happened. One of them is that woman Pandora. To which her beautiful face twitched in displeasure, being reminded of that woman. Sure, she might dislike Stella, but she hated Pandora, a feeling that she thought she wasn't capable of. But she did anyway, showing that she wasn't emotionless as everyone thought she was. If she could kill that witch, very ironic coming from her, Echidna wouldn't hesitate to do so. However, she is way too powerful for her to eliminate. Strong as she is, Echidna can't kill Pandora, who can literally alter the world with her authority as she wishes. There's no possible outcome that she would be able to win. One must know that Echidna, the Witch of Greed, is the weakest amongst the 7 witches. That is in terms of authority, but in versatility, she was second to none. Since she couldn't find anything, Echidna decided to enter to see what exactly was behind that door. Without hesitation, she entered the door. Whether it's a trap specifically made to capture or, worse, kill her. At this moment she couldn't care less, as she couldn't stop her own greed for new knowledge. Consequences be damned, she could think about it later. Then, as soon as she entered, she was met by an unexpected sight. Judging from its appearance, this place seemed to be some kind of shop, but different from any well-established shops in her world. As this shop seemed to be ahead of her time, it's seeing the future. Just knowing this alone made her very interested in what this place was about to reveal to her. Then, she noticed a person, a human perhaps, and he certainly didn't look like any demi-human race back in her world. Oh, she knew that she was no longer in her world. For one, she couldn't feel odd anymore, which was one of the defining traits of her world. There's also the fact that her mana was incredibly suppressed, as she could only feel about 1% of it, maybe less, as she couldn't accurately guess the percentage. But she had never been so weak in her entire life as she is right now. There's also the fact that she couldn't use her tome of wisdom, her authority as the Witch of Greed. Right now, it's nothing more than a plain book without anything written on it. Echidna thought. Maybe I should have prepared for a bit before stepping inside. However, it was too late for it anyway. Preparing to defend herself if this individual is somehow hostile to her, she gathers a bit of her magic, her hand ready to be fired if this person attacks. As this individual got closer, she realized how tall he was. Honestly, she was quite surprised, although she met someone bigger. However, those were from a different race to think a human could grow this big. Compared to her height, he might as well be a giant. Then the man stared at her with a frown on his face and said, "While it's a good thing to be prepared, lady, your sneak attack won't work for me, but good thinking regardless." Echidna let out a hum. She wasn't surprised at all. If this individual managed to create a shop like this, a place that even her authority couldn't understand, then it would make sense that they're powerful. She let out her signature smile at the man and replied, "Thank you." The man looked a bit surprised by her reply, but it didn't last long. "Alright, there's no need for you to do that here, as my boss forbade fighting or harming our customers in any way possible. However, if they attack first, that would be different. Now, would you like to know what happens if you did?" Echidna smirked but didn't feel like testing that, because that's a very stupid thing to do, even with her standard. There's no need to be hostile to a neutral party. Besides, if she did start to attack, the things that she would learn here would forever be out of reach, and that's something unacceptable. "No, but I would like to know what exactly is this place?"